I always like to end on a positive note, so here is a rousing, uplifting song which is guaranteed to cheer you up. When you attend a funeral, it is sad to think that sooner or later those you love will do the same for you. And you may have thought it tragic, not to mention other adjectives, to think of all the weeping they will do. But don't you worry, no more ashes, no more sackcloth, and an armband made of black cloth will someday nevermore adorn a sleeve. For if the bomb that drops on you gets your friends and neighbors too, there'll be nobody left behind to grieve, and we will all go together when we go. What a comforting fact that is to know. Universal bereavement, an inspiring achievement. Yes, we all will go together when we go. We will all go together when we go, all suffused with an incandescent glow. No one will have the endurance to collect on his insurance. Lloyds of London will be loaded when they go. We will all fry together when we fry. We'll be French fried potatoes by and by. There will be no more misery when the world is our rotisserie. Yes, we all will fry together when we fry. We will all bake together when we bake. There'll be nobody present at the wake. With complete participation in that grand incineration, nearly 3 billion hunks of well-done steak. We will all char together when we char, and let there be no moaning of the bar. Just sing out a Te Deum when you see that ICBM, and the party will be come as you are. We will all burn together when we burn. There'll be no need to stand and wait your turn. When it's time for the fallout and St. Peter calls us all out, we'll just drop our agendas and adjourn. We will all go together when we go, every Hottentot and every Eskimo. When the air becomes Uranus, we will all go simultaneous. Yes, we all will go together when we all go together. Yes, we all will go together when we go.
Well, I'm sitting behind my desk in Washington, D.C. And everyone on cable news is yelling at me. And there's only one place in this whole wide world I want to go. That's down underneath the Florida sun in Mar-a-Lago. So call up the tower and tell my wife and son, have the taxpayers fuel up my Air Force One. Put in place my press embargo. Gotta be left alone to fun and sun in Mar-a-Lago. Some say they know it will one. Well, I'm sitting behind my desk in Washington, D.C., and everyone on cable news is yelling at me. And there's only one place in this whole wide world I wanna go. That's down underneath the Florida sun in Mar-a-Lago. So call up the tower and tell my wife and son, have the taxpayers fuel up my Air Force One. Put in place my press embargo. Gotta be left alone to fun and sun in Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some say they know it will one day. Mar-a-Lago, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some say they know it will someday. Well, the senators and congressmen are all telling me what to do. How am I supposed to know if any of the stuff they're saying is true? Sure, I like to get on the mic and gin up the crowd, but I'd rather be on the tee where those folks aren't allowed. Mar-a-Lago, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some say they know it will one day. Mar-a-Lago, oh, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some say they know it will one day. And it makes me feel like I got a real big penis, playing golf with retired baseball stars. And it makes me feel like I got a real big penis, but everything is gold, even the toilet bowl. Mar-a-Lago. And on Saturday night when Melania's fast asleep, I tiptoe to the only room where I really wanna be, and I crawl into that beautiful king-size bed, and I snuggle between my true loves, Ivanka and Jared. And then Sunday comes and my boss tells me we gotta go back home to the haunted mansion where pretty soon I'm gonna crack. But for now I guess I'll play my part in this puppet show and keep dreaming of the weekend where I could play in Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some folks say they know it will. Mar-a-Lago, oh, I hope the ocean don't swallow, like some folks they say they know it will.
charge from you. You wanna buy the rent you buy behind that mask you use. And if you think this fool could ever win, well look at me, I'm coming back again. I got a taste of love and a 7-4 win. And if you need to know why I'm still standing, you just fade away. Don't you know I'm still standing, greater than I ever did. Looking like I'm turning around, feeling all of that again. I'm still standing after all this time. Picking up the pieces we're back to how I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. Once I never could hold to win. You're starting down the road and leaving me again. The sense you made were meant to cut me down. And if our love was just a service, you'd be a clown now. You know I'm still standing here than I ever did. Looking up the treasure line, feeling up and again. I'm still standing after all this time. Picking up the best of all I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't you know I'm still standing here than I ever did. Looking up the treasure line, feeling up and again. I'm still standing after all this time. Picking up the best of all I'm still standing, yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's my show, ding dong.
Hello. I'm left-handed Sue. What is that? Why is this happening? Pay no attention. Oh, I forgot I'm wearing green. And this is really good. Trump tariffs. It's just blown everything up. Green was a mistake. Green was a mistake, clearly. Hey, Chimera. Hey, Fargo. No. Alright, I'm gonna... Change my shirt. Hello, everybody. I need a haircut. Hair's getting too long. All right, well, it is official. Okay, this is getting stupid. Now you can see. Is it just because it's on the face cam? All right, that's better. Whatever. And then the viewers is just this thing is just completely now not working. Whatever. You don't need to see who's watching or how many people are watching. How's it going, everybody? Per New York Times, Canada's plan to retaliate against tariffs will target Republican states in particular. I live in a Republican state. No more saying thanks, Obama. Now it's thanks, Trudeau, when any minor inconvenience happens. Yeah. It looks like, I think it was Nova Scotia or Newfoundland, I have to guess. One of those two provinces is, as they're going ahead, like they'll be taking all American alcohol off the shelves. Like the LCBO is one of the largest bulk purchasers of alcohol in the world, I think. So that's going to have some impacts. And they're talking about like Kentucky bourbon, Florida orange juice, steel, aluminum. There are pain points that Canada can hit. So let's watch. Still all quiet. Trudeau is expected to speak at about
by misinformation
8
about
p.m.
the election, lies that the election had been stolen. It had riled people up to the point, and the push had been so aggressive that it ended in the violent riot where people tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power in the United States. That was a test of
Canadian
American
Lady Moose,
democracy.
how's it going?
Donald
Yeah, the
Trump
auto
was
sector. This is going to
rushing
be
up against that in
real
ways
bad for the auto
that,
sector.
You know, the United States had never seen.
But a 10% tariff on Canadian energy to the U.S.
Some of the domestic decisions he's
is going to
making
be
too right
nuts.
now are really brushing up against the norms of democracy.
Hope everyone's having a good Saturday.
It's going to be a test to see if those institutions are going to hold. You know, he's getting rid of like what government watchdogs that are there to keep, you know, checks and balances, getting rid of people who have challenged him, getting rid of the prosecutors who
I may have to stop drinking Celsius, which is really going to impact me. Is there a Canadian energy drink maker? I really need to find that out.
To try and find people who are loyal. It's all tests of the institutions domestically, and now on the world stage, we are seeing him really push and test the limits of these alliances.
Buzz.
We got a hint of it back in his first term with his threats to sort of upend NATO, leave NATO, unless more countries more countries spent more on their defense spending. Canada doesn't meet its defense spending goals. That is something that has been a complaint.
Okay. Are we back? I think I might have to switch back to Chrome because Opera doesn't seem to work very well when I'm streaming. I think we're back.
He'll be joined by the Minister of Foreign Affairs,
everyone refresh.
Jolie, the Minister of Finance, Dominic LeBlanc, the Minister of Public Safety, David McGuinty. They will make a statement at 8:30 in the West Block on Parliament Hill, and they will take some questions. So that is when we will get the official response from the federal government to this news that we are grappling with.
Makes them here, two others, Expedient Canada and the No Sugar Company. I'll have to look those up.
Tariffs that will go into effect on Tuesday.
Yeah, we are back,
also
people.
tell you that the Quebec Premier, François Legault, is expected to respond at 9 p.m. Eastern, though he will not take any questions. Of course, provinces also trying to figure out what this means for them.
Oh, and the viewer
closely
thing works
with
now.
the federal
Okay,
government
we're back
on
at
these
least
counter
on that.
tariffs. Going to bring in another guest now before I go back to my my co-drivers, David and.
So yeah, we can read through these actually right now. This is the fact sheet. Fact sheet. President Donald J. Trump imposes tariffs on imports from Canada, Mexico, and China, addressing an emergency situation. The extraordinary threat posed by illegal aliens and drugs, including deadly fentanyl, constitutes a national emergency under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Until the crisis is alleviated, President Donald J. Trump is implementing a 25% additional tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico and a 10% additional tariff on imports from China. Energy resources from Canada will have a lower 10% tariff. President Trump is taking bold action to hold Mexico, Canada, and China. Like this, it's like 2.5 times larger than China's. Trudeau to speak at 8:30. God damn it, Cam. Do you have to be at? Are you at work right now? Like, or do you at least to get to have your Saturday off? So I was talking to some of my friends who got called in, and I'm like, you poor bastards. So the orders make clear that the flow of contraband drugs like fentanyl to the United States through illicit distribution networks has created a national emergency, including a public health crisis. Chinese officials have failed to take the actions necessary to stem the flow of precursor chemicals to known criminal cartels and shut down money laundering by transnational criminal organizations. In addition, the Mexican drug trafficking organizations have an intolerable alliance with the government of Mexico. The government of Mexico has afforded safe havens for the cartels to engage in the manufacturing and transportation of dangerous narcotics, which collectively have led to the overdose deaths of hundreds of thousands of American victims. This alliance endangers the national security of the United States, and we must eradicate the influence of these dangerous cartels. Oh, you just have to. Okay, good. I'm glad you get to be. You at least get to stay home. It's awful out today too. This is not the day you'd want to get dragged down to the hill on a, like, I mean, you very rarely want to get dragged down to the hill on a Saturday, but when it's like, what, it's like with the wind chill, it's probably like almost minus 30. What is it? Yeah, it's minus 16 right now. Only feels like, oh, so it still feels like minus 16, so I guess not that bad. But 5-kilometer winds. Sun sets at 5:10 tomorrow. Oh my god. So where were we? I mean, this is all... Is keeping the promise. Any actual news in here? No, this is just all justification for it. Yeah. We do have... Polyev has responded, so we can read Polyev's response. We must put Canada first. That is why common sense conservatives condemn President Trump's massive, unjust and unjustified tariffs on Canada's already weak economy. Canada is the United States' closest neighbor, greatest ally, and best friend. We share the longest undefended border and fought alongside Americans in 2 world wars, Korea and Afghanistan, where 158 of our brave men and women died helping the U.S. avenge the 9/11 attacks. There's no justification. Here's the thing, and I forget, I want to give, because I literally just read this tweet, and I should have noted whose tweet it was, because Gurney. It was Gurney's tweet. Matt Gurney was like, we need to stop all of this. Trump does not care. Trump does not care about any of this. If he did, he wouldn't be doing it in the first place. This doesn't matter. I mean, it matters, but it doesn't matter to the person that matters right now, I guess. The Liberals must put aside their partisan interests and recall Parliament now to pass Canada first. So this is interesting. So now the Conservatives are saying that they would be willing to support this government in passing confidence motions. Retaliate with dollar-for-dollar tariffs carefully aimed at maximizing impact on American companies while minimizing impact on Canadian consumers. That means targeting U.S. products that we can make ourselves, buy elsewhere, or do without. For example, we must retaliate against American steel and aluminum as Canadians can make those vital products at home. I think that's a pretty non-partisan. I think that's a pretty, like, to use a term, common sense. I think everyone agrees with that. That one's pretty non-controversial. That will probably be in there. You think that this actually changes the... I could see now. I think within the realm of a possibility that maybe they get held to a minority, and that still feels like such an extreme, like 1%, like Doctor Strange. We got one. There's one way that this happens, but it feels like it's. But I don't see delayed election. Oh yeah, because it is constitutionally, it doesn't have to happen till 2026. Yeah, I don't. Oh God, don't even. I'm not even gonna contemplate that. It's not even worth thinking about. Almost not even worth thinking about. Put all tariff revenues into help for affected workers and businesses. Government should not keep a dime of the new revenue. Pass a massive emergency bring it home tax cut to bolster the economy, stop inflation, and save the create jobs. Canada needs a massive tax cut and work. Liberal carbon tax and capital gains tax hikes must be put on the first on the chopping block. Immediately scrapped the liberal anti-resource law C-69 and green light LNG plans, pipelines, mines, factories, and port expansions and overseas markets. Oh, 2 overseas markets. Bring in truly free trade within Canada by knocking down interprovincial barriers to help replace lost north-south trade with east-west and to make us self-reliant. Rebuild our military and take back control of our borders to regain the confidence of our partners, assert our sovereignty, protect our people, and put Canada first. We will protect our economy, defend our sovereignty, bring home production and paychecks, and never back down. We will put Canada first now and always. Is a military invasion a make work project? Yeah, functionally yes. That's what they have always been. They've been invasions are great for economies, generally.
Because it's going to come fast and it's going to come hard, but
well,
it does seem as though people have a lot of good ideas about.
I'm basing that on like World War II, but like wasn't so great for the Russians after their invasion of Ukraine. Their economy's not doing so great. They should just start talking about improving relations with Russia and China, maybe hint at a nuclear mutual defense treaty with them. I mean, that's the thing is we've been like Canada's been in the past couple of years moving very quickly away from our relationship with China. A lot of it to do on the behest of the Americans to have a closer relationship with them. So what is that? What does these tariffs do to that trend?
About how we're going to get through.
Matthew Holmes talks about let's not waste the crisis. America caused this in 2008, 2009 with its undefendable system of allowing insurance to be sold on mortgages and all these sort of things, and this interconnectedness of the insurance sector and the financial sector, which sort of just dragged everything down. Then the COVID thing happened, and now this.
Yeah, Israel's economy hasn't been doing so good
this is going to
either.
Lead
so
to
that's
a recalibration
yeah.
of business flows and other things. At least
my example wasn't
so
great.
How people choose to spend their money. Now, how long that lasts, I don't know. There has been a push in Canada to diversify the Canadian economy and find new trading partners in Europe and in Asia. As long as I can remember. The issue is that the U.S. is right there. They speak predominantly the same language, and they are the engine of the global economy. So why do you look away from that to diversify into, say, the Italian markets or the German markets and then have to negotiate how to trade and do things in different languages? It becomes more cumbersome and it becomes more complex. But the challenge now that you're up against with the United States, and Katie was talking about this earlier, about Trump's desire to test the limits of absolutely everything. And
Sure.
January 6th and what happened there, he pardoned those people, right? Some of whom beat police officers so severely that these police officers who
just randomly invade France. Just make it never let them know what your next move
the
is.
Helicopter crash with the American Airlines plane at Reagan Airport the other day, without knowing what caused it, blamed diversity, equity, and inclusion policies.
Oh yeah, no, they get a lot of raw materials from us.
Military personnel on the helicopter, 2 men and 1 woman.
Like that's the sort of the thing is like they do the we have all the raw, like a bunch of raw materials. We send it to the U.S. They refine it and then sell it back to us.
Up against in terms of negotiating, and this is happening at a time in Canada when the economy is struggling from productivity challenges and is weak, and at a time when there's political instability. So when you've got this sort of unpredictable, remorseless chaos on one side of the border and a weakened economic...
Canada to the U.S. on trade.
A good thing, you stupid son of a bitch. It was perfect, but no, you just had to blow it up. You and your pride and your ego. You just had to be the man. If you'd done your job, known your place, we'd all be fine right now.
All you had to do was refine our raw bitumen. But you and your ego.
Economic and political situation on the other
We
side
got a
of
good
the border.
thing going here.
It's tough to see an easy path through this without it being pretty expensive and pretty difficult.
Yeah, and perhaps cold comfort, but
Yeah,
for your
unfortunately.
term, and maybe you don't want to redo the whole economy.
Yes,
knowing that
you can send
end up
a
with different
better
president
scene.
at the end of it. Okay, thank you, David. I'm going to bring in CBC News chief correspondent and host of The National, Adrienne Arsenault. Adrienne.
Hey, Rosie, I just want to say, I mean, I feel like most Canadians today, and I'm grateful for your political analysis, yours and David's and Katie's, and your economic smarts, and like you're keeping me in the moment here, and I'm in my role here, I'm trying to step back a little bit.
He was really good at making an
kind of
entrance,
Ooh.
and that's what I
different sort
appreciate
of
about you.
Oh, is that what
series
you...
of questions and
Oh,
calculations.
no, that
and
makes
I-
sense.
Thank you for the-
reminding
Just
Canadians
subscribed
that
for
Canada spent the
26
last 90
months.
years
Trump is the Rock https://uta.b/qod3j43x from question mark c
No,
equals
it's gonna read out the whole fucking-
v5nnj4dzcd6 orm.
All right, next, I can read to you about the Unabomber. Scary.
Damn it! Why'd you make me do that to you, Victor? I have responsibilities. Jesus Christ himself has blessed me with many gifts. One of them is knocking someone the fuck out.
Pepe, you okay?
I miss that Rock. He used to be
ever closer
great
to
in
the United
movies.
States. You know, we saw the
Something happens.
Well, very smart people work on the
Also, thank you for
tariffs
the
and
26
jobs
months,
about
Rogan. I very much
what
appreciate
does it
it.
mean to be a Canadian? What is a Canadian identity? What are Canadian values? What is a Canadian health care system? What is that worth? And what are you going to do to protect it? These are big questions, not trying to frighten anybody, but it might be time Canada had this conversation.
Adrian, thank you for that. Appreciate it. We will come back to you, of course. But here we are going to take a very short break. We can tell you that the Prime Minister will come out with his ministers at 8:30 Eastern Time. You will want to stick around for that to hear what the federal government response will be and how that might affect you.
Coming up, Trudeau to announce the Molson I Am Canadian ads will be mandated to play on the hour, every hour, on every channel and
Or
platform.
eat blubber or own a dog sled. And I don't know Jimmy, Sally, or Susie from Canada, although I'm certain they're really, really nice. I have a prime minister, not a president. I speak English and French, not American, and I pronounce it about, not a boot. I can proudly sew my country's flag on my backpack. I believe in peacekeeping, not policing. Diversity, not assimilation.
Well, that's we sort of gave up on that, apparently.
A short break. We'll be back in just a few moments. Stick around. More of our special coverage of Trump's tariffs right after this.
We might also have CNN that we can check in on, because apparently Ford was on CNN. See how the Americans are reacting to this. After all, they're the ones who are gonna have to pay for this shit.
Feel like a spectator in your own life with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. In a survey, 91% of users wish they'd started...
Of course, they're on ads as well. Well, this is gonna be... I don't even know what it's gonna be like. I can't even, like... I guess we're gonna have to see what Trudeau announces, because they don't need to recall Parliament to do like retaliatory tariffs, but that where I think it was number 2 on Poilievre's list, where he's like, call back Parliament for tariff relief. That does in fact, if the Liberals want to do any sort of relief, they'd absolutely need to have Parliament return. And I don't know how that happens, because it's like they'd have to unprorogue Parliament. So it's like, does that mean they have to do a throne speech as well? Yeah, kind of. That's what they've been talking about. Is this like a Serb part 2, a sequel? We're a strange new goddamn world. Oh, we've got a statement from Carney as of 3 minutes ago. How Kendrick Lamar's insults at Drake during the Super Bowl were a statement supporting Trump's... Statement by Mark Carney on Trump tariffs. The following statement was issued by Mark Carney, candidate for Liberal... so the tariffs Trump imposed...
Oh my God! Okay.
Oh, Tina too! With 22 viewers. Hello, everybody. Hello. How is everyone doing? I hope you're all having a good Saturday. We're sort of just in a holding pattern till we hear from our Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on how we're gonna respond to these tariffs. Welcome, Raiders. Yes, please refresh. Get on in here. So we're just about to read the statement from Mark Carney, Liberal leadership candidate, on responding to the tariffs. So tariffs imposed by the United States today are a clear violation of our trade agreements and require the most serious trade and economic responses in our history. I'm in regular contact with Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly. I fully support her efforts, along with those of Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc, Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Mark Miller, and Minister of Public Safety David McGuinty as they meet with their American counterparts. I stand foursquare behind them. Canada will not bow down to a bully. We won't stand by as legal U.S. tariffs hurt our workers and their families. As Canadians, we need to face this challenge as one united team. I support dollar-for-dollar retaliatory tariffs aimed where they will be felt the hardest in the United States, but will have the least impact on Canada. At the same time, we need a coordinated strategy to boost investment and to support our Canadian workers through what will be a difficult moment. Over the medium term, if we can no longer rely on American neighbors, we must diversify our trading relationships and build new sources of jobs and growth based on our immense resources, our talented people, and their innovation and industry. With whomst, Mark? Hello, Squirrels on Film. The fever that has gripped our southern neighbor will eventually pass. In the meantime, Canada will remain resolute and true to our values. Solidarity with one another, sustainability for our children's future, and dynamism as we build the strongest economy in the G7. All right, CNN back. What are they saying? It's talking about the planes?
At the time of impact,
I guess they don't care. Well, I guess this is probably more important to them.
He was asked that whether just before that moment, whether there was an attempt by the pilot of the passenger plane to pull up. And he said there was a change in pitch, which would indicate a change in pitch is an indication that a pilot is making a maneuver with trying to, maybe pull up or down the nose of the plane. So he did say there was a change in pitch, but again, indicating that was at the very last second. So a collision was basically unavoidable. I guess, and the other headline here is that this very quick timeline of how all of this unfolded really in a matter of seconds.
CBC's back.
The consensus in that room is that this isn't really about fentanyl. It is largely about Donald Trump's attempt to use economic force and coercion to blunt Canadian sovereignty, at least as it comes to its economic strength and independence, to try to force a reordering of North American trade, because the executive order that is
Thank you, Colin. He's got the full Ford interview ready to go.
Of Ontario, Doug Ford, thank you so much for being here with us. These tariffs, brand new, just signed within the last hour. I first just want your initial reaction, because you have said you plan to rain down economic punishment on America in response to these. What do you think comes next?
Well, first of all, Jessica, I just want to send our prayers and thoughts to the family that lost loved ones in the aviation accident. It's a tragedy. As for the tariffs, it was unjustified. It's unfair, and frankly,
I guess you had to say that,
it was illegal. Breaking a deal that we had with the USMCA deal and it's disappointing. Canada and Canadians love the U.S. I love the U.S. I love the American people. We're your closest ally and trading partner, your largest export destination in the entire world. This is going to hurt Americans. It's going to hurt Canadians. We're going to see inflation happen down in the U.S. and in Canada, and it's unjustified.
And so what steps will Canada take next? I mean, we are expecting to hear from your prime minister. He was supposed to speak within the hour. Obviously, we have been monitoring the NTSB update. But what do you think happens? What does Canada do now?
Well, we'll have retaliatory measures. It's unfortunate. We don't want to do it. We'd rather have a strong trading partner with the U.S., build an AMCAN fortress. We want to ship down more products, more critical minerals, more oil. That's what we want to do. But I can assure you what President Trump underestimates, the resilience of the Canadian people, the strength of the Canadian people. No matter what political stripe you come from in Canada, we're united. We're a united country, and we're a proud country.
And when you say retaliatory measures, is that retaliatory tariffs, you believe?
Yes, there'll be retaliatory tariffs, and the Prime Minister will announce that shortly.
And is there any sense, would you have any more details on those before I move on from that?
I'll leave that up to the Prime Minister.
Well, if they don't if the fentanyl's the main issue, why is China getting tariffed less than Canada and Mexico? Makes no sense.
But what I can tell you, we're the #1 export destination for 28 states across the country.
That should be our response. Trudeau comes out and he's like, Mr. Trump, you thought there was fentanyl coming in before?
Alone, we're the #1 trading partner, #1 customer per se for 17 states, and #2 to 11 others. We do $500 billion of trade on both sides of the border, split equally down the center. And 9 million Americans wake up every morning, Jessica, to produce products for Ontario alone, not to mention the rest of the country. And what's really disturbing when President Trump is using fentanyl as a reason, lumping us in with Mexico and China. The figures from U.S. Customs is very clear. There's over 9,600 kilos coming of fentanyl coming from Mexico. Ours is 19 kilos, which is too much, which is 0.001% of fentanyl compared to Mexico coming into the U.S., compared to over 25,000 kilos of narcotics, be it heroin or cocaine, opioids, coming from the U.S. into Canada. We have a strong relationship with the U.S. Customs. Our customs officers work collaboratively with them, working with the DEA. Our RCMP is working collaboratively. I can tell the American people,
I don't even know if you need a
Canada
truck for 19 kilograms.
The problem is the Mexican border and China. That's where the problem is.
And do you have any sense yet of timing? Do you, as a member of the Canadian government, know when the U.S. tariffs on Canadian products will take place?
Yeah, 19 kilograms is 41 pounds.
Well, what I understand,
41.8 pounds.
That they're going to be very soon, almost immediate. And why President Trump would want to attack his largest customer per se, largest trading partner, closest ally. That this goes back all the way back to 1867. We have stood shoulder to shoulder.
Like Canada's opioid crisis was caused by American opioids.
World War II, 9/11. We sent our troops over to stand shoulder to shoulder with American troops. We lost soldiers.
Trump doesn't
standing
care.
up for our family, and we consider the U.S. part of our family.
And I am curious what you think the relationship will be like going forward between Canada and the U.S. And if you all have any sense, because the sense that we've gotten from our reporting is that, especially for the Canadian representatives, it's a bit nebulous, in fact, a lot nebulous, as to exactly what you're supposed to do to get rid of these tariffs. What is the marker for, I mean, it's very wide. It's no fentanyl deaths in the U.S., but what does that practically look like?
Well, that's just not realistic.
Like, is it just like He
We're
expects
responsible
zero
for
fentanyl to ever
0.001%
enter
compared
America.
to Mexico. I think the president has to look at the southern border. He has to work with the Mexican president. He has to work with his DEA to stop the flow of drugs and the precursors that are coming up from China into Mexico, up through the United States, and into Canada. As I said, we have over 25,000 kilos that has been apprehended coming from the U.S. into Canada. 95% of all illegal guns are coming in to Canada that are being used in heinous crimes, and illegals are coming up. My point is, let's work together. Let's work collaboratively together and protect our borders on both sides of the borders. But we're the two strongest nations in the world if we work together. The U.S. is reliant on our crude oil, on our uranium, on our potash, on our high-grade nickel.
Uranium is one that doesn't get brought up
Ontario
a lot.
powers 1.5 million.
Canada has so much uranium.
And many other areas. We need to work together. We're stronger together.
And how do you expect this to go in terms of the effects on your economy, the American economy?
Be like 10% of all of the uranium in the world.
What do you think the effect is going to be?
Second largest
in the
producer
short
of
term?
uranium.
Well, it's going to be terrible. It's going to make Americans poor. It's going to create inflation. It's going to make Canadians poor. It's going to really
MacArthur
hurt
River and
both
Cigar Lake
economies.
mines in Saskatchewan are the world's largest and highest grade
And
uranium
all
mines.
we're saying is, let's work together. Please do not lump us in with Mexico and China. We're your closest ally, your number one customer, and we
100
stood
times
shoulder to
higher
shoulder
concentrations
on many,
of uranium
many different fronts.
in Saskatchewan than the global average.
We love the Americans and we love the U.S.
And, it's interesting because I hear what you're saying. And if you look at the numbers, you're right. There is a false equivalency between Canada and Mexico and what is coming in from the southern border and what is coming in from the northern border with Canada. And I hear your frustration. And so my question to you is, what's the alternative here? Do you think that it should just be tariffs on Mexico, no tariffs on Canada? What would you suggest?
Oh, that's up to the president to decide. But we are no Mexico. We're Canadians. We're strong. We're resilient. We're proud. And we're going to stand up for what's right. And what's right.
I think it's fair to describe the Mexicans as strong, resilient, and proud, Doug. I get what you're trying to get at. But
is making sure that we protect our economy, protect the people, protect the families, and protect the communities right across this great country of ours. And again, we have no animosity towards the American people or the U.S. as a whole. We love them. And a lot of Americans live in Canada, and a lot of Canadians live in the U.S.
All right. Doug Ford, we are expecting to see now tariffs on American goods going into Canada. Thank you so much for being here with us. We really appreciate it.
Well, Jessica, thank you so much, and God bless Canada, and God bless America.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
About an hour and a half, 15 minutes away from hearing from Trudeau. So we will await that.
Recently, but some, American lawmakers or some Donald Trump supporters think it's a really good idea. And so, we talk about one check and balance possibly in this moment is, and it's a part of a bigger picture question about America, is does Trumpism outlive...
From Trump. Should Canada retaliate against the United States in response to this action through import duties on United States exports to Canada or similar measures, the president may increase or expand in scope the duties imposed.
It is for Canada, okay.
And round we go.
4-year term, as long as he is only joking about, testing the limits of power and he's not going to run again. Pay no attention to how old he'll be.
Oh, Trudeau speaking with Claudia Sheinbaum first, Mexico's president, before his press conference. That's why it was pushed back.
Do you just try to wait this out? Can Canada just wait this out and do everything it can to push back, to fight back, to try and preserve the Canadian economy and do all the things we're going to hear about today from the Prime Minister, and then whatever's going to happen after the Canadian election, the next next prime minister that's in place and the plan that person puts forward and pushes ahead on. But, you know, do you dismantle the system, and do you try to find new ways to reshape the Canadian economy? Because is this just a blip on the timeline, or is this the new reality? For the immediate future, for the next 4 years, this is the new reality. As long as Donald Trump is in power, just expect, if it's anything like what we're seeing now, and there's nothing to suggest it will change, it's going to be threats, it's going to be pressure, and it's going to be the United States trying to seek advantage any way it can find advantage. Donald Trump's made no secret of that, even if it does test the guardrails, the limits of domestic power.
I mean,
of the global,
are we flicking its
sort of rules-based
nuts,
order
or like the 600-pound gorilla is
fucking War II life, and so
threatening to smash our shit up?
To push through that, and what
Should we
are
just
the lasting consequences of that?
roll over and show the gorilla our belly?
Whoever the next prime minister is going to be, that is going to be the fundamental challenge, because so much
The gorilla's gonna tear me in half. I'm gonna punch him in the balls one last time before I go out.
Relationship between Canada and the United States, and really this is going to be, the defining problem for right now for the current prime minister, but for the next prime minister, and trying.
What's
to
easier,
sort out
pleasing our
how you
ports and
deal with
closing
this.
down the
And
drug?
One thing that David stood out to me.
But it's not. That's not like capitulating to just outlandish demands. Like what? Like the drugs and the like we're doing stuff, but it seems like his standard is 0 drugs or guns, period, and that's just an unreasonable demand, particularly considering how many drugs and guns they allow to come into Canada. They're not enforcing their laws. They're the ones who are responsible for their own borders.
Minister about the count.
If they're letting drugs into their country, that's on them.
As of Tuesday, what the next phase will be, those counter tariffs will inevitably also,
especially considering most of them are not even coming across the U.S.-Canada border. They're coming from the southern border.
But revenue raised by those counter tariffs for the government will undoubtedly be pumped back into the economy in order to support some of the sectors, some of the jobs that will be lost through what is about to happen.
We need more attractive government ambassadors to reveal Trump. He's got a monkey brain. He'll listen to hot women.
Many provinces, in fact, have speculated about action they can take in. Well, the government of Nova Scotia has already responded.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't do it all in the American banks. It's just Canadian banks.
Some of the steps that he is taking, that he can take as a province while we wait for the federal government to do things. Nova Scotia is going to limit access to provincial procurement for American businesses. I would expect you would see that across many parts of the country. It will look for opportunities to cancel contracts that already exist, and it will maintain the option to reject bids outright because of what Houston describes as unlawful tariffs. Indeed, tariffs are not allowed under the CUMSA, the Free Trade Agreement.
Such a terrible name, the
CUMSA. The cost of tolls for commercial vehicles at the Cobequid Pass. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly, Nova Scotians. And finally, the
audible booing of the U.S. national anthem at the Ottawa Senators Arena tonight ahead of their game with Minnesota.
From the United States, and that is also something that Ontario Premier Doug Ford has speculated about doing. That would also have a dramatic impact. LCBO is the biggest purchaser of American liquor. I'm going to bring back our business and economics reporter, LHSaturday, who's still.
So this is at the Ottawa Senators game tonight. Yeah, 2008 bank crisis happened, but sure, TD Bank is the one that gets the biggest fine. Barely even heard. Was I just talking over it? Yeah, I guess that is booze. What? It's not that clear that they're booze. Yes, the government made the banking crisis.
Now, they do bring in revenue for the government as long as
the government
businesses and
did
consumers
that.
continue to buy those things, but it does drive the cost up. So we end up in a weird stew of economic indicators here because
I'm saying boo Nold. Boo Nold Trump.
That will stop businesses and consumers from buying some of them, or they might buy less. And it will also raise prices. But because prices are going up at the same time as demand might be going down, you have these sort of counterbalancing forces on inflation. So inflation might go up in some respects, it might not in others. And then interest rates come into play because the Bank of Canada cannot do something to interest rates that
the banks
inflation to go down and up
lax their lending standards.
End up in what can feel like a big mess because economic activity
and then they got
goes
greedy.
Down, but prices also start to go up, and we're in a recession. So counter tariffs can do a lot of damage to Canadians as well, even though the government.
The Harper government allowed Canada to be insulated from the worst of the economic crisis because we had tighter government controls over the banks.
On the list, and they cost a buck. What's going to happen when I go to the grocery store for something like that?
Well, the grocery store is going to have to pay 25% more for that avocado.
Right.
Presumably, they are going to charge you that because, Sobeys, Loblaw, Safeway, they don't want to lose the 25%. It means that you're going to
no
pay that
CDOs
extra amount. So either you spend more money on the avocado because you really want it, and it means you have less money to spend on other things, or you don't buy it at all. And both of those can drag down economic activity in general. It means that you just have less money to do stuff with because you bought the avocado, probably.
Yeah, you probably did. And to go back to the 25% tariffs that are going to impact Canadian exports, that is going to have a much broader impact than a counter tariff, obviously, because of the way it's going to shut down industry and some companies and manufacturing in some cases.
Yeah, I mean, for one thing, we send way more stuff to the United States as a percentage of our economy than they send to us. Like the dollar value is quite high in terms of what we import from them, but as a percentage, they do way more stuff. So just the impact on our businesses is sort of much higher per capita, I would say. And then the trouble is that if those businesses are selling less stuff because the price has gone up, so maybe the customers in the States don't want as much, well, then they're making less money here in Canada. And if they're making less money and they're moving less product, then they're going to probably start to lay people off and shrink their companies. So either people are without jobs or these companies are just spending less money.
Feels like they're gonna they might have to recall Parliament
really
at this point.
For everyone in the country, because when we hit a recession, everyone feels it, even if they don't happen to be in that industry.
Let me ask you one last question about Canadian energy.
Kind of feels like they
That
can't
tariff
afford
is
not
going
to.
Be smaller, it'll be 10%, and the president makes it clear that the reason he's doing that is because the United States needs it. So the damage will be less for sure on Canadian energy, but still painful. Do you have a sense of what that would look like in terms of a 10% tariff?
Well, I mean, we did just hear from the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. They sent out a statement a few minutes ago. They're unhappy with this. They don't want to see this tariff. So they're certainly vocal as an industry that they don't want this increased cost. But I will say through some of the reporting that we've done at CBC Edmonton and CBC Calgary, a 10% tariff is something that the energy industry in Alberta, at least, might be a little bit more resilient to. A lot of companies have been doing what's called hedging. They've been buying or selling their contracts ahead of time to sort of lock in a price. So not everything that they are going to be exporting.
Yeah, Nova Scotia is removing all alcohol from the United States
only the stuff that they
from
are
their
sort of selling
the
from
shelves
now
of their
on,
like
they haven't already
provincial
locked into
liquor
those
stores.
contracts. And I'm going to oversimplify here. So I know that there's going to be energy analysts who are wagging their fingers at me, but in a lot of ways, energy prices can be quite volatile anyway. So a 10% change is maybe not as crisis-inducing. We had one oil analyst tell us that he could see refineries in the United States just absorbing that cost so that they could continue to do their thing with the product coming from Alberta. So a 10% tariff,
Reports indicate Trudeau has been in contact with
We haven't
Sheinbaum.
heard from everyone in the industry yet. Certainly, it's hard to say exactly.
Yeah, it would probably be
It's
smart for
open.
Canada and
They might be
Mexico
a little
to
more okay with
coordinate
this
their
than the rest of the country will be in terms of
responses.
Economic impact.
Yeah, a 10% tariff, and then as we talked about, a lower dollar, sort of.
Canada can target things that are most effective for them to target. Mexico can do the same, and they can try and spread it out as much as possible, hit as many things without harming themselves. So it's like, if there's something that maybe Canada wouldn't want to tariff because it would be like the negative impacts on Canada would be too great, maybe it's something Mexico can tariff because maybe it's something that like won't have that harmful of an impact, something like that. And you can sort of spread the pain a little bit more.
There, a counter tariff, and we'll learn more about that from the Prime Minister in about an hour's time. We've heard some initial reaction from premiers, from the leader of the official opposition, and from the NDP leader. Pierre Poilievre, I should tell you, is set to do a media availability tomorrow morning in Vancouver at 8 a.m. Pacific. He's traveling tonight. That's part of the reason why he's not getting on camera before now. But we're bringing in all kinds of reaction because this obviously impacts the entire country in very different ways. And one person for joining us now is Chris Swanger. He's the president and CEO of the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States, and he joins us from McLean, Virginia. So this is the other
Distilled
side of the border,
Spirits
Chris.
Council.
But obviously you have some concerns about this as well. Tell me how you think this is going to impact your industry.
Well, first and foremost, on behalf of the Distilled Spirits Council, we certainly call on the Trump administration and the Canadian government to find common ground on some of the important issues that President Trump has registered. But, you know, I have the privilege of representing many Canadian distillers and U.S. distillers as well. And the impact of these tariffs would be very detrimental to the Canadian and the U.S. hospitality industry. And that includes the agriculture community, bars, restaurants, and so forth.
One of the things that we've seen already from the province of Nova Scotia is a decision to pull all American liquor from the shelves. I'm sure you know the Ontario Premier has also threatened that. We'll see whether he follows through. How worrying is that for you, the idea that it might sort of shut down completely the market up here?
Well, very worrisome, and that's not in Canada's interest. That's not in Ontario's interest as well. Ontario would lose a significant amount of tax revenue, first and foremost, and upset Canadian consumers who might appreciate American distilled spirits products. It's important to note that Canada in 2023 exported
These American have to ask, will the tariffs on Mexico affect the
worth
Popeyes?
of
Don, no, I think
spirits
the Popeyes
versus
Don
the
Julio
US,
meal might be okay.
Which was about $2.58. So we want to preserve and protect the Canadian spirits market, Canadian whiskey, which is a distinctive product, and at the same time hope that both governments come together so our industry is not affected. Canada's got much more to lose in terms of the spirits industry. I hate to say that in dollars and cents. So calm heads need to prevail, and that consideration would just hurt Canada even more. And we want to make sure that everybody gets these issues resolved, preserve and protect the industries of both great countries.
Sure, except Canada can't sit back and accept a 25% tariff on exports, as I'm sure you understand, and I understand your plea to the president. But I wonder what you and others are doing to try and convince him this isn't the way to go, because obviously
the liquor lads, as they call themselves.
Absolutely. Well, look, I can't speak on behalf of President Trump. We just encourage both governments to work closely together and get it resolved. So Canadians and Americans aren't impacted by.
I mean, we haven't tried it. We could send the Trailer Park Boys.
On business and all of the above.
Who's to say Bubbles won't be more effective than fucking Mr. Wonderful?
We have a saying,
Mr. Wonderful.
And it's called toast, not tariffs. And we hope our governments can get together and do that as well.
Okay. Chris Swanger, thank you so much for making the time. Appreciate it, sir.
Thanks, everyone.
okay, we're bringing you lots of different perspectives from different organizations and industries and people today to try to get a sense of how this is going to affect people on both sides of the border, because make no mistake, it will also impact Americans. Maybe it's a source of revenue for Donald Trump that he will later then filter out to Americans through tax cuts or other measures. But in the immediate, in the short term, there will certainly be an impact on Americans as well, because they will be paying the cost of those taxes/tariffs. I'm going to bring in Katie Simpson with the caveat, Katie, that we are waiting to hear from David Eby,
Yes.
the Premier
Send
of
Kiso.
Columbia, who's going to join us certainly.
Send Kiso and the chick who plays his sister on the show. I think they could get it done.
So it's interesting because Chris Wonger, he's trying to make the case that we got to get, this isn't good for anybody, which I think everyone would agree on, except it right now seems worse for this country. And I'm saying that objectively as well.
Yeah, and it struck me when he's like, well, the Canadian government and the American government need to get together to get to a deal, and that as a Canadian listening to that, after knowing that the Canadian government put forward a $1.4 billion plan to address concerns that Donald Trump has, that all of those measures that Canada was prepared and willing to take to show Donald Trump that, yep, you know what, we don't like fentanyl either. We think that this is a terrible thing. We don't want it in our country either. Let's cooperate. Let's do these things. And that message either didn't resonate with Donald Trump, he doesn't care, or didn't make it through to him in a way that was effective to get him to change his mind. And that has been something that's been going on for months, right? The Canadian push has been going on for months. So it's not like Canada hasn't been trying to get there, and this is a choice made by Donald Trump doing this. So that kind of stood out to me, being okay when he suggested that these two governments need to get together to do this. Canada has been trying, but perhaps it's not found a willing partner in the United
Is
States.
Karina supposed to say we're dumber than Americans?
Because that's the part that you've covered so intricately, and that is the number of visits, the outreach, whether it was the Prime Minister's trip down to Mar-a-Lago before he announced he was going to resign. That I remember that night as we were tracking his plane flying to Florida, it did seem kind of promising. It seemed like a good sign. And they ended the meeting and everyone was fairly upbeat and positive about it. And things have obviously derailed. So, why do we think that happened without trying to get into, obviously, the president's psychology here?
No, and you know what? There's something that happened at that dinner that has actually sort of led to the evolution of the 51st state thing that I'll get to that point in just a second. So that dinner happened. So it was a Monday night when that tariff, or it was an evening, I believe it was Monday. I can't remember if it was Monday or Tuesday. But when that tariff threat first came down with the statement on social media from Donald Trump saying, listen, you guys got to deal with the border, both Canada and Mexico. We don't want to see any more illegal immigration, and we don't want to see any more illegal drugs, specifically fentanyl, coming in. Canadian officials went down to Mar-a-Lago to go have a dinner with Donald Trump and some of the key members of his team, Howard Lee.
I don't even know who you are.
The Interior.
Who just gave me a follow?
Mike
I didn't see that one. I missed it.
Who is on track to
Lingrish, thank you for the follow.
The new national
Lingrush 69, thank you for the follow.
People within Donald Trump's inner circle. So
almost at
Trudeau,
1,000 followers. We only need like 79 more.
As well as
We're
Kirsten
ticking
Gilman
closer
there,
every day.
Katie Telford, who's the Prime Minister's chief of staff.
Welcome to the
Kirsten
stream.
Gilman was not at the table, but she was there in the room as well. So they had conversations, and Justin Trudeau presented the case to Donald Trump to say, listen, to make the Canadian case that these tariffs end up hurting.
Come and take it, Lingrush.
Bad for both economies. Trade is so interconnected.
Just so you know, I am Canadian, so there's no we here. It's you.
The American perspective and the American reporting, and that was when Donald Trump asked.
And I think you guys are wildly underestimating the Quebecois in this.
I'm going to do it.
Let's take over Canada calculation.
Columbia families that will not go unanswered. We won't back down or be pushed into becoming the 51st American state. Canada is a proud and independent nation. We're proud of how we take care of each other and our neighbors, just as BC firefighters have been helping the people of Los Angeles battle fierce wildfires. We're fortunate to live in the best province and the best country in the world. When our sovereignty is challenged, we have two choices: to surrender or to stand up.
Yeah, Alberta's been a
Today
little
we
bit
make the only
finicky
possible
on this.
choice. to stand up for British Columbians and all Canadians, to defend our workers, our businesses, and our communities. Times like this call for a plan of action that is both thoughtful and tough. Our strategy consists of three main components: to respond firmly and forcefully, to strengthen our economy at home, and to diversify our trading relationships in Canada and around the world. Canadians and Americans have always been friends and good neighbors. In many cases, we're family. We share
Both
the
countries
longest
suffered
undefended
into
border in the
depression
world.
along the what were the tariffs that caused the I forget what the name they were, but the ones that caused
liberating
the
Europe from fascism in the Second World War, to helping Ukrainians defend
they just keep
themselves,
repeating this
illegal
shit ad
invasion, war of
nauseum.
aggression
Smoot
today.
Hawley, yeah, that was the one. Those
Throughout
were
our
the
history,
tariffs that caused it,
British Columbians have had a unique
or
bond with
contributed
American
to
leaders.
it. I don't know if they were the only thing that
In
caused it.
1923, a huge crowd turned up in Stanley Park to greet President Harding, the first to ever visit Canada. In 1964, President Johnson came to Vancouver to sign the Columbia River Treaty, when Canada and the United States agreed to work together on flood prevention and electricity generation. One of his last acts as governor of Washington State, Governor Jay Inslee traveled to Langford to pay respects to our dearly departed friend, Premier John Horgan. President Trump's crushing 25% tariffs are a complete betrayal of the historic bond between our countries.
Is the White House still playing? I
It's a
mean,
declaration of economic war against a trusted ally and friend.
everything's flammable if you get
I
enough
understand
fire.
President Trump is concerned about fentanyl in the United States. Well, we're concerned about fentanyl too. It's taken too many lives here in BC and made people and communities less safe. We welcome U.S. support in stopping the flow of fentanyl, drug precursors, and organized crime from China and Mexico. We all need to work together on this global problem. This isn't the way to do it. As British Columbians and as Canadians, we'll stand strong and united in the face of this
The
unprecedented
only thing that's
attack.
legalized is
This
marijuana.
is not a fight we started, but we will respond firmly and forcefully. Here in BC, we support a strong Team Canada approach to stand up to Donald Trump. For our first of many steps, effective today, I have directed BC liquor sales to immediately stop buying American liquor from red states. Liquor store employees will be removing the most popular of these brands from government store shelves. I have directed government and our Crown Corporation.
Oh no, BC has a port connecting the largest, most important trading partner in the Pacific. Nefarious.
Government for a comprehensive, targeted set of national tariffs against American products. We call on them to act with urgency. The Americans are bigger, but if we don't stand up for ourselves, they'll just keep coming back for more. After response, the second pillar in our strategy is to strengthen our economy here and make our province more self-sufficient. Yesterday, the province's leaders in business, labor, and First Nations met as our provincial task force on economic security and trade. We are united and clear-eyed in our goal to diversify and grow our economy and deliver a unified response. We will come out of this stronger. We won't leave our prosperity to the whims of unpredictable forces from beyond our borders. That starts with leveraging our incredible natural strengths. To that end, we have identified 10 major projects to expedite right away, including mines, renewable energy, and natural gas. That is $20 billion of investment to create over 6,000 jobs and support people in northern and rural communities. We're accelerating permit approvals on critical mining and low-carbon energy projects. Creating good-paying jobs is crucial to protecting the services like healthcare and education that we rely on every day, making sure British Columbians can thrive no matter what the world throws at us.
It's
Finally,
been interesting to see the
diversifying our
mushroom
trading
stores do the exact same sort of strategy as the like
countries in Asia,
marijuana
Europe,
stores
and beyond.
pre-legalization, where they're
already
just
have
like,
new
we're just
trade
going to
missions
open the
planned to strengthen
stores
relationships across the
and
world.
operate until you
At the same
can
time,
legally
we're working
shut us
together with
down,
governments across the
and then
country
we'll just pop up
to
somewhere
knock
else.
down trade barriers within Canada and make sure all provinces are buying Canadian first. We will never again allow ourselves to be beholden to the whims of one person in the White House. Now, I know many of you at home are worried right now about your job, about your business, about your family. And make no mistake, these tariffs do threaten workers, businesses, and whole industries, not just here at home, but on the other side of the border as well. In 1930, the US Congress passed a punishing tariff law. Loyal trading partners, including Canada,
I don't know. I can still
retaliated.
read most people's license
American
places.
imports and
Not a
exports
bud.
dropped by
Unless
two-thirds.
unless this is a specifically BC
When the law
problem.
first passed, unemployment in the US was at 8%. 2 years later, 3 times as many Americans were out of work, turning a depression into the Great Depression. Today's trade war threatens to be just as devastating south of the border. Canada, and BC in particular, has what the US needs. For example, a 25% tariff on Canadian mineral exports will cost American companies over $11 billion, increasing costs for the US defense industry, energy production, and manufacturing, and running directly counter to President Trump's stated goal of a golden age. For
Oh, you're
Americans.
Niagara. Nice.
Today we're at a crossroad, and the journey ahead won't be easy, but there is no place on earth I would rather be to face this threat than right here in British Columbia. We have everything we need to succeed: abundant natural wealth and clean, cheap energy, a diversified economy, and access to global markets. And our most important resource of all, you, the people who call this beautiful place home. British Columbians are hardworking, highly skilled.
Yeah, we're going
and
back
resilient.
to the gold standard.
Through this uncertainty, our government will be there to stand up for you and your family. As proud British Columbians and Canadians, we will meet this moment together and come out stronger on the other side. Together we'll fight, not fold.
Yeah.
Be resolute, not roll over.
We're gonna back
Because
our
that's just
dollar
who
in
we
maple
are.
taffy.
Here in the true north, strong and free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now take questions. Our reporters on the phone line, please press *1 to enter the queue. We'll start in the room.
We do,
Reporters get
in
one
fact,
question and
have
one follow-up.
emergency
We're
maple
starting with
syrup
Paul
stores.
Johnson
That
from
is not a
Oklahoma.
joke for the Americans.
Thank you. Can you tell us, Premier, which particular sector of the economy are you most immediately concerned about in the short term as this plays out?
So the sectors that I'm particularly worried about are our resource sectors, especially the forest sector. The forest sector was already facing punishing softwood lumber.
Yeah, those are
duties,
hilarious.
It's not clear yet
The
whether
cheese
these additional
caves.
duties will contribute a further 25% to the cost of purchasing Canadian lumber for Americans. And I'm concerned on 2 fronts, obviously for Canadians, for British Columbians, the jobs in the forest industry, but also for Americans. The cost of their housing has just gone up. 1 out of every 5 sticks of lumber used in the United States comes from Canada.
I mean, if I had had enough, if I had thought about it, I probably could have gotten
broader question for
the
how
Zoom
you and
link
the other
for
premiers
this.
and the Prime Minister are going to deal with this. Is there a sense now, the way this has played out, that it's time to punch the bully in the nose and consider things that have been off the table so far? I know this isn't so much in the provincial realm, but defense. We're about to buy a bunch of surveillance planes from Boeing, replace our fighter jets, in a multi-billion-dollar deal from Lockheed Martin. Might it not be time for Canada to start considering the timing and the terms of major investments in the American economy like that at this point?
Well, the Prime Minister will speak for the national approach, but I can tell you for British Columbia, we're looking at all of the purchasing that we're doing. Just the liquor purchasing that we do here in British Columbia
Don't
is
recommend
$3.5
what?
billion. We are
Calling into the Zoom
on how you do the
on
math,
Twitch? Yeah,
in
I'm
the
not
top
going to do that.
5 purchasers of alcohol products in the world through our liquor distribution branch. And so whether it's liquor or
okay.
whether it's materials for our hospitals or our schools or public service,
I mean, we
all
don't.
of those,
What are we
will
going to
be under the lens
fire?
of these tariffs, and we'll be buying
Discount Seth
from other
Rogen.
jurisdictions and Canadian products first, in preference to American products. And for major defense expenditures, which I know is a priority for the Americans, for the president, he wants to see Canada putting additional money into defense. Well, we're all happy to do that work together. But these tariffs will force Canada into procuring from other countries.
Next, we go to Jason Hui from Mingpao.
Hi, Premier. With this decision today,
How long do you think we could sustain ourselves in this fight with U.S.?
This is an important question for British Columbians. It's important for people at home to know that BC is the least trade-exposed province to the United States. And this is a function of deliberate strategies by governments through the years to diversify our economy, including our government, and to expand our trade across the Pacific. And it's also a function of our geography. Unlike Ontario or Manitoba or Quebec, we do have access to those global markets. Even despite the fact that we're the least affected, it will be profoundly damaging for BC families and businesses. And one of the realities that will come from this, I'm sure, for business owners, certainly for our government, is the recognition that even when the tariffs are taken off, the relationship will not go back to the way it was before. We will not put ourselves in this position again of being as exposed to the United States.
This does kind of feel like this is going to be
that we have to deepen our relationships and
sort
support
of a
businesses in taking risks to expand trading networks away from what's easiest and most convenient, which is just right across the border.
Not
just
a
short
sea
drive from
change.
where
What's the term I'm looking
I can
for?
see the U.S. from here. It's that easy. But we have to push ourselves to diversify those trading relationships. So we
like a
protect
moment where
BC
there's like a
families
before and
Canadians from
after.
future
Like it's
actions
not like
this.
like
One follow-up.
even if Trump tomorrow was like, I was just fooling.
In the meeting that
This
all
is
the
the toothpaste is out of the
same page
tube at
now,
this point
or
now.
Are we still seeing some divided opinion from some particular premiers?
Watershed
We had an
moment,
emergency
yeah.
First
yes.
Ministers meeting today
I think
with the Prime Minister.
That's what I was
and
thinking.
Premiers were united and resolute about the need to respond firmly and forcefully to these tariffs. And I believe that the President's actions have really brought Canadians together and focused us on the threat at hand to our jobs, to our families, and our economy. And, by the way, to American families as well.
Next, we'll go to the phone lines. Reporters, please take yourself off mute and off speaker so we can hear you clearly. We will start with Nono Shen from the Canadian Press. Go ahead, Nono.
Oh, hi. For taking my question. So, Premier, I noticed that in President Trump's executive order, he singled out BC, saying Canada's heightened domestic production of fentanyl is largely from BC. It seems to me that President Trump thinks BC is one of the players in international fentanyl trade. I wonder, may I ask your reaction on that?
Well, I've heard many justifications for these tariffs from President Trump. And I also heard him say there's literally nothing that Canada can do to prevent these tariffs from being put in place.
Basically that's kind of the whole game there. You can't then say, oh, we should take the border seriously and crack down on fentanyl when Trump is saying there's nothing they can do. I'm doing this because it's not about that. That's just the justification he's given for something he was going to do anyways. He wanted to do something, and then he found a reasonable explanation for why post facto, or whatever the term is there.
Provincial government. If the president wants to come up and wants to do that work, he can come to British Columbia and we can talk about the work that we can do together. I'm keen to do that because we share a goal of addressing those major issues. But I can assure you that this is not the way to do it. To have a 10% tariff on China and a 25% tariff on British Columbia and Canada, when one country, and certainly this province, wants to work with you to go at that issue, it doesn't make any sense to me. These tariffs don't make sense. They don't achieve his goal of economic growth for the United States. We provide so much of what the United States needs. And they are simply unjustified because we're here to do this work together.
No, do you have a follow-up?
Sorry, I was not laughing at him.
I have another question regarding for lots of people, for like lots of British Columbians, they are like worried about losing their jobs. They are like for lots of people, they are like anxious about how to pay their rent in the upcoming months. I wonder, do you have any message to reassure them? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Nono. For people who are concerned about their jobs, they're in trade-exposed industries where they trade particularly with the United States, and employers have made statements about the potential impact of tariffs. What I can tell you is that the federal government is working to ensure that the employment insurance program is there to support people. And just like during COVID, where we closed the gaps between federal programs that would have left British Columbians or British Columbia businesses out in the cold, we'll do that again. will make sure that British Columbians who are losing their jobs as a result of these tariffs are supported in two ways. One is with programs to ensure that you and your family get through this. And the other is by growing and strengthening our economy so that we have jobs that are not dependent on the United States, using our resources to ensure that we're delivering that strong and independent economy so you and your family have a prosperous future here, regardless of whatever happens south of the border in terms of the politics there.
Let me know when you have
Next,
that
we'll
hockey
go
team.
to Wolf Deppner, Black Press. Go ahead, Wolf.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Premier.
Okay.
Thank you for taking my question.
We're going to jump in here because I think we've got a good sense there from the Premier
Damn
of
it.
British Columbia, David Eby, about his province's response to these tariffs. I'm going to repeat some of the language that he used because it was quite remarkable, saying that this is an
You're
economic
going to jump in to
war that has
repeat
been
something he's
declared
already said?
against a trusted ally and friend.
It's still got 40 minutes till
he said that
Trudeau
he
speaks.
doesn't-
Just
that
let
the
it
tariffs
run.
Don't make sense.
Why are you
and that,
doing extra work?
That the premiers in their call earlier.
You're
this
just trying to
evening
kill
were
time. You've been
united and
Rosie.
resolute.
You've been
He
on
is
since
taking,
like
sort of very
1
similar
p.m. in
actions
the
to what actions we
afternoon.
heard in,
Let
Nova
him let it
Scotia,
run. Take a
in
pee
terms of
break.
Targeting liquor from red
Who is
states. He's
who
pulling
is
that
the
from the shelves in
this
British Columbia.
the
And he's also,
slave
making
master
sure that,
behind the
procurement
camera
is,
with a big whip
not
going,
happening
work,
in the United
Rosie,
States. I'll go to
work.
David Cochrane in just a minute to go through a little bit more of that. But Justin Trudeau
Let
has
this
also,
woman have a
posted
snack
on X,
and a
as
bathroom
we
break.
wait for him to officially talk to us about the next moves.
Or
for
I
the
assume
Canadian
that's what they
government.
were just doing. But I mean,
That is the podium there in the West Block where we will see
Premier
the Prime
Eby
Minister
was filling
in
time.
about 40 minutes time or so. In the
Yeah,
meantime,
she
I'll
said
read to
she
you
said
what he has
Premier
posted on
like
social
this.
Media. He says the United States has confirmed that
Or
it
no, like,
intends
wait,
to
is it
impose
this that gave him
25%
away?
tariffs on most Canadian goods.
Because he said
with
this, you're supposed to do it
10%
like
tariffs
this.
on energy starting February 4th. He goes on to say, I've met with the premiers and our cabinet today, and I will be speaking with President Sheinbaum of Mexico shortly. We did not want this, but Canada is prepared, and I'll be addressing Canadians later this evening. That's where he will be addressing.
Also, apparently that had like the Inglourious Bastards. This thing has become like an actual useful like thing for because it's like it's not just Germans, it's like Europeans in general, where there's like now like there's a subsection of European men who are basically dressing like Noah Kahan. Or like just like they're in like the like Carhartt jackets and the hoodie and they're like they try to mask their accents, so they're like how to tell if he's an American tourist or a European bro just trying to pretend like he's from like Idaho or some shit.
Kentucky bourbon, these sorts of things, probably not.
Which is very funny.
Interesting choice there. Talks about how they're trying to diversify things. He is in the advantageous position relative to most other provinces in Canada, that British Columbia, because being on the Pacific coast and access to the Asian markets and the Pacific markets is less vulnerable to U.S. action than, say, Alberta, Ontario, the Atlantic provinces, though that doesn't mean it's going to be painless, right? So the questions are about how do you support people, what do you do? He says they're going to be looking at doing things now to get away from U.S. procurement. There are some questions there about the military procurement purchases that Canada is doing. You know, surveillance planes. There's the F-35s, for example, which is a big purchase. Questions being asked about whether or not you can cancel those and get away from those. Then you antagonize your NATO partners because so much of this goes into that 2% spending target. So this just speaks to the challenges you face and still having to buy things from the U.S. When you have no choice. I'm speaking to a source with some connections, and it says that they're looking at inside the government excluding Americans from maybe future procurement contracts at the national level, as long as this is happening. Obviously, in some cases you can't do that. Like if you need a fighter jet, if you need to buy iPhones, you're going to have to buy that from an American company. But if there is a Canadian option or
I don't know. Apparently, the Chinese have those whatever sixth generational fighter jets. Buy some of those. See how the Americans react.
Very specifically, the LCBO, the biggest bulk purchaser of alcohol, in the world, as the Premier of Ontario likes to say. We might be number 2 on that list before this is all over, Rosie, the way things are going today. I don't know. But this is something where they think they can hit the U.S. market where it hurts on very specific products. And as the earlier guest was saying, don't do that. because Canada will lose
Yeah. Also,
more
yeah,
than the US
we're
lose.
their
I
number
don't know if a
one
lot of
source
people are
of
gonna
timber.
Crack open
And they build a lot of homes with those.
or a California cab tonight with everything that's going on between.
So that's gonna probably
Maybe if
have
you've already
some
bought it
impacts.
and it's in the fridge, you might, but you won't buy another bottle. Is probably what will happen. But
I think methinks Rosie has a bottle in her
example, though, of
fridge
what you're talking about,
and doesn't
this
want to
kind
immediately
of,
throw it out.
What Canadians might feel right now or be feeling and how they might respond to this. We do have an example of that occurred tonight at the Ottawa Senators hockey game, and I want to play that tape for people, and then we'll come back with some more guests.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright
Yes, we've been getting free money.
bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
Oh, we've got testers coming out for Trudeau. 35 minutes.
The bombs bursting in air, keep roaring through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The problem is that she has to. It feels like she's getting booed.
During the anthem there in Ottawa, and that is, perhaps a sign of how some people are feeling tonight in the wake of this news that will affect them.
Yeah.
And everybody is
You
well
ain't getting
aware of that and
Alberta.
feeling anxious about it.
Mole on
It's
laid,
not about
motherfucker.
the woman singing. It was about the message that people in that arena were trying to send, David.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Minnesota Wild that the Ottawa Senators are playing. And look, I watch a lot of sports.
You do.
Not really seeing a lot of booing of the national anthem. That is a rare and extraordinary event, especially in a regular season contest between the Ottawa Senators and the Minnesota Wild. Let's face it, this is not exactly, a big grudge match going on there that would lead to something like that. So that just gives you a sense of where things are, And Rosie, Adrienne was talking about all the emails she was getting from ordinary Canadians. A lot of people back home in Newfoundland have just been emailing me or sending me stuff on Facebook. And, I was there in 2001. After 9/11, not in Gander,
Or just grab
which was
the booing
epicenter
clip
for the
from
support
online.
effort. The musical "Come From Away" is based on what the town of Gander did, but in St. John's.
I think
where
here's the
sky
thing.
got
They've been
really
live
loud
since
with diverted planes, but it's the
maybe
capital
1
city, much more
p.m. They're
capacity
really
to
just
absorb it
trying to
than a
fill
town of,
time
under
till
10,000
Trudeau
that Gander was
speaks,
at the time.
and then they can all go home.
It was Canadians took in the world because America was under attack, and a lot of Americans were given shelter and comfort in Canada at a very difficult and dark and uncertain time in their country. I also remember in late January of 2004 being sent to Conception Harbor, Newfoundland, a town just outside of St. John's, because Corporal Jamie Murphy was killed by a suicide bomber in Afghanistan. And going there with the CBC News crew to speak to his family. He was 26 years old, I believe, when he was killed. And our team negotiating with the parish priest, not negotiating, but working through the parish priest to find a way that all the media could speak to Corporal Jamie Murphy's family about the loss they had suffered as Canada and the other NATO partners responded to the invocation of Article 5 to go to the defense of the United States, which had been attacked. And I think about those moments and how it was an unquestioning leap to aid no matter the the cost of spending money to look after people and feed people when they landed in Newfoundland, in the hours after 9/11, and then the human cost
I
of
don't
going
think
to fight Al Qaeda and the Taliban.
Well, you never know. Trudeau probably watches a decent amount of CBC.
And just the emails I'm getting from people,
or at
from
least the
home
people
talking
who
about
work
those
for him do.
moments, and looking at where we are now, where the national anthem of the United States is being booed at a sporting event because of what Donald Trump has done. It's stunning to sort of like be here on the air at this moment talking about it, because you just never thought something this significant would happen in the Canada-U.S. relationship.
Yeah, I also am getting, I would say, hundreds of emails from people who feel very much like this is a bit of a slap in the face. And I know Adrian's tracking all of that, and we'll get to her in a moment. I want to squeeze in a couple of guests, though, before we get to that, and before the Prime Minister and his ministers pop up. I'll bring in Arlene Dickinson. She's a member of the Council on Canada-U.S. Relations for the Prime Minister. And, of course, you recognize her as a host of Dragon's Den, and she's been on TV a lot in the past few days. Arlene, thanks for joining us from Toronto again tonight.
Thanks, Rosemary. It's good to be here.
I don't think Americans have any leg to stand on to say that, to accuse anyone of not fixing their country when you have planes falling out of the sky on a nearly daily basis now. In the Biden administration, it was trains. Now you've got your own Black Hawk military helicopters flying into passenger planes. Other small planes falling out of the sky. Your chicken farms are filled with bird flu. No one can afford an egg. BlackRock owns, 15% of all the homes in the U.S.? Don't come here and look at us and say, fix our shit. When you guys we have to send you water bombers from Quebec because you don't have the infrastructure to fight your own fires in California. Don't get up in our grill. You guys don't have your own house in order. Yeah, Blackhawks that you're flying into passenger planes. Great use of them.
So we are here. This has happened, and we are getting ready to hear from the Prime Minister about the retaliation. How are you feeling, knowing that this is where we are at with the Canada-U.S. relationship?
I think, listen, there has been such an effort against negotiating to make sure this didn't happen, but this is the outcome.
And then this is what you're doing.
New video
with
shows
your
a military
F-35s.
plane crashing at a base in Alaska on Tuesday. As you're about to began to spin out of control. Then it just simply drops from the sky before crashing at Isles.
Maybe give your pilots some training before you start criticizing Canada.
Canadians, and Canadians are mad, as you've just identified. I mean, people are pretty upset.
I was being,
and I believe rightly so.
It's not 15%. It's like a couple percent, but it's a lot.
Right now.
The uncertainty has been difficult, but now we see what's in front of us. So the biggest concern is making sure that we continue to invest and be able to get our products to market. So we have to diversify the trading partners we have. We have to make sure that people are protected.
And to be clear, BlackRock invests in companies that own
to get their goods to their customers. And
real estate
I work
holdings.
in the food and health space and the consumer goods space, and a lot of the companies that I deal with, Rosemary, are very early stage companies who.
Yeah, and it's not DEI. It's just you're deciding not to spend money on anything except for fucking the AI bubble.
Are just starting to get their feet under them and finding.
And now
their
the
customer
Chinese
base,
have
getting,
even surpassed you on
starting to make
that.
money. I mean, we're talking businesses that are in the a few $1 million to maybe $30 million in size, and they're just getting going. And this is a blow to them. I mean, it's difficult to raise capital at the best of times, so it's going to be hard.
Do you think that we will see businesses shut down, businesses move to the
Get
United
another
States? What do you think will be
Celsius.
the outcome?
I'm hoping that
And
this
enjoy
is a
them while they
moment where
last.
businesses are able to find the investment they need to stay in Canada and to find other markets to serve if that is what needs to happen. I am certain there will be some.
Well,
that
Nato,
move to
but
the
if
US
that's
to
true, then why
manufacture.
is their
I hope
thing
that
apparently
that's
better
far
and
and few
you lost $1
between.
trillion
Frankly,
on your
because
stock
what we
market
need
the
is
day
to
it
strengthen
launched?
our
That's
manufacturing
almost
in this
more
country so that we
embarrassing.
can,
If they
be
stole all
more
that stuff
independent
and
of the
then
United
managed to
States.
make it better than yours.
And do you think that's where that has to go, Arlene?
Give your head a
even
shake.
If we are just dealing with Donald Trump for 4 years, and it's going to be hard. We obviously know that, but that we need to take this as a moment to sort of pivot some of our own domestic production and our own economy?
I do. I think this is a moment in time. We need to think about how we can take down the interprovincial trade barriers that have been in place far too long. Xi
Jinping made DeepSeek in a cave with a bunch of scraps.
And getting
That's what you sound like. That's what you sound like, getting upset that the Chinese stole ChatGPT. Oh, did the Chinese steal from the company that only exists because it stole from like every recorded work of art in human history?
And if not now, when?
Those poor babies.
What would you say to some of the people that you know and other small businesses and Canadians who are watching this, and you're obviously a very successful business person, and who are saying, I don't know what I'm going to do? What would you say to them?
Yeah, I think just when I think about
it was funny at the conference I was at, there was like an AI
and I think about,
investor
I'm an immigrant
sort of
to
thing,
this country.
and he was doing
and
he was at a press conference with media producers and a bunch of like writers and directors and all that stuff. And his take was basically, AI companies have already stolen all your stuff. We're never going to pay you for it. Get over it. And I'm like, oh, that's an interesting take for this audience.
The best thing we can do is stand together. That we have to think about ways to support each other, both financially and just encouraging, just listening to what we were talking about in terms of the stories about the soldiers and what we do to kind of support other people that are in trouble. So this is a moment in time for us to come together and to make sure that there's the right measures in place to ensure that Canadians are harmed as little as possible. But it would be wrong to say that they're not going to be harmed. It would be wrong to say there's not going to be impact. There is. And all we can do right now is focus on making sure that we have our ducks in order to keep our economy as strong as we can as we get through this.
Arlene Dickinson, nice of you to make the time. I know you've been doing a lot of that this week, and we appreciate it again tonight. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, Rosemary.
We'll bring in some more reaction with Scott Gillingham. He is the mayor of Winnipeg, my hometown. Mayor, nice to see you. Thank you for standing by and making the time for us tonight.
Good to see you, Rosemary. Thank you.
What do you think this means for, for your city and for the people in your city? Because everyone's going to be impacted in different ways. Do you have a sense of what the impact will be there?
Well, I'm certainly concerned. I've spoken to many of our business leaders in the last 48 hours, leaders in aerospace and agriculture, advanced manufacturing, and everybody is certainly very, very concerned. And as we know, not only for the city of Winnipeg, but for all cities. I mean, municipalities really are the engine of Canada's economy. Our nation's economy flows through or is centered in our cities. And so these tariffs and any perhaps retaliatory tariffs are going to have a big impact on our cities, and we're very concerned.
We've heard from a couple of premiers, most recently the Premier of BC tonight, about things that he's going to do to try and limit how much is spent on American goods and send a message. Is there anything that municipalities can do from that front? Have you given that any thought?
We have given it some thought. A couple of things. I'm the vice chair of the Big City Mayors Caucus, and so as city mayors, we are certainly supporting a Team Canada approach. I think cities have a role to play to support our provincial and municipal leaders. I think this is a real time for us as a nation to come together as one, to take a really coordinated approach to that. I did hear Premier Eby's comments just a few moments ago, and he talked about that, the need for a coordinated approach, and so city mayors will support that. I know that the FCM, Federation of Canadian Municipalities Mayors, will also be joining Premier Ford in Washington on February 11th to 12th alongside the Council of the Federation to meet with U.S. counterparts and lawmakers.
What are your concerns about what this does to the Canada-U.S. relationship, Mayor? I mean, as I said, I grew up there. I would go to North Dakota to do shopping for a weekend and spend money in the United States. And I would imagine that people in Winnipeg might give that a second thought right now.
A bunch of American AI companies had their code open source.
I've called for right now, as many other mayors.
Well, then for us to, what's Sam Altman's? Is that OpenAI?
Really
they went closed source and they went from open source and not for profit, and then closed source and for profit.
Those business
and it's like, yeah,
and,
fuck you,
and
screw you, I don't care.
Trying to produce locally. I think also we need to find ways.
Your product is
municipalities to make sure that we
It seems like a net negative to society.
Said, and, reducing those interprovincial trade barriers, and also finding ways we as a city can reduce red tape.
Yeah, but they were explicitly like a not-for-profit
have
company.
An easier time of doing business here.
Are you worried though about what this is going to mean for your city in terms of how,
you're
how
just
it's
saying
going
they
to
could have gone
survive in the short term once
for
these
profit
tariffs
and
hit
stayed
on
open
Tuesday?
source?
I am worried. You know, we want to do all we can to make sure we're supporting businesses and to protect jobs, protect paychecks within our city, and so we're certainly not passive. We're right there taking an active approach and joining with others from coast to coast. You know, taking initiative directly to support businesses and those federal provincial leaders who are coordinating an approach.
Okay, Mayor Gillingham, thank you for standing by.
3 months,
I know,
fucking
we had you wait
good
for a
luck.
little bit, but we appreciate it. Really good to get.
Yeah, there was a whole controversy with the whole
I do want to, before we get
Sam
to
Altman
Adrian,
and
just
the
let
board
people know
leaving
that the
under
President of Mexico,
weird
President
circumstances
Sheinbaum
that I don't think were ever really explained.
responded on social media. This is our translation.
His
via
sister
Google
making
Translation,
some very serious
saying,
allegations
quote, "We
against him.
categorically reject the slander that the White House is making against the Mexican government of having alliances with criminal organizations, as well as any
Is that his
intention
sister?
of intervention in our territory. If such an alliance exists anywhere,
Or
it
is
is in
that
the
one of the
armories of
safety
the United
people?
States that sell high-powered weapons to these criminal groups, as demonstrated by the United States Department of Justice itself in January of this year. Mexico does not want confrontation. We start from the collaboration between neighboring countries. Mexico does not want fentanyl to reach the United States anywhere. And to this end, I propose to the president that we establish a working group with our best public health and safety teams. She goes on a bit more to talk about the fentanyl crisis, but I wanted to get that in there first because the language is quite strong, but also because the Prime Minister was expected to speak to the Mexican president before he comes out to speak to Canadians. Speaking of Canadians, let's go to Adrian Arsenault, who joins me again now. Adrian, any thoughts as we wait for the Prime Minister who's going to address the nation on this critical day?
Do I have thoughts? I got a lot of thoughts, Rosie. One of the things I was thinking about was when you and David were talking about the anthem.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
You really are.
It's one of the founding principles of Canada. It's keeping the Yanks on their side of the border. Let me find it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Come on. Yes, dude. Why is... There it is. There it is. Part of our heritage, ladies and gentlemen.
Careful, that champagne cost.
Like, I found it really funny when everyone was, like, shitting on, like, people for saying that Canadian identity was built on, like, opposition to the Americans, when it's like, that's explicitly what it was.
Mr. McDonald, do you plan to bribe the entire delegation?
Our methods may differ, Mr. Brown, but our objective is the same.
My objective, sir, is honest talk.
And mine is to win.
Gentlemen, enough. We must convince the Maritimes or there will be no confederation.
Aye, George. Today, civil war grips America. How long before they look to our borders again?
Separated, the colonies are isolated and weak.
But united. Just imagine. To the east, the Atlantic provinces.
Yes, our core identity was keeping the Americans on their side of the line.
Then Upper and Lower Canada, across the prairies to the Rockies and beyond. A new country.
No, Trump is the one whipping up the nationalism. Trudeau's not whipping up shit like that. Like, all of this is getting whipped up by Trump in response to Trump. That's always been what has been like the seed of nationalism. Has been keeping the Yankees on their side of the line. That's always been Canada. That's our thing.
Won by a railway from...
He's the Prime Minister. He's supposed to.
To sea. Gentlemen,
especially when it's being attacked by an aggressive foreign state.
Time for union is now. I ask you to take the dare.
The Charlottetown Conference set Confederation in motion. On July 1st,
if it were Polyev, he would and should do the same thing.
Sir John A. Macdonald became Canada's first Prime Minister.
Careful, careful. That champagne cost a fortune.
Mr.
I think you're going to see
And you saw from
patriotism.
Poilievre's statement that he is
to
also
bring everyone back
wrapping
up to
himself
speed,
in the
so
flag.
it's the Mar-a-Lago meeting. Donald Trump sitting next to Justin Trudeau, and there's a moment in this meeting that has clearly resonated with Donald Trump and has really shaped the way he's sort of looked at the Canada-U.S. relationship. At that meeting, at that dinner, Donald Trump recalls, or he says in his own words, that he asked Justin Trudeau, what will happen to Canada if we put tariffs, these 25% tariffs on your country?
We don't have a common core identity. We have English Quebec and Quebec. Sorry, English Canada, English Quebec. We have English Canada, and like half of the story of Canada is that dual identity, like conflict and living side by side sort of thing. There's the prairies and the Maritimes. What is the common core identity between the prairies and the Maritimes other than Confederation?
Around him talk about it, and they cite that as what gave him fuel to really push the 51st state thing. We heard it from Marco Rubio. So Marco Rubio is the new U.S. Secretary of State. He was on a podcast recently with Megyn Kelly, and she was sort of asking
the existence of
Quebec, which is going to be Canada or Greenland, which is going to be the 51st
puts
state.
A lie to the idea that Canada has ever had a common core identity.
Fixated on this in this moment, and it was what Justin Trudeau said to Donald Trump in that moment that he tried to seize on, because we know that
what is the common core identity between the fucking Golden Horseshoe in Ontario and like Iqaluit?
And so it's that moment. Now, do I take
it's Confederation?
Do I believe that Donald Trump, or do I believe that Justin Trudeau used the language that Donald Trump is saying? No, because it's been described to be by multiple government sources as it wasn't.
And the
that
fact
kind
that
of
we're
language.
not the
We did
Americans.
express that it could be harmful for the Canadian economy. But Donald Trump has seized on that, whether he sees it as sort of a weakness or something to exploit, and he's really run with it and driven with it. And now we're at this moment where, you know, he keeps making the jokes and saying it's not a joke,
gallant to the American goofus.
Force, and it's certainly not a joke when he's going to impose these, you know, economy devastating tariffs. But that moment, that specific interaction is something that has stuck with Trump and has resonated in his circle. So that was the point I was going to get at. I can't remember what you had asked me originally before we had that conversation.
It doesn't matter. We needed to finish the story for people who were on the edge of their seat.
No,
and it is one of those telling moments that sometimes
Confederation cold, yes.
So important for Donald Trump.
Cannot forget the
cold.
cold.
Motivates him to make certain decisions. So, okay, we appreciated that.
And one other thing, though, even though Donald Trump has said, even though we know that Donald Trump has made comments about, you know, the 51st state in the past, that one really fueled it. Also, one little quick thing, the Canadians, according to a senior Canadian government source, Canadians were first informed that the tariffs were coming just before 10 o'clock this morning. It was Howard Lutnick, who's poised to become the Commerce Secretary. He called up Dominic LeBlanc to deliver the news. And then early this afternoon, Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State, he called Melanie Joly to talk about it as well, and sort of the early sort of TikTok behind the scenes as to what happened.
Okay, be interesting to see what they said to them and what the response was. We'll obviously try and get all that as well. Thank you, Katie. Appreciate it. CBC's Katie Simpson in Washington, as we are about 15 minutes out from hearing from the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, hoping that he is on time in order to give us the federal government's response.
It's going to be a late one, Rosie.
On
I'm sorry.
Day. Economically damaging, devastating day for this country that will start on Tuesday. And certainly a very challenging day.
Well, Trump didn't, if that's your read on it, Trump didn't have to give them the excuse. Trump didn't have to do any of this. This is all self-inflicted. This is a choice that Trump made.
A Canadian snowbird in Florida who is very, very concerned and doesn't plan to return to Florida next year if this continues. So that gives you a sense of how Canadians
You don't get to blame how people respond to
what is going to be a very
actions that no one forced him to make or that he had no need to do.
Mayor, nice to see you.
Thank you, Rosie.
25% blanket tariffs is the slap in the face, not a bud.
And now here we are. It's real. And I know that your city is so deeply connected to the United States. How are you
Even with the
feeling
10%
about the
carve out on
relationship, knowing
energy,
that this is where we're
it's a
headed?
slap in the face.
Well, it's just been a really sad day. I've been melancholy all day, and I've been doing different events
To
in the community.
America's
It's just
greatest and
sad.
most
It
steadfast
feels like
ally.
Rosie, like a marriage that's come to an end, and you've tried everything you can to make it work, and it's not going to work out. And that is the sadness about this as a border city, Sarnia, Port Huron, those relationships. And I don't know how we're going to restore that relationship. I just don't know how we're going to do it, given what has happened.
Yeah, the U.S. shouldn't have let Mexican cartels flood their country with fentanyl.
No, I have not. And
that
I
was a
recall
bad
the
thing
last
for
time the mayor
them
and I
to
were
do.
supposed to get there, that she deferred, I think, because she was concerned about her constituents being Trump people. And that's happening everywhere. I'm finding the American politicians are turtling. They're too scared of what Trump can do to their reelection chances to
I'm
speak
sorry,
out.
but after this,
And it is
Trump,
sad.
the
And going
Americans
back
don't
to
get
what
to
you were
be
just
upset
talking
about who
the Ottawa
Canada does
Senator's debate
business
and
with.
the booing.
That's
I've
our
already had
business
a
now.
request. In a border city, we have Canadian American flags on our waterfront.
I don't think they
different
get to make
arenas and things
demands
like that.
anymore.
I've already had a request from a citizen to take down the American flags. Never had that happen before. So the anger is deep, and it's abiding with Canadians right now.
So there's this emotional response. And
I
then
didn't know
there's
you
sort
were
of the
American,
practical
Bud.
things that are going to happen because of the tariff. What are you most worried about for Sarnia, Mayor, in terms of the economic impact?
Well, Sarnia, as you know, is the energy hub of Eastern Canada. Line 5 comes into Sarnia. There's 26 other pipelines that come into Sarnia. We're a major border crossing, like Windsor, and the economic impact. So our response, you can do the cosmetic.
Well, you seem like
you're
just
really
really happy to roll over and show your belly to Donald Trump and the Americans.
You wonder how much longer do we be the passive, quiet Canadian?
Doesn't seem like the behavior of a real fucking Canadian.
As people. And that's where I think it's going to take a lot of time and energy to do so. Very interested in what the PM is going to say, because that'll help set the tone for the rest of the country.
Yeah. And so you obviously would be in support of some sort of counter tariffs, and what would you like?
Now it's going to start closer to 9, of course.
Well, believe it or not, I'm
another
very
40
reluctant
minutes
to go down that route because of what could happen with the pipelines coming into this part of Canada. They could be cut off immediately. We have pipelines from Pennsylvania that brings in gas. We've got the ones from the Alberta that comes through the America. I am worried about the retaliation, and cutting off bourbon and other things like that in certain foods isn't going to make a huge difference. So it better be very tactical and very sophisticated, since we now know that whatever we do is going to escalate the situation. So it comes back in the end to this: if you're going to go to war,
I'm so excited for the Xavier
Xavier
Trudeau's rap career.
Yeah. What about just
Can't
the
wait
back and
for that
forth
song
of
to come
people
out.
across the border, Mayor, between Sarnia and Port Huron? Do you think that will change because of what we're obviously there's no impact. You're allowed to go back and forth, but I just wonder whether there'd be any change in people's behavior.
It's happening already. I'm hearing it
second.
daily about people saying, I'm not going there, whether it be to Florida or Port Huron, Chicago, you name it. And people saying they're changing their patterns for next winter. And it's not organized. And it's probably the best type of boycott that could happen, because I don't think governments can always organize boycotts. But people just don't want to go there. And they're worried about being in that environment, that Trump environment, which seems to have taken over the entire United States. And I would say today his support in the U.S. is probably higher than it was when he was elected. And so people don't want to go into that if they don't have to. And so that's what's really bothering me. That relationship is just totally falling apart.
Okay, Mike Bradley, thank you for making time on this evening. Really good to hear from a border mayor today. It's particularly nice to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosie.
Thanks. We're standing by to bring you the comments from the Prime Minister. He's scheduled to appear at 8:30 Eastern. We'll see whether that happens or not. But of course, his response, as the mayor said there, so critical in terms of laying out the response from Canada to the United States, but also I think in terms of setting the intention for Canadians so that Canadians can feel better, frankly, about what we are about to face, an enormous economic challenge. I'll bring back David Cochrane now, host of Power and Politics, of course. David, over to you, and I don't know what your thoughts are at this hour of the evening.
The Prime Minister's running late, Rosie.
Oh, great.
Is what I'm told.
Okay.
The call with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum ran long. 8:45
I can do 8:45. That's no problem. Yeah, we can do that.
Now, I don't know if that's AM or PM. I'm hoping it's PM, and I really hope it's Eastern time and not Pacific, because I think we're both running out of voice. But look, the mayor there, the vast majority of the Canadian population lives within driving distance of the U.S. border for a reason, right?
Yep.
There's an economic partnership, well, the climate, but there's an economic partnership and a cultural partnership and a shared partnership going back, like the War of 1812 was bad. This is before Newfoundland was part of it all, but, then it got better since then. And it's been an important relationship that is being tested now in a way that is going to be very difficult. I mean, booing the national anthem at a hockey game, taking down the flags at border towns. We saw Doug Ford and we saw Wab Kinew and we saw premiers, when this all started, having press conferences with the Canadian and American flags and the provincial flags behind them in the early days of this to express their solidarity with Americans, if not the American administration, and the importance of the relationship culturally, economically, and militarily, despite the feuding over NATO spending and all of these things. This is testing it in a way that's pretty profound. And as I said earlier, when Katie was with us, that how this is by choice. This is not the subprime mortgage crisis. This is not COVID. This is not some other, globally imposed economic crisis that has brought this down. This is an active, deliberate choice by the President of the United States, the cabinet members who, if you listen to what Canadian ministers have said about their conversations with them, are fully aware of the consequences of this action. And this will not be vocally opposed, it seems, by Republican members of Senate and Congress, not by a lot of them. We've seen Susan Collins, the senator from Maine, express concern about this because of the integration of the Maine economy, particularly the energy they get, with the Canadian economy. We've seen Senator Kramer from North Dakota. We've seen Rand Paul, for very different reasons, because he represents sort of the Freedom Caucus of the Republican Party, very much a libertarian mind of things, just not liking any kind of trade imposition being put in place, speaking out. But by and large, the vast majority of the Republican Party has been captured by the MAGA movement and are all under the constant threat of being primaried and losing their nomination, in the midterm elections or in the off-cycle congressional elections, if they are out of line with President Donald Trump. So that has had the net effect, with the able assist of Elon Musk, who still has Canadian citizenship, as I understand it, and his social media platform, whatever we're calling it these days, to whip these people into a frenzy and motivate them and point them at a singular target. Some interesting things to watch on that relationship. I know Chrystia Freeland, who is running for the leadership of the Liberal Party right now, has suggested a massive tariff on Tesla as part of the Canadian government response.
Yeah.
The Ontario government has an interesting decision it's going to have to make, even though it's in the middle of an election. They recently did a $100 million contract with Elon Musk's Starlink to provide internet service to rural parts of Ontario and remote parts of Ontario. There's a Canadian option, Telesat, that is out there that you could do a deal with instead. I remember when the federal government did a deal with Telesat on expanding coverage and doing work and getting satellites into space. This was mocked and ridiculed online by some politicians suggesting, you can get a better deal from Elon Musk. It'll be a whole lot cheaper. Might want to reconsider some of those positions in light of things. Like this is that part of MAGA is with some of the more conservative components of the Canadian body politic when they're all dunking on Justin Trudeau.
Yeah.
But now they're not on the side of Canada right now, right? And will never be as long as Donald Trump is in power, because the algorithms that people rely on to get their messages out because of for various motivations, they were all in the front row of the inauguration. And if you're going to think you're going to fight this battle through social media channels and things like that, Bezos, Zuckerberg, Musk, they're with Trump, and you need to get ready for that reality too, whoever is prime minister at the end of this political and economic crisis on the upcoming election.
Well, so far we have seen from Jagmeet Singh, from Pierre Poilievre, and I assume from the Prime Minister, a very similar response in terms of standing up for the country and standing up to Donald Trump and implementing tariffs. There's varying degrees of some of the other suggestions that should take place, but that is perhaps reassuring. If there's going to be an election on this issue, it's going to be about the details of how to respond rather than the question of should we respond and how strong should we be? It's very clear that everyone is united in the fact that we must fight back in an aggressive way to these tariffs and to the impact that they will have, as we were talking about, not only on our economy, but on the sovereignty of the country, our very existence, because it is not, we are not overstating things when we say that is part of what is at stake here.
Yeah, and it is rhetorically, everybody is in favor. But for example, there are demands to recall the House of Commons to debate this and deal with this and respond to it. Sounds like a great idea, but no one has said they're backing off their vow to immediately bring in a vote of non-confidence, bring down the government, and force an election. So where are we on that? I don't know. Maybe an election is the way out of this. I don't know how it is. Maybe it is, but no one is saying they're going to set that aside to keep Parliament around so that they can all work together.
Don't hold your
and
breath
deal
for
with
9.
a threat to the economic integrity of the country and to the economic sovereignty of the country, and who knows what other
don't want
assaults
any of you
on the
dying
sovereignty
of
of Canada and what other
asphyxiation, 'cause
dimensions
it
of
might
form we're
not be 9
talking about
o'clock.
here. Are they willing to set that aside? Are they willing to put that on pause? You know, provided there are certain conditions the other way. I have no idea because people either aren't doing interviews on it, they're saying statements that can be interpreted multiple ways, and when you ask them to clarify it, they're like, oh, I think it's perfectly clear. I was like, well, it's perfectly clear you like the ambiguity of your position. But, you know, this is a little bit larger than individual and partisan political concerns right now, because you're talking about being forced, not plunged into, forced into a recession by your biggest trading partner and Democratic ally.
But that's why I think that's why. Yeah, just sorry to interrupt you. But that's why I think the appetite from Canadians for any of what you just talked about there, any of the deep partisanship or jockeying for position, it is really a high-risk thing to be doing right now. If you are a leadership contender, if you are an opposition leader, that I don't think Canadians want to hear that right now. They probably also don't want to hear this, but the Prime Minister is now not going to be up until 9 p.m.
I just heard that in my ear, too,
Eastern,
and I cried a little bit,
until 9 p.m. Eastern, because, listen, he's dealing with a lot of things, and perhaps there are moving targets, and certainly the phone call with President Sheinbaum is part of what has held him up.
Are they waiting for the hockey game to finish? Like, what is going on?
Back to sort of where we are in terms of what the president did tonight. After spending the day on the golf course, he followed through on the threats that he had been promising since Inauguration Day on January 20th, signing those executive orders to put these tariffs into place. So 25% across the board tariffs for Canada and Mexico, with the exception of Canadian energy, which will be taxed or tariffed at 10%. He is also putting an additional tariff of 10% on China. Remember, China already has various tariffs in place, not only under Donald Trump 1.0, but also kept in place by Biden. So I'm not sure.
Also, nothing may come of this, but I have reached out to Dye Workwear, and I believe I've tracked down the company that manufactures the sweater, and I will be attempting to find out once and for all whether or not that sweater was on backwards. That's the issue. Canadians are really waiting for answers
on those fronts. Then maybe something.
And I will
happen. But if he doesn't
try and deliver.
It won't. And if Canada chooses to retaliate, as we expect the Prime Minister to announce at 9 p.m., then he will consider escalating the tariff even higher.
And the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, Republican.
Yes, we are.
A severe opponent of reproductive rights.
I believe it's inside. I believe it's backwards.
Rounding up illegal immigrants in his state, putting them on planes and buses and sending them to
Democratic
people states, has tweeted
wildly overestimate how much those subsidies are.
Talking about retaliation to the U.S. tariff, says, "Careful, Trudeau. The Texas economy is larger than Canada's, and we're not afraid to use it." So here we are. The biggest economy in the world is threatening its closest ally and neighbor, and threatening to punch even harder if you pick up for yourself. I don't know what Justin Trudeau can say to this tonight, Rosie. I mean, for all the rational, economic, and data-driven reasons out there, you want to avoid a trade war. You want to avoid, as Finn Hampson called it earlier, the circular firing squad of tariffs, right? That we put in counter tariffs, we end up paying it, and it just messes up even more. But
round and round we go.
The domestic demand to if this is about sovereignty, as the Prime Minister and the Premiers were discussing in a private meeting that feels like it started days ago now, you have to act as a sovereign nation and stand up for your sovereignty and stand up for yourself. And that is going to be the impulse and the compulsion. And I think, quite frankly, the domestic political demand to do it. Now, to do it smartly, to do it strategically, to do it tactically. Maybe Texas just made its way onto the list, with this tweet from Governor Abbott. Stopping the alcohol purchases is one thing that the premiers are all doing in some capacity to this point. If they have the large-scale bulk purchasers in the government-owned liquor agencies, I'm getting texts from very smart people involved in the various councils that are advising the Prime Minister, saying there are a lot of non-tariff options that you have to look at, like canceling contracts, banning Americans from bidding on things, just not letting American companies do business on anything to do with the private sector in Canada where at all possible. Looking at patents, for example. Do you strip away American patent rights in Canada? This is where it's going, and none of it is good. Right, like you need. This is going to cause severe economic harm and dislocation and stuff that could, the tails of which we don't know where they are going to end. And again, I can't get past this point that this is by choice. That the President of the United States has decided to do this over fentanyl, blaming Canada for a problem that is Canada is a part of, but a very small part of. Angry that we're not working as a country with them more closely when that process of collaboration has accelerated the minute he made it a big public demand. He wasn't even in office. He said jump, and Canada started jumping, as did Mexico. Claudia Sheinbaum was talking about this, that we have reacted, we have done this, we have taken all of these actions. She lists them out, and she makes the point that to the U.S., which I thought was a very blunt part of her statement, which is quite long on her social media feeds, ironically, Elon Musk's social media feed, that the drug consumption problem and the drug addiction problem is an American problem. What are you doing internally to deal with your public health crisis? This is the excuse, as some people are saying, that Trump can point to allow him to trigger these actions. Because really he just wants a trade war, and he is using the public health issue as the pretext of an emergency to do this. And
what's the scoop, RSJ?
Has very bluntly said, clean up your own house, President Trump. And you are seeing other legislative leaders in Mexico saying that they need to fight back and hit back on this as best they can.
I don't know who that is.
But also saying that they've never endured a level of harassment from the United States as they have endured under President Trump. And when you look at the way Mexico has been pointed to in that long, complicated relationship between those two countries, that is a pretty significant statement to hear.
Yeah, and when you're pointing to Canada jumping, I mean, let's not forget we spent over $1 billion immediately to try and deal with the concerns that he had around the border, buying helicopters, hiring more people, getting drones, buying dogs that they could equip with the CBSA. So it's not as though the concerns weren't taken seriously. And that they didn't try and address them. Quite the opposite. And that to me is a proof point that it was not about those things. It was never about those things.
And the border czar, Tom Homan, said that looks good. This is real progress. We are pleased with what Canada is doing here. So the argument that's out there that you just need to do these things and it'll make it go away, Canada did them. And the guy that Donald Trump handpicked to put in charge of the border, a hardliner, the guy who is sending, enforcement agents into mostly democratic cities to crack down on illegal migrants that are there and grab them and deport them, and like what we saw with the flights to Colombia and the challenges there. He said this plan looks good, very promising, very happy with a good relationship. Praised, the presentation and the actions from Dominic LeBlanc, who was the initial public safety minister when this started and, of course, became finance minister after the Chrystia Freeland resignation. But everything, and this is something that the border czar said on media, in interviews. This is not relayed to us by Canadian officials. This is out of his own mouth. So what do you do when the very people who are responsible for the border in the United States say the plan looks good and it looks promising and we like this direction. And today is, you're just not doing enough, you're not cooperating, you're not responding. So here's a 25% tariff, a recession, and a trade war. It is a puzzling dynamic, you know, in trying to apply rational analysis to what's going on.
Okay, David, thank you for that. I will come back to you, of course.
Sure.
I will say.
Yes, Crombie is in Ottawa
again,
tomorrow.
My email box is blowing up from Canadians who are deeply, deeply concerned. Some of you are very angry and frustrated. I hear you. I got another message from another woman in Florida who owns a house there who says that they're going to put it up for sale. So I hear you. You're all deeply, deeply concerned and taking this very seriously and being emotional about it. And I think that is completely normal. Perhaps when the Prime Minister comes out at 9 p.m. With a sense of a plan in terms of the Canadian response, that will be perhaps reassuring to some of you. He will at very least set the tone for the country going forward, and that also will be helpful. But to all of your questions that you've been sending us, we will try and get to them over the course of the next days and weeks. To try and deal with some of the anxiety that is real and is out there and that is going to affect your lives. Joining me now is Brian Kingston. He's the president of the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association. He's in Ottawa. Nice to see you, Brian.
Good to see you.
I think you were on with David just yesterday,
Figures of both BC and Ontario will have made public appearances before the Prime Minister. David Eby held a news conference. Can you give us a sense of how you think this is going to impact your industry? In fairness,
well, I was hopeful that there was a chance that this could have been avoided, but
I don't know why this is taking so long.
Occurred. And so now we're looking at a situation where across North America, we could be facing production shutdowns in the automotive industry.
They can't still be making
in the United States, given how integrated this
adjustments
sector is.
And shit.
We could see job losses.
Well, maybe they are.
That. And Americans will see higher prices for vehicles. Parts and components are crossing the border constantly in the construction of a vehicle. You could see vehicle prices going up by thousands of dollars as a result of these tariffs. So this will have an impact on American consumers.
Well, I would imagine, though, especially given the things that Flavio Volpe said to me many hours ago, and given the back and forth integrated nature of the automobile sector, that the cars may not get built. Like, at what point do they just shut everything down? Is that not also the possibility?
It's absolutely a possibility. And, you know, all you have to do is look back to the Ambassador Bridge blockade, where we had one important trade piece of infrastructure that was shut down. And within days, we had production stoppages across the Canada-US border. So when you put a tariff of this level in place, it will have an impact on the supply chain. Auto manufacturers operate extremely efficient supply chains with just-in-time manufacturing. Parts are delivered to a facility just before they're needed. This puts a big wrench in a very, very efficient system. And so you could very quickly see production stoppages as a result of this policy.
So that's a good point. Is there
What's James Moore saying? James Moore got interviewed by Mary Walsh on, I think like Thursday, about like the Conservatives coming into power and like what the not like the like news media, but like what the media is in like Canadian movies, television, and film industry can expect. And she went into like a long like rant and mentioned Goebbels. And James Moore just responded as like, well, if you want to know how to talk to Conservatives, don't compare them to Nazis. And then that set her off again. And apparently it didn't go so well. I didn't get to see it, but
the longer term, which I think was the first part of your question, like in the longer term, which I think was the first part of your question, like it's absurd to me, and I got to say this, it's absurd to me that the Parliament of Canada is not sitting right now. After 9/11, you know, after the planes crashed into those towers on 9/11 into the Pentagon,
I think that's got to happen.
The Parliament of Canada was brought back straight away.
They gotta get
and we had members of Parliament there who were talking about what this meant for the Canada-U.S. relationship, what it meant for the importance
maybe that's what the
of us
delay
having
is
solidarity to find out what happened and what an appropriate response would be, etc. After the 2008-09 economic recession, which happened in the middle of the general election campaign in Canada in 2008, voting day is always on Monday. On Wednesday, the federal cabinet met, and the federal parliament came back shortly thereafter because this was a clear and serious threat to the global economy and to our well-being. But here we are, with the biggest economic threat to Canada, perhaps in my lifetime, with massive tariffs from our former trading partner, closest best friend, et cetera. And we might be on the cusp of a 4-year roller coaster ride here that can be devastating to Canada's long-term economic interests. And Parliament isn't sitting because the Liberal parties are choosing their leader. That's like not an argument. It's not appropriate. Tariffs? It's not defensible. Parliament should be back because we have 338 members of Parliament whose job it is to reflect the anxieties, to propose solutions, to vent a little bit, to posture a little bit, to make some noise a little bit, and to put forward some solutions. That'll satiate the anxiety that Canadians are feeling right now. But they're all sitting at home right now, tweeting and talking and putting out, videos on their social media platforms and not doing their job as members of Parliament, and that's indefensible.
At the very least, do you think it will be? I know that the
That's why I do think we will find a path out of this.
Okay, Brian, that was some good numbers that you had at the top of your head there that really illustrated what the reality is here in terms of what could happen and what can't happen, importantly as well. Brian Kingston, thank you for jumping on tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're standing by to bring you the Prime Minister, of course, who is expected to speak now at 9 p.m. Eastern. This will be
knock on wood.
Beyond a post to social media saying that, we didn't ask for this and we will stand firm. This will be his first response to the news that Donald Trump is following through on the threat that he first made on January 20th. We're now February 1st, and these tariffs are going to go into place on Tuesday, on February 4th, and things are going to change pretty dramatically for this country and dramatically for some of you immediately as well, given that some of these industries could come to a halt by the end of the week, to be honest. So that is the harsh reality that we are facing, and the Prime Minister will have to address that tonight. Adrienne Arsenault, our chief correspondent, joins me again from Toronto right now. Adrienne?
Hey, Rosie, I feel like the whole country, all of us are getting both a history lesson and a politics lesson and an economics lesson and a lesson in heartache, I think, today. Just to what you were saying about the snowbirds, because I too have had a bunch of people. There's a lot of property for sale in Florida and Texas right now from Canadians. Couple things going on there, but they may tell us a story in the weeks and months to come. So yes, there's a weak loonie, right? And it's going to get weaker.
I don't think there are Trump towers in Canada.
What's going to happen? So the purchasing power in the U.S. for Canadians will be smaller. In those places, insurance costs are just ballooning because to have property in a place like Florida right now means you're definitely in the way of big storms. So those two things happening, and then sort of the straw that's breaking the back is that people are ticked off, really angry. So that is possibly the deciding factor, but we were probably always going to be seeing a sell-off of snowbird properties at this point anyway. So what does that mean for Canada right now? If the downward pressure on the dollar takes it in the neighborhood of 62 cents, and I say this with some hesitation, right? I'm not an economist. I legitimately got 33% in grade 13 calculus. So, no one's taking my math to the bank here at this point. But the story of what is happening is that this becomes an interesting place for people to invest in because the American dollar will probably go up. The Canadian dollar will go down. Canada becomes more attractive. We know that tourism to the United States has been flat for years, but tourism from the United States to Canada has certainly surged. It is well higher than it was in pre-pandemic levels. Will that offset some of this harm? I mean, potentially a little bit.
Should have bought Bitcoin in
industry
2022.
Is really one to watch. It employs so many people. They have had such a rough go after the pandemic. Is this a moment, though, where Americans in particular who are producing these films look at Canada and say, our dollar will go so far. There are still tax breaks. We need to keep going. Is this a moment of leverage for Canada?
I say that,
well,
and then look,
industry?
Bitcoin's down 4% in the past week.
I'm not trying to sound Pollyanna-ish here and looking for
1.5% in the past day.
With every bad, there's a bit of good. And I know some people will be looking for some mitigating factors. Just in terms of one of the emails that, because we're trying to read all of them, I just got one. I can't fact check this, obviously, at this point, but someone just wrote to say he was an immigration officer and noticed that the Canadian approval stamps for passports are made in the United States. Well, maybe they were made in the United States. Maybe that's something that can come home.
Yeah. I mean, I take your point about the dollar, but if we put counter tariffs in place, that too, I'm not sure how that all...
A dinumeric? When did he call it? Also, I've never heard that word before. Dinumeric?
That is one outcome of a do-nothing response. Which is emotionally painful, and it people will wonder if that shows weakness, but there may be, it may be economically advantageous in some respects to do nothing rather than to do something strong and in the short term feel good about it.
Okay, Adrienne, thank you for that. I appreciate it very much. We're going to get to some reaction to these tariffs from Quebec's Premier, François Legault.
Free trade in North America benefits everyone, and launching a tariff war among allies will hurt everyone. So unfortunately, President Trump decided today to attack us, so we must stand up and fight to protect our economy and our jobs. Some sectors of our economy will be affected, but our government will protect Quebecers by helping affected businesses. As retaliatory measures,
I didn't know he actually said that.
Canada is going to put
It's not good.
25% tariff on some American imports. But unfortunate events sometimes help and create opportunity. So
yes,
I think
that is a very good point, Nathaniel Arfin. He's speaking English.
Replace American products.
That's how you know this shit is serious.
And to develop new markets. Thank you.
Didn't even repeat it in French.
Okay, that is the Quebec Premier François Legault, the little bit that he said in English, talking about a
did they only go to?
Okay,
maybe they only played the English part.
We're not hearing a lot of questions. We heard a bit from David Eby, but I think most premiers are ceding the ground to the Prime Minister, knowing that he is coming out shortly and that they are trying to let the federal government be the lead response on all of this. I do want to bring in Anis Sadari right now as we wait for the Prime Minister to come out and give us that response. Anis Sadari, I think you have a little bit of what the Premier of Alberta has been saying tonight, because she, of course, had a different perspective than most of the premiers, but she also very disappointed with this, even if there's a 10%, only a 10% tariff on Canadian energy, that's still very challenging.
Yeah, we heard from Danielle Smith through a very lengthy post on X, aka Twitter. And there were a few, let's call them slight shifts in her positioning. She did say that she was going to be fully supporting the rest of the premiers in the country and standing behind whatever they decided. She did say
Carney's got a video statement out now. Oh, it's like a whole, like, digital, like, it's not just there's like they've like edited clips in here.
Won't bow down to a bully.
That's
and we won't stand by as tariffs hurt our workers and their families. Trump won't.
Wait. Better way to view this so we can put it in full screen.
Won't bow down to a bully. And we won't stand by as tariffs hurt our workers and their families. Trump wants us to lose our cool and to cave in. That's why Canadians need to be united with the right response.
Mark Carney has now made a written statement and
a plan to buy Canadian, a coordinated strategy to boost investment and support our workers, and initiatives to make our economy work better and to diversify our trading partners. Let me be clear. This couldn't be more serious. And in moments of crisis, we need serious leadership and a serious plan. Trump thinks we're pushovers, but he doesn't know Canadians. We will always stand up for our country, and we will get stronger together. Canada won't bow down to a bully, and we won't stand by as tariffs hurt our workers and their families. Trump wants us to lose our cool and to cave in. That's why Canadians need to be united with the right response. Dollar for dollar tariffs against the U.S. A plan to buy Canadian, a coordinated strategy to boost investment and support our workers.
Sorry, I can't.
And initiatives to make our economy work better and to diversify our trading partners. Let me be clear.
Hear from the Prime Minister tonight is what they are thinking about in terms of support for some of the industries that will be hardest hit and most immediately hit, potentially with layoffs, over the course of the next 5 to 10 days, dare I say. I will say that as well as all the staff and ministers that have been working on this through the day, I was also told just now that Steve Verhoeven, who was Canada's lead negotiator during CUSMA and was also part of the conversations, he's also on the Prime Minister's council, I believe. He's also someone I would love to have on television one day if he wants to do an interview, because he's very, very skilled negotiator and has been helping the government through this, although he's left his job in government now. David Cochrane, I'm going to bring you back because the Prime Minister should appear shortly to give us a sense of where they're at. Just remind me what your last bit of information was on what we can expect from the Prime Minister, where they got to tonight in their conversation.
Mark Carney is now. Is this grammatic? Mark Carney has now released both a written statement and an edited digital video statement before the Prime Minister has. Before the Prime Minister delivers Canada's official response. I think that makes sense. Mark Carney has released a written response and a fully edited digital video before the Prime Minister can even make it to the podium in West Block.
From Ontario, from Quebec.
Yeah.
I don't know what retaliatory actions they're going to take. If a lot of Americans get their electricity in a lot of houses from Canada.
Yep.
Super Bowl Sunday's coming up. It's just, you need power to watch that game. It might be an interesting moment to try something if you want to get really mischievous, If suddenly New York and Michigan can't watch the Chiefs and the refs take on the Philadelphia Eagles. But
it's not a terrible idea. It's not a terrible idea.
I'm just, I'm just thinking, what do you do? So it's going to be those dollar amounts and the tariff measures, the direct tariff measures. We'll get a sense of that today. There's also non-tariff stuff they're looking at. And this
Can you
is
hear
like
the video now, Rogan?
Booze, but this is going to be at the national level. Like, what is it the federal government is going to stop buying from Americans? Francois Legault said that American companies bidding on contracts in Quebec will be penalized. Right? This is just the way it's going to be. Same thing in Nova Scotia. We heard that from Tim Houston, that we're going to ban you from bidding on our stuff. And if we've got a contract with you, we're going to look for a way to cancel it. So this sort of procurement wall to combat the tariff wall is going to be built across the Canada-U.S. border by governments at the federal, municipal, and provincial levels, you would presume. And meanwhile, the relationship between the two countries is going to be tested. I'm curious to see what the Prime Minister is going to say about that, if he'll even address that sort of person-to-person relationship there. In that, we saw the booing at the Senators' Wild game tonight here in Ottawa, where the Minnesota hockey team was like, what is this all about? I don't know if they're up on fentanyl and migrant flows and tariff retaliation and all of these things when you're traveling to play an NHL game. And
yes, so you can
when
hear
you're
now.
seeing
Good.
for like border towns like Sarnia, where there's requests to take down the American flag. So it's clearly struck a nerve, just the idea of it. The reality of it will strike more than a nerve. It's going to strike industries. It's going to strike towns. It's going to strike employment levels. It's going to strike very much to the heart of the Canadian economy. And the response to that, after being warned by the president, if you retaliate, we will escalate. Similar language, by the way, Rosie, in the executive order aimed at China. the 10% tariff on top of the existing tariff. So like the 10% to our 25%, not an apples to apples comparison. There's all these existing tariffs that are like, some are 100% on certain products from China, but the same retaliation language is there. So, you know, Donald Trump is the biggest kid on the block with the biggest economy on the planet, and he is going to use all of the might that he has and bring it all to bear in these fights.
Just a couple number reminders as we wait for the Prime Minister. Every day, $3.6 billion in goods cross that Canada-U.S. border. 1.4 million American jobs are tied to Canadian exports. 2.3 million Canadian jobs are tied to U.S. exports. And 50% of bilateral goods trade between companies. That, just to give you a sense of how integrated the economies are, because that is the purpose of the free trade agreement. That was just as this choice, to your point, David, is intentional by the president. The choice to align our economies was also intentional and was provided, you know, was sought to provide most benefit to both countries, to all three countries. In fact, that was the idea behind the trade agreement, and that is why we are in the situation we are in now.
Well, and some of those numbers you laid out there, Rosie, it shows the integration, but it also shows the imbalance and the vulnerability.
That's right.
I think you said about 2.3 million jobs in Canada are exposed, but
versus
1.4 in the U.S. The U.S. is 360 million people. We're 40 million people. 6% of our workforce is exposed right now, you know, if you look at those jobs. And those split into two. Like about half of those numbers are companies that directly export to the U.S., and the other half are suppliers and service providers. So the knock-on effect, you know, the example Andrew Furey, the Premier of Newfoundland, used earlier. The people who catch the crab, but then the people who process the crab, the truck drivers who move the crab, and the ice makers who keep the crab as fresh as possible as it goes to market. That's the knock-on effect of a single industry in a single province. You can amplify that right across the country. You know, potatoes and lobster in Prince Edward Island. Dennis King, the Premier there, and an entourage of Prince Edward Island representatives gassed up a bus and drove down through the New England states, you know, before they came to Ottawa for the first ministers meeting. So the imbalance is profound here, in that we are so largely dependent on the U.S. economy and the U.S. market for so much of our wealth and our prosperity. They can absorb this far better than we can in terms of just the sheer size of the economy, and it's spread across a much larger population. The tariffs, though, will be paid by Americans, at least those initial ones. The counter tariffs will be paid by Canadians. Overall, everybody will just pay a price that is probably much larger than needs to be paid when the two governments were already cooperating on fentanyl. If it truly was about that, as opposed to a pretext just to start a trade war to do larger economic restructuring goals, there was a path there to work on it. Mexico was working with them too. They chose this route as opposed to continuing to just discuss, work together, and negotiate something that is killing Americans and Canadians at a rate that's too high for anybody to bear. But this is where we are. It's trade rather than talk.
Okay, if you are just joining us, I am Rosemary Barton here in
If you're just joining
in
us.
Ottawa, where we have been covering for
I don't know
the
why
course
that's
of the
so funny
afternoon
to me.
into tonight.
Just because they've been there so long.
Dramatic news. Dramatic is probably
Like, it
not
feels
the right
so
word.
bad for them,
Devastating
but
news would be more
it's so
accurate.
funny.
That the president,
They're just
Donald
like,
Trump, is following
they're just
through on
trapped
his
there.
promise to tariff
They can't
at
go home.
25%, at a rate of 25%, Canadian exports to the United States.
David
and that those
Cochran's
tariffs
been
will go
staring
in
at a
place
robot
as of
camera.
Tuesday. He's also
Like one
said
of those,
that energy from
you know
Canada,
that,
whether it be hydroelectricity.
you know that like there's like that test they did on monkeys where they just give them like the wire mother that just, and it's like they like go crazy because they don't have they don't get the proper like physical touch. Cochran's the baby chimp, and the robot camera he's been staring into all day is the wire mother.
To trade imbalance. He also
He's
made it
losing
clear in
his
his
grasp on
executive order
humanity.
that if Canada chooses to retaliate with counter tariffs in any way, he will consider increasing
come on.
that tariff
Does he
beyond
not want to go home? Like,
25%. Economists believe that this move will plunge this country into a recession within 6 months. Some industries will experience layoffs and damage as early as this week. So we are tracking reaction, and have been through the course of the day, to this astounding development and damaging the relationship that has withstood decades, not to mention a free trade agreement that has been in place as well for an awfully long time. Since the mid-1990s is when NAFTA was first ratified. Of course, there was a free trade agreement with the United States before then. All of that now very much up in the air. We want to show you now the podium in West Block here, where we are expecting the Prime Minister of Canada to address Canadians on this critical moment for this country in terms of our economy, but also the sovereignty of this country. Many of the premiers we've heard from tonight have called what President Trump is doing economic war, and that it is critical that Canada stand up and defend itself. And we will expect the Prime Minister to outline what that will look like, starting with those counter tariffs on Tuesday. Whether there are additional measures that will be considered, whether there are additional phases of counter tariffs, knowing that counter tariffs are also damaging for Canadians. It will mean that you will pay for more at the grocery store and other places. And Canadians reacting very strongly to this news through the day, whether it be in our email boxes or at hockey games, people feeling this acutely and emotionally, and very frustrated at the decision to go after the closest ally that the United States has and closest trading partner for reasons that are questionable, to say the least. David Cochrane has been helping us with our coverage as we wait for the Prime Minister, as has Katie Simpson. She is in Washington. Katie, can I go to you just for a couple moments as we wait for the Prime Minister to get your thoughts on what you might expect from him?
Well, one thing that is very curious about what Donald Trump, if he's putting the pretext.
This would be one hell of an announcement.
This is about fentanyl. This
Holy
is about the
shit!
drug crisis. This is about the opioid crisis. How does crippling the economy of your northern neighbor, your closest ally, get you any closer to solving that problem? That is question number one. But I know that this is a type of tariff that it's made to create action.
Now 9:05.
But the Canadian government has already proposed to Donald Trump, illustrating to Donald Trump that it's willing to spend more than $1 billion, $1.4 billion to address this and work together and to try and
don't play that noise if he's not coming out.
It's another sort of, as you described it, a proof point that perhaps this is not necessarily about this in this moment. This is about bigger, broader things that Donald Trump is keen to do to reshape trading relationships, to try to bring manufacturing jobs back to the United States. He keeps talking about this golden age of America and really has expansionist tones. And if the Prime Minister shows up, Rosie, and I don't see it right away, just tell me to be quiet.
I will, don't you worry.
But he had a news conference before he took office in that sort of lame duck period when Joe Biden was on his way out, and he talked about economic growth, economic expansion, but he also talked about just expansionism. He talked about renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. He wouldn't rule.
Well,
out
I'm sure
using
he'll probably do a
military
press
force to
conference
seize Greenland
after
or seize the
like
Panama
the
Canal. He's very openly talking about
new
how
leader
wants
is
the
chosen
United
and he
States to
officially
purchase
resigns.
Greenland. They see it as a strategic move, as something to bolster security. There are also some critical minerals up there that they're probably very interested in as well. But that is sort of this expansionist talk, this economic sort of taking Canada by economic force. Is this about drugs, which Canada agrees there is a fentanyl crisis that's killing Canadians as well. No one wants to see that. But is this more about the point he made just before he took office about wanting to take Canada by economic force, about reshaping trading relationships so that America can have an advantage to bring back manufacturing jobs to the United States and grow the economy that way? So those seems to be the big picture goals here. But in this moment, it is going to cause absolute devastation to the Canadian economy, the Canadian jobs market, and there are going to be consequences in the United States. The price of everyday goods is going to go up. Donald Trump ran a campaign that was highly
got nothing I can report yet,
and
there's almost no point in trying to really scoop it 30 seconds before Trudeau goes to the podium.
He acknowledged that there could be some disruptions, but we think people will be okay with it.
I have a feeling
Donald
I'm being
Trump,
told some shit that's accurate.
Largely, even if
it's gonna be a lot,
are not going well,
which I don't even think that's. I think we all probably expected that.
Just look at sort of his bigger, larger picture attacks on fake news, undermining trust in authorities, undermining trust in institutions. There is sort of this huge sort of willingness in his base of support to support him, to believe him.
This is gonna be a little bit more than a flick in the balls.
To what actually happened. Think about January 6th, that sort of
This
thing.
is at least a full nut tap. Full nut tap.
Sort of grace and support and, you know, willingness to accept what he says.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait. Calm down!
Bills are $50, $75, $100 more per week. Those kinds of things. That's going to really be a moment, a test of, you know, the support he is facing.
I haven't heard anything about cutting hydro, but
sort of major. I mean, you could argue this is also a foreign policy move. When your first foreign policy,
I don't know
move is
if
to
we'd
go
go with
after
cutting hydro,
two
because I don't know if
allies
we
who
want
may
to
have
even
issues
do
with,
that. Like
but
that almost
issues that
seems
are probably-
like because there's a I think there's a level of like we want to respond in kind, but we don't want to be like
Americans and to the rest
malicious
of the world
about it, and
in
that
terms of
like
what is
that
at
would be
stake
almost
for,
malicious.
America's relationship with other nations. Because that is not an encouraging.
You want to
sign
do
for
things
people
that
who might
would
be on the wrong side
won't
of the
be
United
that
States on
harmful
some
to
major
us, and that would
issues.
be super harmful to us.
Well,
as
it
well.
certainly suggests that the global, the rules-based order that you know the world
Yeah, sorry,
the end of
Rogan.
the Second World War, that you know those relationships, those alliances, and sort of the global cooperation that is going to be tested if it's not out the window. You know, you take a look at Canada and the United States has this long-standing relationship, the longest border conflict-free, and the deep integration of the trading relationship. And so that certainly, this illustration shows what Donald Trump is willing to do to try to get an advantage. And it looks like the advantage he's seeking is trying to reshape trade to make it better for the United States.
Yeah, and what he's willing to put on the table, on the chopping block, in order to get what his ultimate goals are for his own country and for his own presidency. Katie, thank you for that. Stand by, because of course we'll come back to you once we hear more from the Prime Minister of Canada, who will be out shortly. He will be responding, of course, to this news. That is the podium inside the West Block, which is sort of just behind where I am here, the CBC in Ottawa, where he will appear with his Minister of Finance, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Minister of Public Safety, because those are some of the people, the key people, who have been doing a lot of outreach to Americans, particularly in the past number of days, to try and address the concerns that Donald Trump has pointed to in order to attempt to justify what he is moving forward on. Although, as we've been laying out very clearly through the day, it is quite apparent that there are other goals in the president's agenda here beyond the things laid out in the executive order. The executive order, we should say, had to use an emergency and declare a national emergency in order for these tariffs to go into effect as quickly as they are. In terms of the legal mechanism, and the emergency that he pointed to was the opioid crisis in the United States, which everyone agrees is a crisis, but certainly cannot be solely blamed on Canada, and certainly not. And certainly, we are certainly not the sole source, of that problem in any way, shape, or form. I'll bring back David Cochrane as we wait for the Prime Minister to come out and talk to us about the response, what the counter tariffs will look like. And I think, and let me ask you this, David, I think that it will be important, even though it's a Prime Minister who's only around for 6 more weeks or what have you, it will be important in this moment, and perhaps a critical moment in his own time as Prime Minister, to send a signal to the nation about what this moment means and what Canadians need to hear from their leaders right now.
Yeah, and look, he is leaving. He has made that clear, but he is still the prime minister until he's not, just like Joe Biden was still the president until he wasn't, right? And he announced that he wasn't running, and there were many things that were done, in that time. Now, you don't have the same level of authority here, especially with Parliament prorogued largely to deal with the internal political crisis inside the Liberal Party of Canada itself. But he's still on the job, and his cabinet is still the cabinet,
Okay,
and they're the
so
ones
since
dealing...
this prime minister, I'm sorry, I'm getting cranky. It's 10 after 9 on a Saturday. But since he's being slow, I have it on good authority from a senior government official. I love being able to say that. What he's announcing immediately tonight. Oh, shit. Okay, wait, never mind. You're just going to have to wait.
His cabinet to address this critical moment for the country.
No, I'm just going to say it.
Today, The United States
30 billion in tariffs right away.
Imposing 25% tariffs on Canadian exports to the United States and 10% on Canadian energy. A decision that, should they elect to proceed with, should take effect on Tuesday, February 4th. Cette décision met en péril une relation économique historique. Une relation qui a été la source de tellement de richesses, de prospérité et de possibilités
wealth, and opportunities on both sides of the border.
Tonight, first, I want to speak directly to Americans, our closest friends and neighbors. This is a choice that, yes, will harm Canadians, but beyond
I have it on good authority that Mark
real
Carney has seen my tweet. Sorry.
consequences. Assembly plants and other
That's so
manufacturing
goddamn
facilities. They will raise costs for you, including food at the grocery stores and gas at the pump. They will impede your access to an affordable supply of vital goods crucial for U.S. security, such as nickel, potash, uranium, steel, and aluminum. They will violate the free trade agreement that the President and I, along with our Mexican partner, negotiated and signed a few years ago. But it doesn't have to be this way. As President John F. Kennedy said many years ago, geography has made us neighbors, history has made us friends, economics has made us partners, and necessity has made us allies. That rang true for many decades prior to President Kennedy's time in office, and in the decades since. From the beaches of Normandy to the mountains of the Korean Peninsula, from the fields of Flanders to the streets of Kandahar, we have fought and died alongside you.
Get to the point.
During your darkest hours.
Stop repeating this.
During the Iranian hostage crisis.
He doesn't
those
care.
444 days we worked around the clock from our embassy to get your innocent compatriots home. During the summer of 2005, when Hurricane Katrina ravaged your great city of New Orleans, or mere weeks ago, when we sent water bombers to tackle the wildfires in California. During the day the world stood still, September 11, 2001, when we provided refuge to stranded passengers in planes, we were always there, standing with you, grieving with you, the American people. Together, we've built the most successful economic, military, and security partnership the world has ever seen. A relationship that has been the envy of the world. Yes, we've had our differences in the past, but we've always found a way to get past them. As I've said before, if President Trump wants to usher in
There's a couple more paragraphs to
for the
this.
United States, the better path
I'm just going to say it then.
is to partner with Canada.
About 30 billion of tariffs are going to be put in immediately. 125 billion over 21 days.
Reliable and affordable
Targeting
energy,
beer, wine, liquor,
stable democratic
fruits and juices,
institutions,
vegetables,
shared
perfumes,
values,
clothing, shoes,
and the
appliances,
natural
furniture, lumber,
resources
steel,
we
and
need.
more non-tariff action.
Canada has the
There may also
ingredients
potentially
necessary
be
to build
coordination
a
with Mexico
booming and
on
secure
possibly
partnership
critical
for the
minerals.
North American economy.
Did he say that? Sorry,
We
I've
stand at the
been
ready
reading people
to
sending
work
me
together.
messages.
Let's take a moment to talk about our shared
just keeps
border.
going.
Our border is already
I guess I wasn't paying that
safe
much
and
attention.
secure, but there's always more work to do. Less than 1% of fentanyl, less than 1% of illegal
There's
crossings
no
into the
virtual
United
one for
States
this.
come from Canada. But hearing concerns from both Canadians and Americans, including the American president himself, we're taking action. We launched a $1.3 billion border plan that is already showing results, because we too are devastated by the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that has torn apart communities and caused so much pain and torment for countless families across Canada, just like in the United States. A drug that we too want to see wiped from the face of this earth. A drug whose traffickers must be punished. As neighbors, we must work collaboratively to fix this. Unfortunately,
what qualifier?
The actions taken today by the White House
The
split
White
us
House.
apart instead of bringing us together. Tonight, I am announcing Canada will be responding to the U.S. trade action with 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods. This will include immediate tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods.
155?
Followed by further tariffs on $125 billion worth of American products.
No, but I thought it was
days' time
okay.
To allow
Okay,
Canadian
yeah, okay,
companies
sorry.
and supply chains to seek to
I
find
thought it would be
alternatives. Ce soir,
30 plus 155.
I am announcing Canada's response.
Sorry, yeah, you're right.
I am
Thanks for.
announcing
See, maybe I have the
tariffs
dyscalcula
on
or whatever
$155
whatever that
billion
word
of
was.
US goods.
Maybe I have it.
As of Tuesday, $30 billion worth of U.S. products will be affected, and in 21 days, to allow Canadian companies the opportunity to find alternatives, this will be the case for $125 billion worth of products.
Our response will also be far-reaching and include everyday items such as American beer, wine, and bourbon, fruits and fruit juices, including orange juice, along with vegetables, perfume, clothing, and shoes. It'll include major consumer products like household appliances, furniture, and sports equipment, and materials like lumber and plastics, along with much, much more. And as part of our response, we are considering, with the provinces and territories, several non-tariff measures, including some relating to critical minerals, energy, procurement, and other partnerships. We will stand strong for Canada. We will stand strong to ensure our countries continue to be the best neighbors in the world. With all that said, I also want to speak directly to Canadians in this moment. I'm sure many of you are anxious, but I want you to know we are all in this together. The Canadian government, Canadian businesses, Canadian organized labor, Canadian civil society, Canada's premiers, and tens of millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast are aligned and united. This is Team Canada at its best.
Earlier today, I spoke with premiers from all provinces and territories. We are united. They've all supported our approach. We're also aligned to reduce internal trade barriers and to make it easier for consumers to choose Canada and Canada products. A few moments ago, I spoke with Mrs. Sheinbaum, the President of Mexico, our other North American partner, and this country was also the subject of 25% tariffs today. We're working together to face these tariffs. This threat is targeting the entire country, and I am heartened to see all our leaders answer the call and to be so committed to make sure that no Canadians are left behind. Our government will be there for Canadians. We will be there for you. At the same time, I do have something to ask of you. I would ask you to remain united. Many of us will be deeply affected. A lot of people will go through dark times. I'm asking you to support one another, to be there for your friends, your neighbors, and your fellow Canadians. From sea to sea, Canadians are different. We speak different languages. We have different
Yes, this is.
beliefs
I
and
mean, I don't know if it
opinions.
was.
We have different ideas.
I don't even know if it's if we can
when
even
we
point to
remain
that precedent. But
united,
it was.
we
What was someone
are
had it
stronger.
before? There was the levy things that preceded the depression last time.
There are many ways for you to do your part. It might mean
Smoot
checking
Hawley,
the
yes.
labels at
Again,
the
not a
supermarket
but. Thank
and
you for that.
picking Canadian-made products. It might mean opting for Canadian rye over Kentucky bourbon, or foregoing Florida orange juice altogether. It might mean changing your summer vacation plans to stay here in Canada and explore the many national and provincial parks, historical sites, and tourist destinations our great country has to offer. C'est le temps de choisir des produits d'ici.
It's time to choose Canadian products and to support Canadian businesses, to support our farmers, our producers, our workers, our business owners, our artists.
It might mean doing all of these things or finding your own way to stand up for Canada. In this moment, we must pull together because we love this country. We pride ourselves on braving the cold during the long winter months. We don't like to beat our chests, but we're always out there, waving the maple leaf loudly and proudly to celebrate an Olympic gold medal. On a notre propre identité.
We have a distinct identity. We have our own history and our values. Canadians are welcoming, open, innovative, and ambitious. We prefer to solve our differences with diplomacy, but we're prepared to fight if it's required.
Canada is home to bountiful resources, breathtaking beauty, and a proud people who've come from every corner of the globe to forge a nation with a unique identity worth embracing and celebrating. We don't pretend to be perfect, but Canada is the best country on earth. There's nowhere else that I and our 41 million strong family would rather be. And we will get through this challenge, just as we've done countless times before, together. Thank you. Merci. Vive le Canada.
All right, so we'll take 20 minutes of questions, 20 minutes de questions.
Potash, yes. And uranium.
Good evening,
A little bit of uranium for flavor.
Have you tried to speak with President Trump today or in the past few days? Ever since the inauguration, I've been trying to reach President Trump. I hope to be able to speak with him soon.
It's been since the inauguration that I've been reaching out to speak with Donald Trump. I hope to speak with him sometime soon.
In his executive order signed today, he's threatening to increase tariffs further if we have retaliatory measures. And you're announcing retaliatory tariffs this evening. Is that not a risky gambit? We will always do what is necessary to defend Canadians, to defend the interests of Canada. These retaliatory measures are a suite of measures that are strong but
tariff
appropriate
Tesla
in this case, and we will continue to defend Canada, Canadians.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for us.
Trudeau, you mentioned that you were looking at other measures that are non-tariff measures. Could you explain further? Yes. There are many initiatives outside of tariffs. There are many things that we can do as a country. We have talks between provinces and territories with regards to
Uranium City, Saskatchewan. Yeah, well, that's what we were just reading. Apparently, Saskatchewan has 100 times higher concentrations of uranium than the global average.
Such as removing American spirits, liquor, and alcohol from their stores. Some municipal, provincial, and federal initiatives with regards to public procurement. Choices can be made on procurement, and we can buy less American products. We can choose Canadian products and services rather than American ones. All of this is part of our collective response. Yes, but are you going to cut the energy supply? The second question is this. It had to do with the executive order coming from the Americans. They talk about the border, but they don't talk about the trade relationship. Is it because we can expect a second wave of tariffs? Well, first of all, what is important is that
the bird flu is, I don't know why, the thing that it feels like 2020 again, where I'm like, am I the only one paying attention? And everyone's telling me I'm like Chicken Little for thinking they're going to close the borders.
That there is no region in the country, no industry.
Well, I think it's a revenue. He needs to raise the revenue, and everything else has been a justification.
We know that there are some industries,
to post
such as the oil
that
industry,
to try and pretend that's not
has a huge
why.
impact in the U.S. But we're going to make sure that that our retaliatory measures will be equitable. We don't want to be one region or one part of the country to pay a stronger price for the defense of all Canadians. And this is a principle on which all the premiers agree. Can we expect a second wave of tariffs? That was a question.
Source on what? Oh,
On
you're
the
talking about
issue
to that.
Of a second wave of tariffs? Of tariffs, because in the executive order, they don't talk about the trade relationship. They talk about a second wave of tariffs. Well, today's tariffs are rooted in the concern of the president with regards to fentanyl. The reality is that Canada represents a very small percentage of the fentanyl challenge in the U.S., and we're prepared to work with them to solve this issue in our communities as well as theirs, in as much as we can. There's an investigation on our trade relationship that is underway in the U.S. system, and this will end on April the 1st. At that point, they will make other decisions.
In regards to actions we might take in terms of responding to the American trade action, there are a number of different industries and regions of the country that can have greater leverage over the United States. One thinks of the oil industry, for example. What is extremely important for me, and I think for all the premiers, is that no one region of the country or one industry carries a larger burden than anyone else in standing up for Canada. We need to all be in this together. This only works if Canadians are fully united from coast to coast to coast to stand up for this extraordinary and beautiful country. And that's why, as we look at different measures, including non-tariff measures that we might move forward on, we will not be moving forward on issues.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm like, I thought we were there, like Trump wanted to get away from, and the Republicans didn't like Venezuela. They don't even recognize Maduro as the president.
Christian Noël, Radio-Canada. So to be clear on this, tariffs on natural gas and oil are 10%, but for the rest of products, 25%, because the U.S. needs our oil. They need many other things from our energy sector. Where are you prepared to shut the tap off? Well, yes, of course, Americans need our natural gas. They require our oil, our critical minerals, but they also need automobile parts. They need agricultural products.
But like 25% tariffs,
our softwood lumber.
That's how you treat an adversary.
There are many things that Canada produces.
Like the U.S. is tariffing us less than or more than they're tariffing China.
A very good rate
by
to Americans, and they depend on this.
What is
for
that?
their
2.5 times?
well-being.
1.5 times? Sorry.
Tariffs.
No, 2.5 times.
25% on everything that Canada produces. It's
2.5
going to hurt
times.
Americans.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's going to hurt American consumers.
Maybe I do have that
American
math thing.
producers. We're expecting to have huge challenges in the automobile industry in the U.S., where parts and Canadian and Mexican labor are essential components of their work. So we're going to be there, and we're going to look at this. We're going to encourage Americans to back down on these tariffs, and we will use all the suite of tools
Yeah, he says he apparently hasn't. He's been refusing any meetings with Trudeau since the inauguration.
This is the
or
choice
conversations.
of the Americans to place us in this situation, but here we are, and so we will respond in a responsible and strong manner to defend Canada. This evening, some people booed the American anthem at a hockey game here in Ottawa. Are you?
Oh my
angry?
God!
Were they right to be angry?
What? Why are we wasting time with that question?
We have a very long history with Americans.
I'm sorry.
We have an unparalleled partnership, but
Email that to the
had our
PMO.
differences, and we've had tensions between both of our countries. And these are deeply felt because we're so close. We are neighbors, friends, we are family, and it can be very painful when we go through difficult times. But I trust Canadians, and I also trust the American people. I believe that the American people understands that their greatest challenge in the world is not to pick a fight with Canada, and that by working together, we can go through these difficult times and to come out of this even stronger. I think that Canadians perhaps don't understand why Americans are targeting their best friend and their closest ally and partner rather than targeting other countries in the world.
I think Canadians are a little perplexed as to why our closest friends and neighbors are choosing to target us instead of so many other challenging parts of the world. I don't think there's a lot of Americans who wake up in the morning saying, oh, damn Canada. Oh, we should really go after Canada. We're there as friends, as partners. We always have been, we always will be. Sure, we're going through a difficult time right now, and yeah, emotions may run high here and there, particularly around hockey games. But I know we're going to make it through this because we have the most successful partnership the world has ever seen, and it's a true value in this time of really challenging geopolitical instability.
Jillian Piper with Global News. Prime Minister, will you recall Parliament to pass a bill to help Canadian workers and end prorogation?
As you can see from our
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Trudeau still keeps up the boxing.
As we spoke about with premiers this afternoon and have for many weeks, we have the tools to be able to support Canadians through this challenging time as it stands. This is a moment for Canadians to pull together, including Canadians of all different political parties. This is a moment where we need to set aside our differences and focus on delivering for Canadians, standing up for Canadians, and protecting
JD and
the most
Trudeau
successful political, military, economic, and security partnership the world has ever seen. And that's
Yeah, but I
exactly
think
what we're gonna do.
what's his name?
Tools to
Senator
do it as a
Brazeau,
government
I think,
right now, and
had
we'll keep
some
doing it alongside
was
our
had
premiers,
some
and
muscle
our partners.
weight on
A member
Trudeau.
of the Canada-U.S. Council, Lana Payne, today said that an ally would not act this way, and therefore the U.S. is no longer Canada's ally. Do you agree with that?
Like I said, I think there are going to be people who are upset and even hurt by what's gone on here. But I have faith. I have faith in Canadians, but I also have faith in the friendship between Canada and the United States that has gone through challenging times before, but we always make it through.
A line has been crossed, my dude.
We've been able to count on each other for over 150 years, and we will continue to be able to do that long into the future. This is a friendship that has stood the test of time, and despite challenges that we can work on and we will work on together, we will continue to be friends and neighbors.
Prime Minister, you said earlier that you're not going to
I'm not
move
feeling
forward
the
on measures that
friendship
would
right
further
now.
divide the country. Does this mean that blocking energy exports is fully off the table?
It means that any conversations around further measures, particularly involving one industry or one region of the country more than another, is something that we're going to do carefully and thoughtfully and with the full partnership of regional leaders, provincial premiers, businesses. No one part of the country should be carrying a heavier burden than any other. We're in this together. We're all going to stand together, and we'll be there for each other from coast to coast to coast.
And President Trump said in the executive order that it's about the border and fentanyl. Do you think that this is what it's about?
We have one of the strongest, more secure borders in the world between Canada and the United States. As I said, less than 1% of fentanyl going into the United States come from Canada. Less than 1% of illegal migrants going into the United States come from Canada. That doesn't mean there isn't more to do. And that's why we've invested $1.3 billion in strengthening our borders. And we're seeing over the past number of weeks, past couple of months, the numbers significantly decrease at the border already. We are making progress in working together, including sending joint teams over to China to talk about the precursor chemicals that get developed into fentanyl all across North America. There are things that we can and must do together, and I understand the preoccupation the American president has with fentanyl deaths. We share those preoccupations. We've seen far too many communities across our country devastated by toxic drug supplies, by fentanyl, by opioid addictions. We have taken action over the years, but we're happy to do even more with the United States to counteract this horrific tragedy. That's why we have committed to doing even more and working alongside. But this trade
this is like, it's
against Canada.
Where's the aggression
is
here?
Not the best way we can actually work together to save lives.
Good evening, Prime Minister. Stephanie Taylor with the National Post. What does it
Go
tell
on
you
the
about your
offense.
relationship with President Trump that you've been trying to get a hold of him and he hasn't been speaking with you?
To engage, and I will continue to be there to work with President Trump as we've worked together in the past. We've worked together to solve some pretty challenging issues over the years. I look forward to doing that again. Je pense qu'on peut souligner à quel point le président est
I
extrêmement
think
actif.
that we've seen
I think we're back.
how busy President
We're
Trump
back,
has been.
baby. All right.
I've had several
That was like
conversations with him.
the computer
over the
didn't
past
crash.
few
That was
months
just
on
I'm
these
gonna
issues
have to
that we're
switch
talking
back to
about
Chrome
today.
when I'm streaming.
And he's full aware of my position.
Because
At the same
Opera's just
time,
not. I don't know
our
what's going
ministers
on
have
here.
been very active and have been working with their American counterparts. They've spoken with them several times and talked about the work that we can do together. Don't forget that myself and President Trump were able to reach agreements on important issues in the past.
Well, like what they're doing is, but it's the tone.
Can Canada have a productive relationship with President Trump and
It's
the Trump
the sort of like it's the tone
You've
isn't
really got to
really.
make an amendment, Katie. That's what
Yo,
I think.
Vinny!
Oh, is that what you
15 months.
that makes sense.
But Vinny just subscribed for
the
15
American
months.
administration will continue
Tariff war.
I look forward to speaking with President Trump in the coming days and weeks. This is something that matters, but we've solved big issues before, and we will solve them again.
Last question, dernière question, s'il vous plaît.
Thanks for taking our questions. Raisa Patel, the Toronto Star. When did you first learn that President Trump intends to increase tariffs if Canada retaliates, and how has that changed your strategy?
I think Canadians understand that we need to respond to this. We need to respond in a way that is appropriate, that is measured but forceful, and that meets the moment. We're certainly not looking to escalate, but we will stand up for Canada, for Canadians, for Canadian jobs. We will also continue to do more together with the United States to counteract the scourge that is fentanyl. We will continue to work on growing our economies together, on creating jobs and competing with the rise of non-market economies around the world. We can and will do things together, and that is my focus. My job is to stand up for Canadians.
Yeah,
That's
this whole
exactly
like focus on our shared friendship and history. No, this is
between Canada and the United States, which, as I've said, is the most successful partnership and friendship the world has ever seen.
And they've infringed upon
We're
it.
dealing with the U.S. administration that says, you know, there's nothing that you can do to stop this. You know, we're not looking for any concessions. So do you see any conceivable way out of this because of that?
The coming weeks will be difficult for Canadians, and they'll be difficult for Americans. The level of cooperation, the level of effective partnerships between our two countries that have been established over decades and generations means that this trade action by the Americans and our response is going to have real consequences for people, for workers on both sides of our border. We don't want to be here. We didn't ask for this. But we will not back down in standing up both for Canadians and for the incredible, successful relationship and partnership between Canada and the United States. I look forward
there are no
to
friendships in
working
capitalist
with the
geopolitics.
American
It's just an opportunity on
administration
equal
a
parties.
range of challenging issues that our communities and our world is facing. And I hope that day comes soon. Merci beaucoup.
All right, this concludes today's press conference. Ça conclut la conférence de presse aujourd'hui. Merci.
Merci tout le monde.
And that is the Prime Minister of Canada on this Saturday night, responding to the threats, the confirmation rather, that
I
Donald
can't tell
Trump
if
is
he's
imposing 25%
Nathaniel, are you telling him
tariffs
to
as
read
of
it, or are you
Tuesday.
saying that he
the Prime
has read
Minister
it?
opened up his remarks by addressing Americans directly to talk to them about the impact of what Donald Trump is doing to them and the impact that it will have on them. And then he started to talk about what Canada's response will be. 25% tariff on $155 billion worth of American goods. It will start with $30 billion worth of goods on Tuesday, matching the move.
Canadian
that,
Finance
Donald Trump
Minister
is
Dominic
making,
LeBlanc will
and
meet with Bank of
$125
Canada
billion
Governor Tiff Macklem
in
tomorrow, as
additional
well as
goods and
6
items
Canadian
over the 21
banks.
days to come to allow Canadian
Whoa,
companies
holy
to
shit.
try and find sources for other supply
Holy
chains
shit.
and other ways to do what they need to do. A strong message from the Prime Minister about
All right,
how this is
I'm
a
going
moment
to the
that Canada
bathroom,
will meet,
little boy's
but
room,
also that he
because
believes
unlike
that the
Rosie
Canada-U.S.
Barton and
relationship
David Cochran,
can
who are chained to
withstand
their
this,
desk,
that it is important that the
they're
country
actually
come
on
together
their
in all
ankles.
sorts
There's
of
one of those
different
comic
ways,
chains with
but
a big
he
iron
does
ball to
want
it.
to find
They
a way
actually
forward,
put those
ending
in
his remarks
CBC
saying,
when they do these live stream
we
days.
didn't want this,
But
we didn't
I
ask
can go
for
to the
this,
bathroom, and
we
I'm
will
also
not
going to
back
get
down. We've got
a
lots
Canadian
more
sourced
ahead here from
alcohol drink.
the people that have been helping us with the coverage through the course of this day: David Cochran, Katie Simpson, Adrian Arsenault. David, I want to start with you. That is a strong response in terms of what Canada is going to retaliate with, in terms of the amount, the dollar figure, and the percentages, and what this is going to do to the Canadian economy as well as the American economy.
Yeah, the initial bit where the Prime Minister said he wanted to speak directly to Americans was essentially, look what you've done to yourselves.
Yeah.
You are going to drive up your costs for food and gas, so it's an affordability blowback for you. You're going to compromise your national security by making it more difficult to get things like nickel and potash. You're violating the trade agreement this president renegotiated with Justin Trudeau and the Mexican administration at the time, and said it doesn't have to be this way. Talking about World War I, World War II, Korea, Afghanistan, the Iran hostage crisis, Katrina, the California fires, 9/11. We were always there standing with you, he said, grieving with you. And here we are today. So in addition to those trade measures, $30 billion on Tuesday, $125 billion in 21 days, the non-tariff measures are looking at. Critical minerals, for example. It's been suggested what you do send to the U.S., you stop sending to the U.S., you stockpile it, you send it to other people. Who knows if that's where they go with this. But he's essentially saying this is our opening move. Now, on that,
Also,
with
Cam, I didn't
$30
see
billion
it, but
coming in
yes,
right
basically
away,
all
a
of the
big
Canadian,
number,
every
small
Canadian bank.
number in the context of
I
the
didn't even know
Canadian
we had
economy,
11.
Likely very targeted to avoid knock-on effects in the Canadian economy to avoid that immediate blowback on Canadian
Oh wait, no,
consumers
six.
and Canadian
Six
industry
Canadian
in a
bags.
massive
Even
way.
6? I'm like,
Could be
wait, I don't
areas
know
that
if I
are
could off the top of my
luxuries,
head count
or
6
where there's a
bags.
readily
There might be
available
some, like,
Canadian,
Quebec ones that I
European,
forget.
Asian option to replace it. The bigger number that comes in 21 days, that is likely the category that is going to hurt a little bit, and they might be hoping that in the 3 weeks in between, this is where the peace treaty of this trade war could be negotiated. But a key point, in the meeting today with the First Ministers, one of the options being discussed was this 10% tariff on energy. This was not agreed to. I don't want anyone to freak out about this.
No.
It is 2.5 times lower than the 25% tariff on everything else. One of the options floated was, do you bring that up to 25% with export taxes as a way of making the Americans feel the pain on the energy side of things that they are trying to avoid with this lower rate. That was not agreed to. This is an option that has been on the table. It is a divisive option. The answer there for the Prime Minister when he said we will not be moving forward on measures that further divide the country.
Yeah, National
is a
Bank,
very
RBC,
clear signal
TD,
that
BMO,
the issues that Daniel Smith in
CIBC.
particular was worried about, Scott Moe to a secondary degree, and Andrew Furey, the other big oil-producing province in
You
this
already
country.
said Bank of Montreal.
And this is also
Desjardins,
energy in Ontario
maybe?
and
Yeah,
Quebec, which
that
goes to
sounds
the
about
US.
right. I think that's all of them.
Probably not going to move ahead on that. Certainly not going to move ahead on that unilaterally. This has always been, as I have understood it,
got a nice, refreshing Crown Royal whiskey and cola. It'd be very funny if all the cans came in like individual felt bags, like the bottles.
I am once again asking for your financial...
Aimbot Vidi with 5 subs. Holy shit! I was, well, you know what? Thank you, Vinny. And I'll take this moment.
That's right, monorail.
I hear those things are awfully loud.
It glides as softly as a cloud. Is there a chance the track could bend? Not on your life, my Hindu friend.
What about us brain-dead slobs?
You'll be given cushy jobs.
Were you sent here by the devil?
No, good
Sir,
sir, I'm on the level.
The ring came off my pudding can.
Take my penknife, my good man. I swear it's Springfield's only choice. Throw up your hands and raise your voice. Monorail. What's it called? Monorail. Once again.
But Main Street's still all cracked and broken. Sorry, Mom. The motto is spoken.
No, it's not. Proud PP gist. It's very fun. Also, you know what? I'll take this opportunity to shill a little bit before they apply the 25% tariffs to Twitch subscriptions. If you want to throw me a sub, I would much appreciate it. I'm working on a Saturday. Yes, this counts as work, or a couple of bits. Keep this hype train going. You may have heard that there's Trudeau bucks, but I don't see any of that. I'll be very wait, which one's the PPG?
You know, and it sends a signal to other
What is
countries
the
that,
PPG?
hey, if the United States would do this to Canada,
I don't think it's the painting company.
Imagine what it would do to an enemy. But it's also about what Canada has. You know, you heard him talk about the critical minerals, the resources, the water, the landmass, the Arctic, Canada's sovereignty, and to dismiss
Proud
this as a purely economic
PPGist.
argument might be
Apologies to
missing
Proud
a
PPGist if he is a
broader
big
point.
streamer and I don't know about
Is this
him.
about money?
He's a
Look,
scholar
if the
and a
Americans
gentleman.
needed
Well, hello.
to save hundreds of millions of dollars, $1 billion right now, they would dump the penny in the morning, right? It costs almost 4 cents to make 1 penny. Day 6
Your dad
CBC was talking about
like
that
for
this
Trump.
morning, that every year Americans lose
We got about
something like
2 minutes and 30
$180 million
seconds if anyone
US
wants to sub.
just making the
Keep
penny,
this hype
right?
train
They have
going.
options that wouldn't hurt anybody. So is it about the economics of this? Not sure. Also, when he
Help
addressed
me,
the Americans, that's important. Did they
get a
see it?
nice
There's no indication
McDonald's
that any of the cable networks were
sometime
carrying it.
this week.
It
Treat
will
myself.
probably pop up on in clips on social media. Keep an eye on the American shows in the morning, the Sunday morning shows. if it made a mark, you'll
again
probably see it there.
Woo!
If it didn't, it didn't.
Noto Bud gifted 1 subscription.
Katie,
Hey,
what do you
not
make
a
of the
bud.
fact
Thank
that,
you for the subby.
the
I
Prime
really
Minister's tried
appreciate
to
it.
get the president on the phone since inauguration and hasn't succeeded. And I don't know if that's, the Prime Minister trying to
Oh
play
yeah,
that
fucking
down,
hit go to
saying, hey, the
McDonald's. All right,
president's been pretty active, which you would agree
you know what?
with.
It's Swiss Chalet. We're back to I'm back on my bullshit. That quarter chicken dinner. That's all we're getting from now on.
Well, and what's wild, Rosie, is that on Friday, the White House press secretary was frustrated. She was a question was.
We don't got Carl's
where someone
Jr.
said,
in
okay,
Canada.
well, Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, has said that he
Oh,
will
no.
retaliate
Yeah, no
if Donald
Popeyes
Trump
anymore.
does go ahead with these tariffs. And she said that perhaps the Prime Minister should speak with President Trump before making such outrageous
Vinny with another 5
so
subs.
She had suggested
Holy
that
shit.
perhaps they should talk at that time and then describe the idea of retaliation as
Well, my work is done here.
What do you mean
your work is done? You didn't do anything.
It's because I'm refreshing Truth
Didn't
Social
I?
to see if Donald Trump is going to respond, because we know that Donald Trump does not like to be criticized publicly. And you mentioned it earlier.
Yeah,
this
we only got.
evening, when
Yeah,
Donald
we're
Trump
Canadian.
left
This is
the
a Canadian
G7
stream.
summit in Charlottesville.
PBGist.
He saw Justin
We're at
Trudeau
level
from
4.
Air Force One
Hell
talking
yeah.
about retaliation when it came to steel and aluminum tariffs. And Donald Trump didn't like what he heard, even though it was the same line that Justin Trudeau had been saying, through the entire process. And then Donald Trump sent his allies
really
to go
appreciate
trash
it.
Justin Trudeau. He
I think
fired
that's
some angry tweets from the plane. calling
Vinny,
Justin Trudeau
you
weak
might
and
have
dishonest.
single-handedly
And so
made this the
because
most
Donald
successful
Trump has
stream I've
put
ever
in
had.
this executive order that he will increase.
Where you can tell by my hair?
Increase tariffs.
Do I have
if there
Canadian
is
hair?
Retaliation. It'll be interesting to watch Truth Social, to watch Donald Trump, to see if there's going to be any reaction, if that is something that he noticed, and what that could do to the dynamic here that is already very tense and hostile.
We're at a hype train level 4 is what you missed,
the
Nathaniel.
alleged reasons that the president is doing it, saying that
Aimbot
this
Vinny,
trade action
hero of
is
the
not
stream
best way
coming
to
in
save lives. If this
with
is really
10
what it's
gifted
about.
subs.
He also pointed to the fact that less than 1% of fentanyl crosses the border and less than 1%
Appreciate you too.
of illegal migrants across the border, the Canadian border to the United States. So he's not buying any of that either.
No, and he has
Maybe.
said repeatedly, and as we've been talking about, they were working with them on this.
That's because you'll be emigrating here, right, Vinny?
Like look at
right?
the argument over safe supply and decriminalization in this country. It's the fentanyl in the toxic drug supply, whatever the policy mix, that is killing people in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, in British Columbia, right across the country, but mostly in the western provinces right now. That's where the epidemic really is. That's happening all throughout the United States. Canada wants that dealt with. Canada would like that dealt with. Now, maybe they've been too slow, not enough police work, not enough cooperation. That's certainly what the president's argument is. But how does a tariff stop someone from injecting a toxic drug into their arm? Like how does that work? Like this is widely believed by the top levels of the Canadian
you can do it.
and a lot of the people.
We'll take you.
In that room at the First Minister's table as the pretext for a larger trade agenda, to try to reshape things, to try to bully Canada into restructuring the North American economy, try to bring
Well, it looks like we're not recalling Parliament.
Side of this tariff wall, just to make Americans richer and give them jobs. So here we are. It is day 13 of this administration. There's 1,448 to go.
Quick final thought, Adrian.
I was just going to say, in a way, it's like, it's like trying to negotiate with a tornado, though. It's very strong and it has a path, and you can apply logic to it, but it's going to do what it needs to do, what it perceives
I'm not
it needs to
sure.
do.
I'm looking that up.
I'm
don't
not
think
calling
so.
the American president a tornado, but my point being that fentanyl may not really be the thing. How can you argue with not wanting people to die from fentanyl? You can't. No country wants that to happen. It's a perfectly legitimate thing to not want the fentanyl to come across. Katie's point about the offense taken is very serious. We saw what happened in the UK not long ago. They almost didn't accept the ambassadorship from the UK. Never happened before because they'd offended Donald Trump. When they
I'm assuming I'm
apologized, it
probably
was
wrong
fine.
on that.
The relationship part of this is a big deal.
Okay,
I just
gotta
hadn't
leave
seen
there.
it.
David Cochran, Katie Simpson, Adrian
So I didn't wanna
Arsenault,
say they
thank
had
you. Couldn't
if I
have
was-
gone through that day without all of you and your smarts. Appreciate it very much. Also, a big thanks to our control room and the incredible producers through the whole day who have brought you all those different perspectives from right across the country. Just an astounding.
He would only need the NDP to support them if they recalled Parliament for these things to pass. The Conservatives couldn't bring down the government on their own. They need the NDP.
We understand that this has been a
or all of the
confusing
bloc
and
and some
difficult
of the
day for
NDP.
you as you take in this information and wonder how this unfolds. CBC News Network and CBC News will help you through that coverage over the next coming days. We will pick up our coverage on CBC
Are they
News
going to put
Network
up like
here
a
after short
helpline?
break. I'm Rosemary Barton. I'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern for my program. Thank you so much for watching.
Rosie, you're back in 12 hours. Alright. Okay, what the I wonder if the have the Americans even noticed that we responded?
In 2008, he is the leader of the Redeem team that recaptures the gold
Oh my
medal
God, they're not even
for the
doing
United
news.
States.
Incredible film. We've been waiting for this for a while. USA is back on.
It's a Kobe documentary. Oh, they don't care. The Americans don't care about us at all. I saw Americans tweeting and be like, wait, what did Canada do? Why are we tariffing? They don't even know. It's just forensic files. God, they could not give less of a shit about us. It's so funny. I guess, like, I don't know what else they could, like, not recalling Parliament means the only financial help would be an emergency bank cut from the Bank of Canada and the reinstatement. Without recalling Parliament, I don't know what else they could do. Because there's like $1 billion or so in like discretionary spending that they can use for like the tariffs, but for like if they wanted to do like something like CERB 2, which is what some people were suggesting might be coming, even I think the Liberals might even been suggesting that, they would absolutely need to recall Parliament. This is so funny. Oh, this CNBC just playing, not even it is not that many of us do not care. We are not getting information except through whoever. Yeah, no, that's like, yeah, that's fair, Deborah. I'm sorry. Like you're like, when I say don't care, it's just it's not on. We're not on the radar of things that are being put. Like, so when I say America doesn't care, I'd say like the media and the producers and the editors who are deciding what is like leading the news coverage. So you're right. I should be fair. Most indebted sub-sovereign Ontario is going into an election, right? No, neither our largest province nor the country itself have legislatures that can currently do anything. Which is great. That's a great state of affairs. And that's the funny, like, I go back to it, it's like, where is that Lisa McLeod video I played? Where she just gives away that the election was coming on February 28th. Back in November. Oh, God. We're so boned. Like, it's almost like it's not even fully like sunk in, if that makes sense. Like it's just your Carney will save us. Sure. Oh, Pulse panel. I didn't watch the Pulse panel. Let's watch this. This is from yesterday, so this will probably be funny. Tangent. Is Crombie going to be somewhere besides Canada tomorrow? I have conflicting information. I don't know. Let me check where she is. All I know is she's making a stop at a hospital. So I think it's going to be like a healthcare sort of announcement. People here are also very poorly educated and actually believe we can open up our factories, make it American again. Our factories are gone. We do not have the materials. We do not have cheap labor yet, but that could be coming soon when people can't buy their groceries. I'm glad we can all get along in the chat. All right, let's put on the panel.
This wasn't already racing. It certainly is now. U.S.
So would a federal election help Canada deal with U.S. tariffs? So we'll just have to watch this knowing that when they talk about the tariffs in hypothetical terms, it's all literal now.
President Donald Trump confirms tomorrow's deadline for 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico stands and says there is nothing the countries can do to stop it.
Is there anything China, Canada, and Mexico can do tonight to forestall your implementation of tariffs tomorrow?
No, nothing. Not right now, no.
Oh, not a negotiating tool?
No, it's not. No, it's a pure economic.
Okay, our party insiders are here on this breaking news day, because what other kind of day has there been for the past month? Greg McEachern is a former Liberal ministerial staffer. Fred Delory is a former Conservative campaign manager, and Melanie Richer is a former communications director for the NDP. Greg, what do you think we're
They buy this tariff concept because they think we can produce what we need. I've been asking the people here who are MAGA, and a lot of people also think that tariffs are paid by the country they're applied to. So a lot of them also have been misinformed, thinking that Canada is going to pay these tariffs.
Tentatively, for a minute ago, we were supposed to hear from David McGuinty, who is in Washington. That's on hold right now. What do you think we're going to hear from the government tonight, the Prime Minister? What's your expectation here?
I would doubt that we're going to hear from the Prime Minister tonight for the same reason anyone who's been watching you and your colleagues this afternoon, where you have President Trump contradicting himself, not having enough information. When Fred and I were here last week, you mentioned about how does Poilievre respond to this when you don't know what the facts are. How does the government respond? We still don't know. There's an old line, marry in haste, repent at leisure. This seems really fast and messy. And it's like watching a volcano and trying to keep up. You know, all of us have day jobs. We're, thinking of what our clients' reactions are to this, what Canadians are. And it's just, look, when I hear Canada in the same breath as Mexico and China, and nothing against those countries, except...
What's this?
Hey, it's traditional to make a gesture towards the vanquished. Gus, it's your honor.
Okay, well, here's to you motherfuckers.
The era of Soviet military intervention in other countries is now over.
And begins the American era of intervention.
Told me what?
All we had to do, shoot down the helicopters.
Listen, not for nothing, but do you know the story about the Zen master and the little boy?
Oh, is this something from Nitsa, the Greek witch of Aquilippa, Pennsylvania?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it is. There's a little boy. On his 14th birthday, he gets a horse. And everybody in the village says, how wonderful, the boy got a horse. And the Zen master says, we'll see. 2 years later, the boy falls off the horse, breaks his leg, and everybody in the village says, how terrible. And the Zen master says, we'll see. Then a war breaks out, and all the young men have to go off and fight, except the boy can't because his leg's all messed up. And everybody in the village says, how wonderful.
And the Zen master says, we'll see.
So you get it.
No, because I'm stupid.
You're not stupid. You're just in Congress.
Send them money.
You start with the roads, move on to the schools, factories.
Gus, now it's a party.
Restock the sheep herds, give them jobs, give them hope.
I'm trying.
Yeah, well, try harder.
I'm fighting for every dollar.
Yeah.
I took you from 5 million to $1 billion. I broke the ice on the sting in the Milan. I got a Democratic Congress in lockstep behind a Republican president.
Well, that's not good enough, because I'm going to hand you a code word classified NIE right now, and it's going to tell you that the crazies have started rolling into Kandahar like it's a fucking bathtub train.
Jesus, Gus, you could depress a bride on her wedding day. Hey.
Listen to what I'm telling you.
You did a hell of a job for the son of a soda pop maker.
We'll see, said the Zen master.
Liberated. That's one word.
They were not in Afghanistan, where Canadians paid the ultimate sacrifice. Canada was. If you go to the State Department website right now,
Charlie Wilson's
there is a
war.
page that, it's dated January 20th that talks about we are a huge energy supplier to the United States, especially in the Northeast. We are still their number one customer. And so I guess it's time to find, we're looking for some new people to do business with, because it does not make sense. I watched what the president said about tariffs. It's a beautiful word. I don't know if he understands the word, but it is just a really frightening time. And then the other thing, David, is just everything else that he's doing, mass purges at the FBI, et cetera. Like it is a very dark, very, very dark time.
He pardoned 1,500 people. He's blaming DEI on a plane crash with a helicopter. I mean, Fred, we can, Greg laid out very rational and logical arguments on this, but it doesn't seem to matter right now in the Oval Office. It's what he wants to do when he wants to do it.
Yeah, he's been talking about it for a very long time, right? He talked about it last summer during the election. He was going to do this. He talked about it after the election. He's going to do this. So we're all sitting here and we're seeing it. It's hard to be surprised. I know he does a lot of radical things that we don't always expect, but this, he was pretty well telling the story.
Well, Western powers, for lack of a better term, have been fucking up the Middle East since the British went in there and just went like, these lines are now a country. And I think this is I think it was Wayne Eyre, which blew my mind, who made that basic point. And it wasn't Wayne Eyre who said this, but it was basically before then, because of it's Afghanistan, most of the sort of communities and and groups or whatever where they lived was either in the mountains and sort of in the valleys and on underneath the mountains. So if you went from one mountain to another mountain range across a valley, they were two very distinct peoples with very little in common. But when Europeans show up, how they usually drew maps was, well, this mountain range to this mountain range, and everyone in the middle is going to be one people. And that didn't friggin' work. Surprisingly. And we've been doing it for years, just drawing lines and saying, you people are here and your people are here, and that's how it's going to work. And then having to reap what we sow. Like it's almost at a certain point it feels like some of these regions have been kept in sort of like a forced infancy. Or that, I don't know if that's the right term, but like this sort of I don't know, just that the intervention keeps happening so that they can never sort of go through the growing pains on their own.
Or he was going to tell him.
At least in the tactic he wanted to use, but the motivation has changed like 10 times. Like the dollar amount is like, it was about fentanyl, it was about human trafficking. Now it's just like, we want pharma, we want copper, we want steel.
Tribes, I think, is
like a word, but
is
what he said today.
Yeah.
Which is the true core of what this is all about, and it's going to have devastating consequences on both sides of the border.
So, Mel, the domestic argument that's been going on here is we got to do this, and he won't do it. We got to do that, and he won't do it. And people started to do and move and accelerate and all of those things. And it sounds like as of 5:34
the modern day equivalent
Eastern
of what?
time, he's still going to do it, no matter what.
Totally. And I think
yes, where it's like, yes, that is a fairly cogent criticism of the sort of green environmentalist movement, is that if it is applied properly, it would stop a lot of nations from progressing industrially. Like, you can't have an industrial revolution and be environmentally conscious. Unfortunately. We just don't have the technology.
And maybe it's hindsight, but to your point, he's been talking about this for a while. The picking folks off or the divided strategy.
Yeah, and how well have the Paris Accords worked?
It doesn't matter.
Nathaniel?
He said very clearly, is there anything Canada can do? No, Canada can't do anything. Like, we're doing this no matter what. So
yeah, I can agree that in 20 years, we're all going to learn to fly. Doesn't mean it's actually an agreement that has any chance of working.
The fact that we've not all been speaking from the same speaking points, I think, only just harms us and should reinforce what we've just.
I mean, yeah, there are like that. That is not to say that the Paris Accords were bad, or that they shouldn't have been done.
Seen from President Trump that it is important, period, that premiers, prime minister, government, labor, everybody is speaking from the same speaking points. And I think making the message clear to folks around President Trump and making the message clear to state legislators, because this isn't going to be fun for them either. And obviously all of the things that governments provincially and federally have done.
I mean, there's a certain level of purity testing that maybe should happen. Just because you have a climate plan, like if you're you can say you're taking climate, the Conservatives most likely would do climate action by selling a lot of Canadian oil and gas to offset Indian coal. As in coal in India.
What President Trump was asking us to do didn't matter, doesn't matter. So you need to figure out what you need to be doing. And yeah, folks are rightly probably pretty terrified.
Well, the Chinese have that artificial stars, so maybe that'll work. Either that, or they create an artificial black hole and it kills everybody. Either way, it solves the problem.
That response.
Fred, just to come back to you on what Mel was talking about, getting everyone together, keeping everyone together. Right now, it sounds like 25% on the entire Canadian economy tomorrow, but not on oil and gas until the 18th, and then only 10%.
Ooh, he earned a hype check.
If he starts different standards for different sectors and different regions and different things, the ability to pull together a unified response, no matter who it is, that's going to be tough, because you're going to get internal competition going on.
And when you're in the U.S. and you're sitting there and you want to call someone in Canada, who do you actually call? Who's the leadership right now? We have a lame duck government, a prime minister who has announced his resignation. We have a leadership that has 2 more months to go before we even figure out who our next prime minister is. And then,
that's fair.
How long before we actually get into an election?
But I mean, that is a fairly. I think that's a legitimate thing to criticize an agreement, is if people aren't actually holding to their part of the agreement.
Jagmeet Singh make a deal or not. Every day that seems to twist around a bit. We could be months away from an actual government that has a mandate from the people. This is a mess, and I don't know how we're going to get through this without an election as soon as possible.
Okay, help me understand how an election makes this better. I get
That's
the mandate
okay.
thing,
At least
right?
you're
the
you're
president of
cognizant
Mexico
of
has a
it,
brand new mandate.
Nathaniel.
She's there for
That's all
6
I
years.
ask.
Not helping, right? So if you're going into this, and look, this is not an argument for Jagmeet Singh to support Justin Trudeau, but like what mechanically makes it better by having an election?
Yeah, there's no such thing as a lame duck government in Canada.
It's
not a thing.
To have a government that could deal with Trump for the next 4 years that he's president, that's going to be stable and through this. If we have an election, we can get a mandate to a political party that can then make a plan for the next 4 years. Trump's in for 4 years.
Sure.
It's not 5 weeks.
But, Greg, if the tariffs are there on March 24th when Parliament comes back, I mean, who knows what happens between now and then, right? Like, if you need to pass legislation, if you need to do these things, if unemployment's 10%, if the economy is contracting by 2 percentage points, I mean, hit the campaign trail without doing the foreign interference stuff in a time when the U.S. president is calling the shots on what happens in the country. I mean, where does it get us as a country?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the partisan thing to say right now is I'd talk about the Liberal leadership, and I just think that's kind of ridiculous. I don't think people care right now about whether, Pierre Poilievre wants an election or not. Doug Ford's called an election.
Good.
We're
just sort of
1981.
letting the all of this tariff stuff kind of set in a little bit.
I don't know what the rush was. And if something happens in Ontario, they can't reconvene Queen's Park. So I don't think, we still have to have the election. That would be weeks and weeks away.
How Doug
we have
Ford
a parliamentary
lose your
system.
vote? You lost my vote because I haven't
went
gotten my
through
$200 yet.
Ahead of World War II, where they changed leaders.
My mom and sister
right
gotten
now,
it. Where's
people
my
are more
money?
concerned about what Mel was talking about, where all the leadership doesn't matter. We have a prime minister right now. We have premiers. They can work together on this, or they can't. That's really up to them. Yeah. And I think, in the case of the Alberta premier, I don't think it's worked that well for her. And, there's a reason why Doug Ford called an election, because he thinks his actions thus far have been helpful for himself and for Ontario.
Yeah, like Mel, like Fred's central point that I think it's time for the political situation in this country to get clarified. A very fair one, right? But it's the timing and the mechanics of things I wonder about, because like Ontario is in this election right now. If they need to respond, I mean, I guess they have the break with the caretaker
I'm not registered as
convention and just
anything,
go
so where's
function
my
as a
money?
cabinet.
Explain
But so much is happening so fast. I wonder what it means for even a campaign trail, because it's not like it's going to stop.
Right, totally. And what's interesting about a potential election or not is if this happens and the impact is immediate, if people are immediately losing their jobs or immediately things change for family budgets.
I mean, in fairness, you probably could that easy.
We don't really know who's in charge or who's doing what and what we're going to do, but 5 weeks of that will be devastating for a lot of families. So I don't know that those families will want us to be in an election.
If I may. The House isn't coming back for another 2 months.
They're calling it the dollar ban.
5-week election. we could have a new government in place at the same time by then, or an re-elected Liberal,
hey,
or a VP government.
I don't like prorogation either.
I just don't understand. We're saying this 5 weeks or whatever. Like, we can get this done and get a government in place with a mandate from the people to do things at a federal level, which is just completely missing right now. You could say it's partisan. It's not partisan.
I don't honestly.
Have a government right now. Honestly, they can't bring in any legislation or bring in anything to help.
Well, look, there are some things they can do through, a couple of things. Just, and this is for the audience.
She's the dark horse,
I'm trying to explain, as it's been explained to me. I'm
winner.
not trying to rebut any of the pundits, but the tariffs will come in when they come in. The economy doesn't fall off a cliff within 24 hours. This will take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months before it starts to seep in. This is the analysis that we've had from some economists. It's going to be broad-based and it's going to hurt, and some sectors will feel it right away. So there are things you can do simply through the executive power of government when it comes to like EI regulations or different things to deal with some of the short-term stresses and strains. It's when it gets to the critical mass point that it requires legislation to bring in these, as they call COVID-style relief programs. Not COVID scale. The global economy is not shutting down, but COVID style. That's when you need the legislature to come back, right?
If that takes months and months before we're going to feel the effects of these tariffs, Why don't we have an election before that, before going down this road, and then having an election potentially during that time now?
Well, I think the answer, Greg, is that the Prime Minister took a long time to quit, and the Liberals in the middle of the leadership race, and they don't want one. I think that's probably the answer.
And I guess the Conservative talking point right now is call an election, right?
That's
Instead
not
of
fair,
instead of dealing with I am very
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
I'm very uncomfortable talking about this. These impacts through solely the lens of an election. I just think that there are a lot of Canadians right now that would be watching us going, those guys are out of touch. I'm about to have probably the biggest business impacts ever. We are talking about, especially if we have to retaliate, we are looking at a recession. And I think that's a bigger deal than that Pierre Poilievre is not getting enough attention, and because we're not talking about carbon tax anymore and Justin Trudeau's announced that he's stepping down. I think today I saw a president who it just seemed to be, he reminded me, we have all trained politicians.
I don't know, I mean, I feel like kind of seems like he didn't really have a choice. But there's a part of me that's sort of like, if the Liberals are going to lose the election, the general should lead that charge, even if it's a charge to their doom. He brought them to the field. He should lead them into battle. But from I guess from a political sort of strategy standpoint, that's probably not the best move.
Who are they just skim the surface.
No, I think he'd probably be fine with it. Here's how I feel about it. Trudeau should have gone into caucus and given this speech.
We'll only be showered by more boulders. Ready your horses on the double.
Be honest. Are all of us riding to our deaths?
This is the speech he should have given to caucus.
And since we're
dying I'm not leaving.
You're saying that it's better if we at least die fighting.
I am.
But wait, if we'll die anyway, then who cares what we do? We could just disobey your orders, and it wouldn't mean a thing, would it?
Yes, you're precisely right.
That would be Nader's.
Everything that you thought had meaning, every hope, dream, or moment of happiness, none of it matters as you lie bleeding out on the battlefield. None of it changes what a speeding rock does to a body. We all die. But does that mean our lives are meaningless? Does that mean that there was no point in our being born? Would you say that of our slain comrades? What about their lives? Were they meaningless?
Was Laura Palestinian meaningless?
They were not! Their memory serves.
Was losing in Montreal meaningless?
The courageous fallen, the anguished fallen. Their lives have meaning because we, the living, refuse to forget them. And as we ride to certain death, we trust our successors to do the same for us. Because my soldiers do not buckle or yield when faced with the cruelty of this world. My soldiers push forward. My soldiers scream out. My soldiers rage!
In this analogy, those rocks are a conservative majority.
Surface. And he seems like he's gotten the briefest of briefs, and he's talking about that. And I find that incredibly frightening. And I said to you last week, where is the Democratic Party? And I've noticed, Pod Save America, very well known Democratic staffer, former Democratic staffer podcast, and they're asking the same thing. I have no idea where the opposition to any of the horrible stuff that President Trump is right now. No idea. I do know where the Canadian governments, plural, are, but I have no idea where the Democratic Party is.
So Mel, election, no election, whatever, they'll figure that out, right? I don't think we'll have an election before the leadership is decided at the Liberal Party on the 9th of March. But then, how do you, like Jagmeet Singh has said, if you want to help workers, come talk to me, and we'll find a way to help workers. I don't know if that works in the time frames of when they'll need sort of very specific help and without knowing specific things. But then we're going to bring it down and we're going to have an election. How does your thought process and your political strategy calibrate when moving beyond liberal, conservative, New Democrat? It's Canada right now, right? And Mexico and Europe and everybody. I mean, how does your thought process calibrate when it becomes this much bigger thing?
Well, I think that's what you're seeing reflected from Jagmeet, right? And, you know, folks have said, oh, he's not being cleared, seems not strategic or whatever, but I think that that's exactly what you're seeing. He's seeing this massive threat, and he's seeing that people could massively be impacted by it, and he's trying to find a way where we still go to an election when the timing right now for an election is March, because that is when the government will come back. And in the meantime, if you're willing to do something for people, let's talk.
Well, the Pod Save didn't do very well at saving America.
Somebody consider partisan interests, or, you know, we need to go to an election because we don't think this government has confidence anymore. We don't think this government's acting on the best interests of people.
They were fixing my heater and AC today, and the heater was off for like 5 hours. House still has not warmed up fully.
And
freezing
people
in here.
Could be massively impacted and massively impacted soon. So I think that's exactly what you're seeing with his recommendations or his proposals that he's putting forward. But yeah, I think it's hard. It's a tricky time.
Yeah, and just to let you know, it is 5:44 Eastern time. We were expecting to hear from federal cabinet ministers who are in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, but I need to have someone I could do a podcast with, and who would be my second and third mic? Let's fantasy cast Pod Save Canada with Left Hand Stu, and who are my two hosts?
Meeting with.
I see Mosscrop has a channel. Actually, Mosscrop has a YouTube. I should give him a shout out now. Does he have any videos yet? Yeah, that's the thing. Where it'd have to be someone who like could carry the conversation and be interesting to talk to, but would be hinged enough that I could trust them to not get me fired for saying something insane. That would be my biggest concern. I know that's selfish, but I need to be able to pay rent. I'm sorry.
Their U.S. counterparts, kind of important conversations.
Nick Mullen is out, yes.
We're hoping we're going to hear from them around 6 o'clock Eastern, so about 15 minutes from now.
Nick.
So we're standing by to bring you that live, and we'll update you on that when we get more hard information. But Fred, let's do a thought exercise, right?
Love these.
I know. Well, because it is.
Fred's getting ready.
It's the what happens if Fred Delory gets everything he's asking for.
Right.
You get your election, and you get Prime Minister Poilievre, and you get a clear mandate for a conservative majority. What is it about what he said about the Canada-U.S. relationship and what he brings into a meeting with Donald Trump that you think makes the situation less dire than it is at this moment? How does he fix it?
For one, the most important part would be a clear mandate from the people to take Trump on, which no one currently has in this country at the federal level. That is the number one thing. He can go through a campaign, and we can have these.
Yeah, I don't think very many Canadians are.
It is going to become the top issue.
Looking forward.
Beyond a show of electoral strength, what's the idea, and what's the plan, and what's in the track record that suggests that this is the answer?
Look, I think Poilievre has shown himself to be very adept and smart at politics and understanding where things go before they get there. We saw it with inflation and housing. He was way ahead on those issues. So I think he's a very smart guy, and I think he's got a good team around him that they're building that'll be able to show force against these guys and actually sit down and have these conversations. And, you know, I think as well, this is going to have a tremendous negative impact on the States. We don't know what stories or what things are being told to them from our side, because I don't know who's talking on our behalf.
Well, look, people keep saying that, but it's the Prime Minister and his ministers. They're in Washington, D.C. Well, not the Prime Minister, but the ministers are in Washington, D.C. all the time.
How credible are they when they've resigned?
I don't know.
Right?
I mean, Melanie Joly met with Marco Rubio. They're getting the meetings. I don't know. We're not in the room, right? But they are the government of the day, right?
They're the government of the day for a Prime Minister that has resigned.
Sure.
So I just don't know how much credibility they have when they're out there talking.
We have the CFL.
So right on that point, right? Like the political situation for your party and for this government is not good, right? especially
bigger
compared to
fields,
last
one less
time.
down.
You know, Doug Ford says he needs an election.
More
I don't
action.
know if there's going to be an Ontario Votes watch party at Mar-a-Lago or not, but, you know, I have my doubts. But, you know, they are going to Washington. We're waiting to hear from them, but they are in the situation they're in, as Fred correctly points out. So how do they make this work, given the fact that everyone knows there's a countdown clock on Prime Minister Trudeau and the polls are where they are, and the Americans are aware of that? How do they make it work?
Well, I'm trying to look at Premier Smith, who recently elected, went through a leadership review, flying colors. By the results, does she have a lot of credibility? I don't know if that's the issue. The three of us all grew up far outside the Ottawa bubble. We're in it. We live and work in it now. I can tell you that this is not even like the summer in terms of, Ottawa can feel very sleepy in August. It does not feel very sleepy right now. You talked about those ministers. It's go, go, go all the time. And I know this, and you two probably do as well because of our day jobs. But there is still a lot, at risk and a lot on the table. And the other thing is, to Fred's point about you need a mandate. The Prime Minister of our country, whoever it is at any time, has to respond to the threats of the day. You do not say, I didn't see this new president coming in and doing this. Let's call an election. Maybe Doug Ford is using that, but as Mel pointed out last May, he was talking about an early election. Donald Trump's tariffs were not even on the horizon at that point. So I think the reason for his election has changed, and he's able to perhaps spin it through different circumstances.
Right. Well, you should disclose to the audience that Fred is doing some work on the Doug Ford Ontario election, so there's limits to how far he can go on this conversation. So
Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver,
thing,
I'd assume?
Just want to let the
Top
audience
three?
know, because we want to be transparent here. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble by saying that, Fred. You just have to declare
those
that.
are at least all the
those
are the cities
I don't know if I got
all of the touring American bands go to.
Like a clear answer there, Greg. Like, how do they fix it with the situation they're in, right? Because
I don't even know
nothing we
Ottawa's
can
in
do
top
against,
five.
So I don't know if you want a quick thought on that, and before I go to Mel.
I like the clarity that there was.
It depends on what you mean by prettiest. If you mean by location, maybe I would maybe say that as far as the actual infrastructure of the city and the vibes of the city itself, Montreal's prettier. That's my contention. I've never actually been to Vancouver, so I can't. I probably shouldn't. Quebec City is absolutely fucking phenomenal. I probably put Quebec City as the number 4 top city in Canada, and that's almost honestly just because it's it's if you'd ask an American, they'd probably not even they wouldn't know what Quebec City's like. If Quebec was more prominent, Quebec City was more prominent, I might even put it above Vancouver.
Nothing, and I
in the summer, especially.
I will give the Premier Smith this. It turns out there was nothing that would have changed his mind. So. It's a bizarre world. I don't know how to answer that, David. I'm sorry.
Right.
But he says there's
then there's Halifax.
Nothing. Yep. What else could somebody do? Sorry, Mel.
There's just one
very
line,
quickly.
Just one line he said for now.
Niagara.
Trump did say there's nothing they can do for now. I'm just curious what that means. I have no idea.
Dude, I have no idea. Yeah, sure.
You
may as well have put a Latin text in front of me and asked me to translate it. But Mel, this is the situation that because we've had this conversation. Okay, have an election. Just give them defense spending. Just tighten up the border. Just do this. Just do this. And it's like a whack-a-mole of reasons to avoid trade war. But I go back.
Well, I mean, that's the thing where it's like downtown Niagara with the falls. Yeah, and that's the thing where it's almost if you're saying what's the top city in Canada, it misses the point. Whereas the US is defined by its metropolitan cities. But if I was obviously if I was going to tell you there's a list of places you wanted to go and see in Canada. Sure, Vancouver, Montreal, Halifax, Toronto, Quebec City. Those are on the list. But a lot of the probably the places I would advise you would visit not in cities. I tell you to go up to the goddamn the hills. Go like to like stay in like a national park. What is the giant redwoods in BC? Just anywhere, and like just find a cottage. Go to cottage country. You know what Canadian identity is? It's this. It's a 7-minute song about the railroad. That's Canadian identity.
There was a time in this fair land when the railroad did not run, when the wild majestic mountains stood alone against the sun. Long before the white man and long before the wheel, when the green dark forest was too silent to be real.
I mean, we got great bars and coffee. That's the beauty of it. You go out into like the like if you go out to a like cottage country, you might have to drive in for maybe 20-30 minutes, maybe to an hour, sometimes depends. But there's always going to be a good bar, a great fucking little cafe in whatever little town is nearby your cottage. Oh, Mexico's retaliatory tariffs. Mexico, translation. Categorically, this is from, when was this? This is early in the night, but still. Reject White House's slander against the Mexican government of having alliances with criminal organizations, as well as any intention of intervention in our territory. If such an alliance exists anywhere, it is the United States armories that sell high-powered weapons to these criminal groups, as demonstrated by the United States Department of Justice itself in January of this year. In 4 months, our government has seized more than 40 tons of drugs, including 20 million doses of fentanyl. It has also arrested more than 10,000 people linked to these groups. If the United States government and its agencies wanted to address the serious consumption of fentanyl in their country, they could, for example, combat the sale of narcotics on the streets of their main cities, which they do not do, and the money laundering generated by this illegal activity that has done so much harm to their population. They could also start a massive campaign to prevent the consumption of these drugs and take care of their young people, as we have done in Mexico. Drug consumption and distribution in this country is in their country, and that is a public health problem that they have not addressed. In addition, the synthetic opioid epidemic in the United States has its origins in the indiscriminate prescription of drugs of this type, authorized by the Food and Drug Administration as demonstrated by the lawsuit against a pharmaceutical company. Damn! They're coming with receipts! Mexico does not want confrontation. We start from collaboration between neighboring countries. Mexico not only does not want fentanyl to reach the United States, but anywhere. Therefore, if the United States wants to combat criminal groups that traffic drugs and generate violence, we must work together in an integrated manner, but always under the principles of shared responsibility, mutual trust, collaboration, and above all, respect for sovereignty, which is not negotiable. Coordination, yes. Subordination, no. To this end, I propose to President Trump that we establish a working group with our best public health and security teams. Problems are not resolved by imposing tariffs, but by talking and dialoguing, as we did in recent weeks with your State Department to address the phenomenon of migration, in our case with respect for human rights. The graph that President Trump has been posting on social media about the decline in migration was created by my team, which has been in constant communication with his. I instructed the Secretary of Economy to implement Plan B that we have been working on, which includes tariff and non-tariff measures in defense of Mexico's interests. Nothing by force, everything by reason and right. Damn. Damn, son. All right. I'm going to the bathroom. Apologies. I've had 2 Celsius and now a Crown Royal, so this bathroom breaks might accelerate.
But time has no beginnings and the history has no bounds. As to this verdant country they came from all around. They sailed upon her waterways and they walked the forest tall. Built the mines, the mills, and the factories for the good of us all. And when the young man's fancy had turned into the spring, the railroad men grew restless for to hear the hammers ring. And their minds were overflowing with the visions of their day, with many a fortune won and lost and many a debt to pay. Oh, they looked in the future, and what did they see? They saw an iron road running from the sea to the sea, bringing the goods to a young growing land, all up from the seaboards and into their hands. Look away, said they, across this mighty land, from the eastern shore to the western strand. Bring the workers and bring up the rails. We gotta lay down the tracks and tear up the trails. Open their heart, let the lifeblood flow. This gotta get on our way, 'cause we're moving too slow. Bring in the workers and bring up the rails. We gotta lay down the tracks and tear up the trails. Open their heart, let the lifeblood flow. Gotta get on our way, 'cause we're moving too slow. Get on our way, 'cause we're moving too slow. Behind the blue Rockies, the sun is declining.
What is this, vexing? Oh yeah, everyone Googling Smoot Hawley.
Back to this. I read this in November. This is from Politico. Google it. Lighthizer and his allies lay groundwork for Trump's massive new tariffs. This is the most clear-eyed analysis I've seen. Donald Trump's former trade chief and those close to him are preparing to aggressively sell their plans for massive new tariffs on imports that will go far beyond anything seen in Trump's first term. Memos among themselves as they prepare to convince lawmakers and the...
Oh, they got booed in Calgary, too.
public that their plans
I don't think
for
I've ever
dramatically
seen this
higher
kind
tariffs
this
will
like
energize the
this kind of energy among Canadians ever in my
economy
life
instead
about
of tanking
anything.
it. That's an orthodoxy. That's a philosophy. Like the people who've preached deregulation and free trade, this is the opposite of it. That's not transactional. That's we want to use American might to reshape the economy. And we've all been running around like chickens with our heads cut off, blaming defense spending and blaming this and blaming that, when it's just what he wants is tariffs.
Matt Gurney, text from a friend. The U.S. just blew up its most critical trading relationship, and CNN is currently airing a documentary about Kobe Bryant. Yeah, no, exactly. Like you guys do not give a shit about us.
It seems.
Yeah.
This is not a friendship. I'm not feeling the friendship.
He wants to use his muscle. So what do you do in response to that other than you got to fight back? I think I'm obviously not an expert on any of these things, and I'm not in any of these conversations. But you know, if you're on the schoolyard and somebody keeps pushing you around, eventually you kind of got to push back. And that's kind of what it sounds like. It sounds like there is nothing that can be done. It sounds like there's nothing that can be said. It sounds like there's no reasoning. It sounds like there's no proof that you could show and say, hey, this is going to hurt you in these ways. This is what's going to happen. This is what you're going to do to our economy, to your economy. It kind of sounds like you got to push back. And I think if that's the blueprint that they're following, yeah, it's going to be tough.
Well, Fred, to pick up on that schoolyard bully analogy, I was not a bully. You will not be surprised that I was bullied.
All of the girlfriends who live in Canada have to break up with their boyfriends now. I'm sorry. It's the rules.
Of time or two in my life, sometimes on this panel, but you dealt with it.
They need to hear about. They need to watch
you got to a point you had
Kobe
to just inflict
documentary
as much pain on
twice,
that person as they were inflicting on you,
and then watch
it became
Forensic
a
Files.
lose-lose for everybody. We'd like to talk about win-wins in the trade thing, but it seems like this is where we're all headed right now. That it's going to be a tightening of screws on both economies.
Yeah, look, it's going to be lose-lose. I don't know how this is going to stop inflation. It's going to explode on both sides of the border. If they're thinking that it'll remake U.S. manufacturing, if that's where instead of buying Canadian products,
it's
so
the only place where the U.S.-Canada friendship exists.
Build up their economy there. I mean, maybe that will happen at some level, but generally, it's going to just raise the cost of everything. Because what happens every time a tax comes in, it just gets moved to the consumer, and that's what's going to happen with the tariffs to Americans and Canadians when we have to retaliate.
So Greg, if this is the revelation of, the true motivation here. If it is, he talked about it, we want to bring pharmaceuticals back to the U.S., so we're going to put tariffs on the European Union. We got a lot of our vaccines during COVID from European countries who could have withheld it for their own national security reasons, but they shipped it even at the height of the pandemic. He wants to bring that back inside the United States. If it is this more fundamental use of American might to restructure trade practices and trade flows and where manufacturing is located, this is a much more difficult conversation for whoever is running whatever country to deal with, because it's day 11 of 1,461 days of Trump, and this is what he has said his goal is.
Yeah, and that goal, like the pharmaceutical stuff, is about getting brick and mortar back in the United States.
Jobs.
But that State Department paper that I referenced earlier, one of the things they talk about the collaboration with the United States was our approach to COVID and funding vaccines. The thing is, Trump also talked about defeating inflation and the price of eggs. Well, guess what? The price of eggs have never been more expensive, I think, than they are right now.
Because of avian flu.
Yeah, in the United States. I mean, I think it's great. Look, if I was a spoiler in this, I would try to find some sort of way to get Canadian eggs to a food bank in the United States. If you want to your point, kind of push back and punch a little bit and embarrass him on this, because what he wants to do on tariffs is, as Red pointed out, inflation is going to grow on both sides of the border. So his desire to pursue that is also going to defeat his promise to defeat inflation. Yeah. And that's going to be, I'm trying to find the bright spot here. I will enjoy watching that.
Yeah, look, the price of eggs is up, not because of Trump, it's because avian flu led to the slaughter of a bunch of egg-laying
typical
chicken.
Mainstream media.
I'm pro-retaliation. I'm newly pro-protectionist policies here in Canada. I've always wished we were a little bit better about actually using our resources ourselves instead of just exporting them. We need way more. Yeah, this is the thing where it's like the awakening of Canadian nationalism. I don't think I've ever seen it happen in my life. Like, not even to this extent, but at all to this level, except for when we're playing the Americans in the finals of the Winter Olympic hockey.
We went through
the only thing that comes close, and it's not even close.
Through this in the post-COVID thing, when people were putting pictures of chicken breasts in the price tag, was because avian flu. It happens, right? And, you get these industrial manufacturing things, and a virus rips through, and they got to be slaughtered, and there you go. That's it. But Mel, that challenge, is. This is more fundamental and sort of a radical restructuring of things than it is, fix your fentanyl problem at the border, because the math on that never kind of made sense beyond an impulse, and to hit with a 25% tariff and these threats, it clearly is a more fundamental thing than this, than the initial thought and arguments have been.
And the idea there, that's not an idea that we haven't, or the principle behind it isn't necessarily a principle that we haven't heard, right? We've heard Canadians here even say, during COVID, our inability to get X thing or this thing has really had us behind. So the ability to produce stuff in country is generally a good thing that a lot of people like. It's the muscle to not just be able to do it inside, but to make us kind of the powerhouse in the world. I think that's the difference there. You had Laura Dawson on earlier, and I had the opportunity to ask her some questions last week, and she said something about, to your point, Greg, of he has some very solid things that he wants to achieve, that he's told the American people that he wants to achieve. He wants to, lower inflation, lower the price of gas, lower the price of food. Those are things that we can help him with. Right. So how does that then feed into the problem if he is now having to deal with, a more expensive cost of everything, well, then maybe that's an opportunity to reason with the folks around him. But yeah, the finding the ways to make this better in a circumstance of we want to use that muscle to just have more economic strength. It's going to be hard.
I feel like we're really hamstrung here because we're arguing facts and trying to apply rational political
Sorry, I've just realized I've
analysis
been
to it,
texting this whole time and just
he
ignoring
promised to make
chat.
everything cheaper.
You guys,
price of gas. So
who
even a
cares?
10% tariff on oil and gas versus 20.
Wait, did he mention avian flu? Did I miss it? I've just been.
That's like a 30 cent a liter, 20 to 25
I'm doing sourcing.
Cent a liter hit, but then he says, Fred, tariffs don't cause inflation. They cause great success.
Yeah, we need to send in the RCMP to that ostrich farm and just, like, deal with it.
I did this period beginning in around 1870 as they came out of the Civil War and had tough tariffs and protectionist policies as we've never been richer. And what do you do there, right?
Well, I will admit I haven't studied that period closely.
No, they are deadly. There's like an ostrich farm where there's been an outbreak of bird flu, and they're like they're refusing to cull them.
Ramifications.
A lot of smallpox and things like that,
So look, sadly,
it's not in the
this
chickens.
is
I
gonna
don't
happen.
think yet.
We're going to see it. I think we're probably on the correct side of this, that this is going to lead to massive inflation, and he's going to be proven wrong, and it's going to have potentially long-term consequences for both countries.
It's interesting, I'm not an economist, but I've been reading a lot of economic theory on tariffs, and in terms of inflation, you get that initial hit when the tariff is applied, but it's not necessarily a persistent month-over-month increase. It's just, it really sucks because prices are up and they're staying at that level. So the rate of inflation, you may not go back to things, but you're going to see a price shock, Greg. And then the challenge is as the Prime Minister and his ministers and his advisors are calibrating the response and what you can hit and how you can hit it, anything you do back can compound the misery on this side of it if there's no easy options.
Really good at making
and
an
going
entrance,
to
that's
the
what I
political
appreciate
situation you're in,
Oh,
with the
that
calendar
what
where it is.
Oh, no, that makes sense.
Just
subscribed.
Yeah, and the other thing
Randy's
is,
29
if you've been
months, hell
watching
yeah.
The new
How's it
press
going,
secretary
Randy's?
at the White
Hope you're having a
House.
good Saturday.
There are some media organizations in that room that didn't used to be in the room, and you're going to be surprised that they're not known for their journalistic
Jesus, Deborah. That's awful.
integrity.
That recently?
And so if the economy in the United States is impacted negatively like we expect it to be, we can't even count on that the stories are going to be told the same way, accurately, so that he could make up whatever he wants as the reasons, and he's probably going to have, he's said some pretty provocative things about what he could get away with. We're probably going to see some real wallet-hitting impacts, and his supporters may still think it's Joe Biden's fault, or it's funny, the awful plane crash this week. I was with a client and I mentioned that there was a similar one in the early 80s, and Ronald Reagan, there was a man who rescued someone in the State of the Union.
Well, welcome, Space King. We won't hold, we hold no animosity to individual Americans. I think we can all agree that this is very dumb, and no one's going to benefit from this. This is going to suck for everybody.
Was a couple of weeks later, Ronald Reagan recognized that person, and my client said,
I'm sorry, Deborah.
Did Ronald Reagan blame Jimmy Carter? And
American food doesn't look right. It's like your eggs are not the right color.
Sure did.
Yeah, so this is. I think this is going to be a big challenge. Is that we're not even going to potentially get.
We're not going to bear.
Well, you've touched on something there because Mel, this is something all the journalists.
I have no reason to believe Deborah is lying.
In the White House briefing room, the first question traditionally when the press secretary for the president comes out goes to the Associated Press, right? The oldest reliable news service in the world. It's not happening anymore, right? The first question today was to a podcast hosts a podcast called Ruthless. Now, it's not about cruelty, ruthlessness. It is about life after the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Another follow, Space King. Thank you for the follow.
And that was the person who got the first question, right? And so the information silos it will be a thing, right?
That one video of the Fruit Loops between
just the color difference between the two is, I still go back to that because it's nuts. Yeah, here it is. And like, when I was a kid, I never really got the hate on McDonald's because I was like, it's fine. It's like, it's fast food, but it's not that bad. But then I saw what McDonald's, like American McDonald's looks like. And I'm like, what the oh, this isn't the video. I want the video. Can't see it in that. Oh, you can sort of see it here. Like, just the color difference. Like, that's like, look at that. Yeah, red dye 40 is killing all of you.
In terms of making the argument to the American public.
Mm-hmm. And like when you need fact checking and rigorous journalism now more than ever, to your point, that is kind of interesting to see how that goes, and the ability for folks to do something about it also almost seems a little bit on shaky ground when you're not getting the facts, you're not getting the information. So yeah, that's not a new change. Obviously, it's maybe a new change in the White House, but something that we've started seeing a little bit of a shift towards. I don't think that it's a helpful shift. I don't know that you can point to good coming out of that, because it is. It's really hard to fact check. It is really hard to. You can get on a podcast and say whatever you want. You don't have the same standards or guidelines that journalists obviously follow. So that's, it's tough.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was just earlier this week, I believe, we had the report on the foreign interference inquiry that said that it's misinformation and disinformation.
That today completely memory hold. I was going to go through that today. That was going to be what I was going to stream about today. Was the foreign interference report. We don't even have time for that. I just got a completely memory hold today.
That's the biggest threats to democracy. Okay, I'm just going to give you an idea of where we are, if you're watching at home, and just get a little bit of clarity from the control room. We are expecting a press conference soon from
I have it. This
about
is
10
just
minutes away
volume
from three
one.
ministers in Washington, D.C. Melanie Joly, the foreign affairs.
Well, I mean, this is like half of this. It's like it goes to halfway and then it flips to French. But like that, this is volume one, and it's like a hot take. But New Orleans was awesome. Ooh, I would like to go to New Orleans sometime. But what I was gonna say, it's like a pick your own adventure novel, because it's like they list 6 major like alleged instances of foreign interference in elections, and they're like, if you want to find the full list, go to volume 3 chapter 10. And then you go there and it's like basically the list that was already in here, and then it's like, but for a more detailed description of each one, go to volume 3 or volume 2 chapter 7. And it's like you're just bouncing around between volumes, and it's like, could this not have been like linear? Like chapter by chapter? What the hell? The hell, man? And like I was chuckling because like one of the arguments is how they need to communicate better to the public about these things and be more transparent. And I'm just imagining the average Canadian trying to fucking make heads or tails of this. I think I did a good job. But, like, that's because I've been, like, following every goddamn second of this for my job. Anyone who doesn't have all of that context, there's no way. There's just no way. And again, volume 1 of 7.
And they're like this, and like volume 1 is like hundreds of pages long. Or like 100 or so pages. Silliness.
Affairs Minister is there. David McGuinty, the Public Safety Minister, is there. And I believe it's Mark Miller, the Immigration Minister. Okay, maybe. That's what we're being told. And will we be saying goodbye to Fred and Greg and Mel in just a second? Okay, all right. Actually, all right, we're going to quickly, though, before I say goodbye to them, what do you think these ministers need to say? What can they say? Greg, just Fred, a quick 10 seconds.
We've decided we need to call an election now to beg the Prime Minister to do so.
Okay, more seriously, what do you think they can say about the situation right now?
Look, something that's real and tangible, and I think it started already during pandemic. Buy local, buy Canadian. Start looking at what you can do to support businesses in your community. That's something everyone can do right now.
Mel?
I think you just need to reassure people that we're handling it. We're doing something. We're trying to figure out how to help folks. I think if you're not going to be able to say how those conversations are going, but you can at least tell people that you're working on it.
Yeah, especially when we still really truly don't know.
Totally.
He says so many things, and who knows where they're gonna land. Fred Delory, Greg McKecker, and Melanie Richer. Always look forward to Friday. Thank you so much.
Right back.
The stars, they come stealing at the close of the day. Across the wide prairie, our loved ones lie sleeping. Beyond the dark oceans, in a place far away, we are the navvies who work upon the railway, swinging our hammers in the bright blazing sun, living on stew and drinking bad whiskey, mending our backs till the long days are done. We are the navvies who work upon the railway, swinging our hammers in the bright blazing sun, laying down track and building the bridges, bending our backs till the railroad is done. So over the mountains and over the plains, into the Muskeg and into the rain, up the St. Lawrence all the way to Gaspé, swinging.
I do know Fred. I could honestly give you his number. I'm not going to give you his number, but I could 100% introduce you mantra. If you're serious. All right. Now, what do we do now? Oh, wait.
Welcome to.
Look at that. We've got Jagmeet Singh on Mehdi Hassan. Singh's doing his own American tour, apparently.
Another Zeteo Zoom Town Hall. We have an amazing guest with us today. Where everyone's talking about Canada and America. Who better to talk to than one of Canada's most outspoken party leaders, Jagmeet Singh, leader of the new Democratic Party, the Progressive Party in Canada. Welcome to our Zeteo Town Hall.
Thank you so much. Excited to be here.
And Jagmeet, you and I last spoke.
Oh no, you're out of focus, Jagmeet. Fix your camera. think I'm gonna head out unless you're watching something super stupid. I'm just finishing up season 2 of The Recruit. No, we're probably gonna watch this, and I might finish up because it's now 11.
Google it to check. In November 2019, for The Intercept, we did a live event together in Toronto.
Because I need to finish the last 2 episodes of Netflix. Yeah, you can only watch Crave from now on, Mantra. You can only watch Letterkenny and Shoresy.
Feels like another world.
CBC Gem.
Pre-pandemic. It was 5 years ago.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Where so many Canadian, like I see so many Canadian, and they just immediately start making American-focused content, and it's like, well, why? There's so many Americans already doing that. Why wouldn't Americans? They know nothing about us. Speaking to Americans, how about educating Americans?
It's hard to imagine.
Is your Americans learning?
I remember we just were reminiscing, but yeah, it's been a long time.
That's the name of the podcast.
Then at the time, just for our viewers to be aware, you had become leader 2 years earlier, I believe, in 2017.
Schitt's Creek is good.
That's right. I was a freshman.
The New Democratic Party is the 3rd biggest party in Canada. It's the left party. You had just become leader. You're now 7 years in. We're on course for another Canadian election before October of this year legally, but it may be much sooner due to Trudeau's resignation recently. How are you feeling about leading the NDP into another election, your 3rd election, I believe?
Yes, I'm excited about it. I think that this election is a really important opportunity. There's a lot of things going on in the world which are scary, and I think people are feeling worried.
I still haven't watched the new Big Fat Quiz of the Year. I still need to watch
in
that.
Canada,
maybe one of these
there's a big opportunity for us because people feel let down by the governing party, by the Liberal Party. They feel like they don't want to give them another chance. So the choice is going to come down to the Conservatives with Pierre Poilievre or myself. Conservatives have made it clear they want to cut the programs people need, like healthcare, pensions, the things that people really count on. It's going to cost people more. And we've made it clear we want to defend those things and lower people's bills by taking on corporate greed, building homes people can afford, and improving our healthcare system, which we're very proud of, but needs improving. So I think the choice is really clear. For the working class, we're there. For the billionaires, it's the Conservatives.
So I do want to talk about domestic politics and the election. We've got a bunch of questions already coming in. We've got over 100 people in the chat, more people joining. Already got a couple of great questions in the Q&A. If you do have questions, stick your questions in the Q&A. Obviously, I won't be able to get through all of them, but I'll try my best. I'm just going to ask a few of my own, and then I'll bring in some subscriber questions. I got to ask first, Jugby, about Donald Trump. I hate to, but I have to. You're going to the polls this year in Canada, and now you have an American president, the shadow of an American president over a Canadian election in a way I don't think you've ever had before in modern Canadian history, where your next door neighbor, the president of the United States, your ally, is saying, Canada, that's a province. That should be the 51st state. And the prime minister of Canada, he's referring to him as governor. I mean, he would say joking, but he's not really joking. Polls show that weirdly, even though a majority of Canadians say they have no interest in joining the United States, I saw a couple of polls. 25% of Canadians say they'd be open to the idea, considering it. And amongst young people, the numbers go up. Amongst 18 to 34-year-old men are much more open to becoming citizens of the United States. What is going on with Canada, America, the 51st state? What was your reaction to Donald Trump's rhetoric?
Well, I mean, it sounds like the musings of an internet troll, not the president of the United States. And I mean, we shouldn't be surprised that the president sounds like that. He is confirmed himself in that status of trolling people instead of really having a serious relationship. We pride ourselves on having a good relationship with our neighbors. In general, Canadians believe you look out for your neighbor, and we've done that. We've built a really strong relationship, a strong economy, but we're proud Canadians, and we'll fight to defend who we are. We've got a healthcare system where you don't go bankrupt if you fall ill. You get the care you need.
I would say it might be more like the Italian years of lead living in America
a working class janitor, and you can end up in a world-class children's hospital and get the best care, world-class care, and not have to spend money out of your pocket in Canada. And we're proud of that. And so we are going to defend that. I am worried, though, that there are people that are getting radicalized by the right wing and are losing sense of what we've built in Canada that's special. And it's my job to remind people that we've built really special things, that what Donald Trump wants to do is not going to benefit everyday folks. It's not going to benefit the working class. He's already shown in some of his decisions that the recent tax cut announcement, it's going to benefit those that earn over $300,000. That's not going to help a working class person.
But surely you recognize, even if it's a minority, if a minority of Canadians, the number should really be zero. But if there's 10, 20, 30%, especially among young men, saying, actually, we'd like to be part of the US, that suggests that Canadian politics, the Canadian establishment, has failed them.
Well, it certainly suggests that. I think that's concretely true. And I would point out the establishment in Canada, the two parties that have governed in Canada
have been
the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party.
We're going to watch the rest of this.
The red and blue teams have governed in Canada.
Wrap her up.
And they failed.
But this has been
absolutely.
fantastic.
We're in a position right now
great stream.
where...
I know it's not been a great day, but I'm glad we could have a couple of laughs and try and stay sane a little bit.
You can earn a decent living and you can't afford a home. We're in a position now where people are having a hard time buying groceries. Basic things that you would think, in a developed society, people shouldn't worry about a home and worry about their groceries. But those two fundamental things, shelter and food, people are worried about. So yes, there's been a failure. And that's why we're saying the only way we fix that is by going after the root cause, going after the corporate greed, which drives up the cost of food, going after a housing market that is built for developers and investors, but not built for the working class.
Which is weird.
That's what we got to fix, and I'm committed to fixing it.
You'd think that the sort of leftist socialist leader would have more heat for the banks and the bankers.
Zain Raza in our Q&A, one of our subscribers, says, I think Zateo should host a national debate for PM candidates when the elections are called in Canada. I wish, Zain, but I don't think Pierre Poilievre would sign up for that. We'll come back to Pierre in a moment. Andrea says, as a Minnesotan, Jagmeet, would you consider absorbing Minnesota? Most Americans think we're part of Canada anyways.
I've heard some folks saying that, listen, there's a couple of states that might want to actually create something special with Canada. We have folks that believe...
And he still hasn't explained what an excess profit is, because my understanding was all profits were the excess.
Believe in universal health care, folks that believe that we can do better when we look after one another. That sounds that's very encouraging that people do believe in building a better world. So
there are a lot of Americans who want Canadian healthcare, and actually, there's a lot of Americans who think if you became the 51st state, would that help them get healthcare in the US and the other 50 states? Phil Grauer says, "How would so here's an interesting question that Phil has. Jagmeet, even if you say we don't want to be the 51st state, it's a ridiculous idea. You're trolling us. Trump is saying I'm going to use economic leverage to pressure Canada into joining the US." Tariffs. He's obsessed with tariffs, right? Phil Grauer says, how would a 25% tariff, which is what he has suggested, affect the Canadian economy? What would it mean for cross-border trade, for Canadian businesses? I've seen one study, Jagmeet, that says you could lose 1 million jobs in Canada from a 25%.
Oh, yeah. It would be massive, massively destructive. And I want to point out, not just for Canada, but for America as well. Our economies are
just
so
sort of
interconnected.
kind of hitting me in waves.
For example, there are products that start in Canada, cross the border,
today,
get further refined in the U.S., come back to Canada, and go back to the
what
U.S.
will
for
happen.
the final sale. So there are so many people that will be impacted, not just in Canada. It's going to have repercussions and impacts in the States as well. So this is a divisive tactic. And we know that Trump is a bully. In this case, he's an economic bully. And bullies only understand one thing, which is force. And so what we will do is respond in kind. One example that I've said is that there's only really one source of critical minerals for the US, which is sustainable, which is viable, and that's Canada. For many of the critical minerals they need, I've said, let's turn off the tap on critical minerals. They want to threaten a tariff with us. We can go after Elon Musk directly, who benefits as the billionaire buddy of Donald Trump, and he needs those critical minerals for his batteries. So let's go after
cobalt, lithium, that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
So I was you preempted my next question, which is, if Prime Minister Jagmeet Singh is in office come October or whatever it is this year, your strategy for protecting Canadians from Donald Trump's...
I mean, I guess it depends on who you ask. But most of them would probably say social democrats.
Threats and a tariff war.
More likely.
A trade war.
Be their
language. Not to be his best friend, like Pierre Poilievre.
But like individual MPs will identify themselves as socialist.
Actually,
I would assume.
raise the costs for the U.S.?
We got to fight back. And in doing that, we got to keep in mind, we love our neighbors. We want to work together. But Donald Trump doesn't understand cooperation, negotiation. He understands first. The last time we were in a similar situation was when he and his administration imposed tariffs on steel and aluminum. The only way we won that fight was responding with tariffs.
Yeah, no, he identifies as a social democrat.
In kind. And then we were able to get them to back away. So similarly, we've got to respond with strength. Cozying up to Trump does not work. Trying to wine and dine him does not work. Fighting back is the only way. We've got to show strength. And we'll work with our allies. There's governors, there's Congress folks that we can work with. There we can apply pressure and use the diplomacy. But with Trump, we have to use force.
Okay. Well, interesting. Phil Grauer, who asked a question, has a follow-up, which I think is good. Could the MAGA movement revive the Canadian right-wing trucker movement that occupied Ottawa last winter?
Well, I'm troubled by the fact that there are even 20% of Canadians that are cozying up to the idea that Trump's putting out. So there is a certain climate that Trump and his kind of right-wing MAGA folks inspire in Canada as well. But still, the hope that I have is 80% of people reject that. So I think it is troubling that he could maybe fan the flames of some of the extreme right-wing folks that are in Canada. My responsibility is to not let folks get divided. I feel fundamentally working class folks, everyday folks have far more in common. We have far more things that are common struggles, common issues, common challenges that we can address together. And we are only able to tackle if we work together. So I really want to find ways to bring people who might think that they're different, who might think that they come from different walks of life, but really are fundamentally working class folks, middle class folks.
Do we still have it,
we're
though?
better off when we bind together.
I do want to talk about the domestic politics in election. Just one more on America. Lovely Pariah is the name of a subscriber in the chat. Says, I'm American Canadian. The tariffs that have been threatened, what concrete kitchen table examples can I give to my American relatives to explain to them why this would be bad for them and not just Canada and the world?
Okay, I can give them steel and aluminum. So if they apply tariffs on steel and aluminum, Canada is one of the biggest producers of refining aluminum, and many of those aluminum products actually go to the States. So if there's a manufacturing company that requires aluminum products or aluminum pieces, a tool and die company that needs certain pieces made a certain way, we're the ones that will supply that. So a tariff on those will discourage someone from buying them, but then the buyer in America who needs that for their factory to run, who needs that for their products to be produced, won't be able to buy that anymore, or it'll be too expensive to buy it.
On profits in excess of 51% of the amount of capital employed by the taxpayer in the business at varying rates. Someone who understands the economy, explain that to me like I'm an idiot. Pretend I'm an idiot. I know it'll be difficult. Well, what does that mean? I know, obviously I understand what it means, but just for the benefit of everyone else.
And so it'll increase the prices for Americans. So a tariff on Canadian goods is going to hurt Canada. Absolutely. It might discourage people from buying our goods, but it also means that it'll be more expensive for folks in America. They may not be able to find the same product or the same quality. It might mean factories get shut down. It will have impacts. The steel and aluminum tariffs, when they were applied last time, actually directly hurt American manufacturing as well and American jobs. So that's one of the leverage points that we said, without even doing anything, it was hurting people in America. And so we don't want to see that happen. We do not want a trade war. We do not want our economy to be hurt in this way. We don't want workers to be impacted in this way. But this will have real impacts. And we have to show Trump that this is not the way to go. This is painful, and it's going to be hurtful to both our economies. We want to protect and build on what we have, not hurt it and harm it.
Amanda Greenwood says, is Canada willing to take any of us in that do not want to live under this authoritarian regime in the US?
Not anymore.
Amanda, I'm sure Jagmeet will take you guys in when he's prime minister. To refugees.
I'm kidding. You're all so welcome.
Trudeau government. From 2022 onwards in what's called a supply and confidence deal, where Canada's a parliamentary system, for those people who aren't aware, who are watching from around the world. It means that Trudeau didn't have a majority. You could have allowed him to govern as a minority government. NDP, as a third party in parliament, provided the votes to basically prop up that government on issues that you agreed with. You pulled out of that not that long ago. Trudeau obviously has resigned in the recent weeks. Do you regret propping up his government? Do you wish you'd never done that, supplying confidence to you?
Yeah, when I think about that, so first of all, I would frame it differently. At the outset, we fought and forced the government to deliver on things, and we used our power and leverage.
Yeah, no, I just fucking sat up in my seat, Nato, bud.
The person I think about when I think about what we were able to achieve in these past 2 years.
Yeah, like I was like, holy shit, let's go. This is like the Jordan Peterson question, when he was like, he basically asked Polyev straight up, how do we know this isn't all bullshit and you're not just gonna do what like has like every other conservative government has done and just immediately pivoted to the center? And I'm like, oh, okay, here we go.
I think about a woman named Sue. Her name is Susan, but she's...
I'm gonna scream. Like, I'm sorry. Apologies to Sue. Apologies to Sue. I'm sure she's a lovely woman. But you know how many goddamn times I've heard this exact anecdote? I should have been keeping a tally.
I call her Sue. I met her in Ottawa, our capital, at a dentist's office. We had fought for a dental care program. When we were able to win that program, we forced the government to deliver it. And Sue was at the dentist's office. She had invited me to join her. She's a cancer survivor. She's a senior on a fixed income. And she had lost all her teeth because of the treatment that she had to deal with the cancer, the chemotherapy, the radiotherapy. She'd lost almost all her teeth. Her teeth were in really bad shape. She was in the dentist's chair and she asked the dentist, could you get my smile back? And she had a picture of her beautiful smile. And the dentist looked her in the eyes and said, yes, I'm going to get you your smile back. And she broke down in tears of joy. And then she looked at me and said, it's because of this program that you fought for. And so I think about Sue. 1.2 million people like Sue were able to go to the dentist because of the program we fought for. That's who I did it for. I did it for Sue and the millions of people that are now going to be able to go to a dentist because of our program.
You weren't a fan of it because you ended up pulling out of it.
Well, what happened was we had got the dental care program. We also got a pharmacare program. So to cover people's medications, starting with diabetes medication and devices, we got that legislation passed and money secured for that medication to be covered. We had got as much as we could get done. And it became clear when we wanted to push for more, they were unwilling to go there. Particularly,
you still haven't gotten all the pharmacare agreements won't be finalized before March the 9th. When you're supposedly going to be voting down the government. I don't know if they've signed any pharmacare deals yet. There was one with BC I thought was one that they had signed, but that was just like a promissory thing that we will at some point come to an agreement.
When we said to make life more affordable, we have to go after corporate greed. The corporate grocery stores ripping off people, the housing market designed for investors and developers, we've got to change that. They were unwilling, so it became clear we could not get more out of this government.
Like Mark Allen,
this government is now
health
looking
minister
for a new
said
leader.
he wouldn't.
They've got elections.
No, it didn't die because the legislation had already passed, so it can all happen in the background. Like they can still negotiate these deals, but they haven't negotiated the deals yet. Mark Holland, the health minister, said his goal was to have them all signed by April 1st, which for those of you who can read a calendar, that's after March 9th.
For a leadership going on between Chrysler Friedland and Mark Carney as the two frontrunners. Justin Trudeau has announced his resignation. He was on the scene for a very long time, a decade. How will history remember Justin Trudeau in your view?
Well, I mean, I do have to acknowledge we were able to do some really important things together. While I had to force him and I had to push him, I do want to acknowledge that together we were able to achieve a dental care program, which is the first expansion of healthcare in Canada since we brought in our healthcare system. And like I mentioned, millions of people have been able to go to a dentist and use a government dental health card and get that covered and not have to worry about the cost of it. So that's really special. The pharmacare was something that we've been fighting for decades. We were able to achieve that. And the fact that we brought in better protections for workers, these are really important things. And so it'll be a part of our shared legacy that
while excess of 2020 profit forecasts in 2014, 2019.
Liberals to do things they wouldn't otherwise have done. Ultimately, the Prime Minister was able to work with me to get these things done, and we were able to achieve them.
You mentioned the things you got out of the deal.
Well, that's
like
on me
dental
then.
care.
I should have
What
found
you
that.
didn't get, though, was a fully proportional voting system.
apologies
Mohammed
to-
Baig
to
says,
Singh.
why did you not make proportional voting a part of your supply and confidence deal? It would have put the NDP, your party, in a much better position in this coming election.
Well, that is very insightful, and you're absolutely right, it would have. It was actually one of the things we did negotiate when we first sat down to negotiate that supply and confidence agreement. But the Liberals, Justin Trudeau, was firmly against proportional. He said no, and there was no, he had other ideas, but what I thought was the most just, and what we had a parliamentary committee that went around Canada asking for advice on what people wanted.
I think it's. I
and
think
the
people think it's
consensus
nice
was
to,
a proportional
someone will remember
system
them
was
after
what
they
people
die.
wanted, so that each vote would give you the same percentage.
And it's like it's a pseudo form of immortality. What's that old quote? I think there's like two basically similar quotes. Like one is a man dies two deaths. The first is when their body dies, and the second is when the last person forgets about them. And there's a shorter quote is no man dies and so long as he lives in the hearts of men, or whatever sort of thing. So it's like it's that, like it's the legacy. It's that ability to live on after death. What is it? I think it's Washington, to plant a tree whose shade you will never get to enjoy, sort of thing.
Percentage of power in Parliament. So if you got 10% of the vote, you got 10% of the seats. It makes sense to me as a Democratic Party. I really believe that people's voices should be reflected. He had a flat out no to that, and there was no compromise. And for us, that was the only system that we had any sort of public buy-in and viability for.
He's referring to a single definition.
You mentioned he didn't budge on that. Some of his replacements are going to be to the right of him. I think many would argue Mark
and I think
Carney
he
would
left
end up
it
being to the right of him on the
intentionally
economy. Bill Vogiatsis, sorry, I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name, says Ruby Dalla is entering the leadership race. She wants the party to move to the center right. Does this create an opportunity for the NDP to be more progressive? I want you to take that question, but also, regardless of how you pitch yourself in the election, if it is another hung parliament, and the Liberals have a chance of forming the government over Poilievre and his right-wing Conservatives, will you entertain the idea of a coalition or another supply and confidence deal?
I appreciate both questions. I'll start with
another supply and confidence. Don't you dare!
We have been really the force in Canada to get the things that people really believe in and need. The healthcare system that we're proud of came in a minority government, similar scenario, where New Democrats had the leverage, had the balance of power, and we brought in that healthcare system. Our old age security, which is a support for seniors, our pension, even our employment insurance. So when workers lose a job, there's a fund they can go to and it'll give them supports. All of these social safety nets that Canadians are proud of were all New Democrat things, everything that our party brought in historically. So we will always be on the side of working class people. And I am firmly and proudly going to fight for the working class. This is the battle that's in front of us. The Conservatives have made it clear, accepting the endorsement of Elon Musk, that Pierre Poilievre is in the pockets of billionaires. That's who he wants to help. He has made no qualms about it. And right-wing folks often do that. We see the Trump administration already doing it. And so really it's that battle between billionaires and the working class. And so in the next election, I have to be, again, clear about this. I cannot entertain any sort of speculation about the outcome. I'm running to become prime minister. And I have to focus on that goal because Canadians need me to be in that position to make decisions for the working class.
Hold on.
Anyone who wants to work with me, I'm ready.
I'm in the US now where it's a presidential system. I interviewed Jill Stein. Some of our subscribers got very upset with me because I made the point that you can't be president, which she can't. She was like, I can be president, you can't. All right. In the UK, we had a coalition government when I left the UK to move here in 2015. There was the same debate with the Liberal Democratic Party, as you know, the third party in the UK. Which of the two parties are you going to support? Clearly, I understand you have to say I'm running to be prime minister, but you're in third place in the polls. You're probably not going to be prime minister. And if you enter into a coalition or confidence supply, almost certainly.
He's already dead. Stop.
Not with the Conservatives. Can you at least rule that out, that you would never support a Poilievre government?
Well, I've said that very clearly. We have nothing in common. There is no way we
have government. You're probably not going to be prime minister. And if you enter into a coalition or confidence supply, almost certainly not with the Conservatives. Can you at least rule that out, that you would never support a Poilievre government?
Well, I've said that very clearly. We have nothing in common. There is no way we can work with the Conservative government.
You're definitely not going to support the Poilievre government, But what would it take? And there's a question from one of our subscribers, Michael Morkenthau says, practically, what specific policies would make it worth it to support a Liberal government until October? He's asking about right now. But also, I would ask beyond October, what would make it worth it to support the Liberals in government?
Well, I can ask about what policies matter to me, but I cannot, going into an election, entertain anything but trying to win and form government. I can tell you this. Many polls
you're ruling out a coalition or a deal with the Conservatives. I just heard you rule it out. But you're not ruling one out with the Liberals. You're not saying I'll never, ever do another confidence supply with the Liberals.
Well, I can tell you this. I frame it in this way. I want to become the next prime minister, the first prime minister that is the Labour prime minister that's working for working class people. And anyone who wants to work with me on my agenda that's going to benefit working class people is welcome to work with me. How are you? I'll work with anyone that cares about putting working people first, that cares about fixing our healthcare system, that cares about lowering the price of groceries, taking on corporate greed, putting in a price cap on food essentials, banning big corporations from buying affordable homes, which is happening in the States, or it's happening in Canada massively as well. That's what I can commit to. But in terms of what I could do to continue this government till October, on this point, I've been also very clear.
Yeah,
at this point, there is nothing.
Terrible speech.
When Parliament resumes, I will be voting against the government at the next opportunity. It's become clear that we cannot continue.
Will you?
If not, and okay, I understand what you say when you say I want to be prime minister, and you have to say that. But you are in third place. You're polling at 17%. I want to win an Oscar, but I don't think I will win an Oscar. You have more chance of being prime minister, obviously, than I have of winning an Oscar. But I just look at your record. Your critics would say when you became leader of the NDP, they had 44 seats.
Oh
in
yeah,
Parliament.
no, you got to do it.
Today,
It's on Parliament.
25 seats in Parliament. How do you defend your?
You got to let our
7
French
years
colleagues
if the number of seats in Parliament has gone down.
Like it's.
When I became leader, we were at like 10% in the polls.
And they asked great questions.
So even though we had previously secured some victories, there has been 2 years.
It's not even like
that the former.
Oh, we gotta let him have their time. Like, no, you gotta let him have the time because it's like you're hurt, you're missing out.
The leader stayed on, didn't leave, and we were pretty low in the polls. Like I said, 10%, and I took that party from 10%. And now, while you mentioned one that has a 17, there are many that have put us at 20 and 21. And ahead of the Liberal Party, putting us in second place. So we've grown significantly over that time. But ultimately, polls may go up or down. The final poll that matters is going to be in the next election. And in this election, there's a real opportunity. And I want folks to know this. People do feel really let down. Like you mentioned, Justin Trudeau has been in power for almost a decade. And so people are feeling like they want change. They feel let down and they don't want to give that party another chance. So there's only two choices, really. And so I invite people, no matter who you voted for in the past, you might have voted for another party in the past. If you want to reject conservative cuts, if you stand against Pierre Poilievre, who's cozying up to Trump, who's
I think my brain even just read it as NDP. I didn't even
if you
notice
reject that, stand with me this time. And this time, we can fight and win together.
Do you see Pierre Poilievre as a MAGA conservative, as a Trump-like figure for Canada? Aubrey Harris says, I'm frightened at the prospect of a re-elected Doug Ford in Ontario, coupled with a potential Trump-like Pierre Poilievre as Prime Minister. Do you share that view?
I'm deeply concerned about Pierre Poilievre, and I'm concerned about him for specific policies that he's been really open about.
What's the dear Elon
He's made it clear that he wants to cut healthcare. Healthcare is something Canadians really believe in. He wants to privatize it. He wants for-profit healthcare in Canada, which is the exact opposite of what we believe in. We believe you should be able to go and get care and not have to worry about how much it costs you. He wants it to be pay for access to healthcare, which is really problematic. He wants to cut pensions for seniors. And this is something that seniors have really raised as a concern. Seniors in Canada get a combination of a Canadian pension and an old age security, which gives them some basic amount of money so they can survive.
Hey,
it's not enough, actually, as it is. It can range between $1,200 to $1,600 a month.
You're catching the tail end of it.
At one point, it was decent. Now it's barely enough to get by. He wants to cut that even further. That's going to cost seniors. We just were able to, as a part of our agreement, we were able to secure childcare as a law of the land. And so for many families, they're able to access $10 a day childcare. And Mehdi, I don't know if you know the going rates of childcare. It can be thousands of dollars a month. We've got it down to $10 a day for many families. He wants to cut that as well. Cutting that could mean thousands of dollars more a family has to spend. It could mean that many women won't actually be able to go back to the workforce.
For much longer
so his cuts are serious, and that's what I'm worried about.
Very angry about 25% tariffs on Canada because I'm Canadian. So it's nuts. It's still, I don't think it's still fully sunk in for me.
a pro-billionaire or pro-Trump type of rhetoric, that's also very troubling.
The impact this
you
is going to
mentioned his spending cuts. I just want to put in a question that we had about that, if I can find it again. Give me 1 second. We've got a lot of questions in the comments.
This is great. Well, I just appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, here we go. Well, we appreciate you taking the question.
Water soup.
Ali Abdul Hamid says one of the main criticisms of the NDP and Liberal parties more generally is that increased government spending is both inflationary and increases deficits and debts. How would you deal with the contrasting priorities of fiscal discipline with spending on what's desperately needed, like healthcare?
Well, I think I'm going to take this question very seriously. We do need to spend within our means. Actually, the first leader of our party, Tommy Douglas, who the Canadian listeners will know is one of the most famous Canadians. He brought in healthcare. He actually was very prudent.
Grandfather, isn't he? He's Kiefer Sutherland's
That's right. That's right. That's the connection. Very, very, very well done. Yeah. So he was an icon. He was actually voted as the greatest Canadian ever. He's the first leader of our party. I've got a picture of him in my office. He actually, in Saskatchewan, where he was first the premier, he first balanced the budgets to make sure that we were fiscally responsible, and then brought in universal Medicare in that province. And then when he was elected, brought it in across the country. So we believe, and our roots are, we've got to be prudent with our money. The things that I would cut would be some of the waste. We give billions of dollars in subsidies to highly profitable oil and gas companies. I would end that. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on outside consultants when our public service, the federal employees, could do that work. So I would cut those contracts. There's things that I would cut, but there's places where I would invest. I believe in investing in healthcare. I believe we could invest better in education. I believe we could do a better job in investing in taking care of our seniors. So I would make investments strategically for working people, and I would cut the wasteful things that Liberals and Conservatives have spent billions of dollars on for so long. I think it's harmful when Conservatives talk about cutting the things that we need just to give more money to their billionaire buddies. That's no way to build an economy.
Beryl Pilkington, you mentioned oil and gas companies, says climate breakdown is the biggest threat to the world, burning fossil fuels. What will the NDP do to address the challenges such as wildfires, floods, drought, and so on?
Well, twofold. One, we have to do our part to reduce emissions. Bluntly, we got to bring down our emissions. And secondly, we now live in a reality where climate change has become the norm. So what we would call extreme weather has become normal, that extreme weather happens. And given that, we've got to make investments to build better and more resilient communities. Many communities that face floods or fires could have prevented the brunt of those damages if they'd made or able to make investments to improve their infrastructure. So having better water management systems in place to prevent the flooding from happening, having better forest management systems in place to prevent the worst impacts of the forest fires.
Technically, the NDP are in the best economic position they've been in pre-writ drop in the past 2 elections.
So this is something, an existential threat. I got 2 daughters. I think about the future planet I want to leave to them. So we've got to fight the climate crisis. And we've got to build more resilient communities. I would say those two
don't have any loans.
Thank you.
Or mortgages to pay off.
Says, I love your approach to so much, Jagmeet, but your lack of fight when Quebec pushed their bill to forbid religious symbols, like your turban, in government troubles me. How can we believe you will put up the good fight for Canada when you didn't do that for yourself against a racist bill?
Oh, I said that bill is absolutely discriminatory. In fact, it happened in my first leadership campaign. And every day of the campaign, when I went to Quebec, I was asked questions on it, and I called out the discriminatory nature of that bill. And it probably hurt my numbers in Quebec, but I didn't back down from it. I never said I accepted it. I never said it was okay.
This is true. That is true. That is something you did, and it absolutely
we need to challenge it. It's being challenged in court right now, and it's going to make it to the Supreme Court of Canada. It is a discriminatory bill, and it says
like there's a lot of pressure on him to like just say that Quebec is like sovereign and can make their own decisions.
Certain jobs in the province of Quebec. I think
but
it's wrong.
He did go pretty hard against that bill,
and I'll continue to oppose it.
You mentioned just what I do want to ask about Gaza. A lot of questions in the comments about your foreign policy position. Before I get there, one last domestic politics question. You talked about you're not able to say what your conditions would be for a deal and coalition, but practical question from Afzal Habib, Canadian voter, says, what would you say to me, people, Canadians like myself, who'll be voting in upcoming elections in districts where NDP candidates are unlikely to win? They're trailing significantly. But Liberal candidates have a chance to beat the Conservatives and Poilievre. Should we be doing, he says, hashtag strategic voting, or tactical voting, as we call it in the UK?
Yeah, well, I would say in this election, we're in a very unique scenario. In this election, we've seen again and again, people are telling us that they feel really let down by the Liberals. People are telling me this. And it's normal that after a period of time, people feel let down by the current government. So a decade in, 2, 3 mandates in, people feel let down and they're not going to give the Liberals another chance. So I would say this time very specifically, it's one of those moments where I ask people to stand with me this time. It doesn't matter who you voted for in the past. It doesn't matter where things look right now in the polls. Ultimately, Canadians are not going to give the Liberals another chance anymore. And so it really is a choice between the Conservatives who want to cut or New Democrats who want to fight back. I'm the only one that can fight Pierre Poilievre. The Liberals can't do it anymore. The Liberal Party is not able to do it anymore. They just no longer have the steam. I am ready to fight back. And if you want to fight back against them, I invite you to join me.
So a lot of questions in the chat. I can't take all of them, but I'm going to try and sum up some of them about your position on Gaza. Obviously, Canada has been pretty supportive of Israel since October the 7th during this genocide in Gaza. You actually used the word genocide on the parliamentary floor last May. You called for Canada to invoke an arms embargo on weapons sales to Israel. Do you believe that the Canadian government, if you're saying it's a genocide in Gaza, which most Western politicians won't say, but you've said it's a genocide in Gaza, does that mean that Canada, your government, Justin Trudeau, is complicit in genocide?
There is no question that Canada has not done enough and has been complicit in what's going on in the horrible conflict. And let's be really clear, this has been a war that has killed innocent children, innocent.
Interesting language there. He said it's no question. Let's go back to that. So I make sure I get it right.
There is no question that Canada has not done enough and has been complicit in what's going on in
genocide.
There is no question that Canada has not done enough and has been complicit in what's going on in the horrible conflict. And let's be really clear, this has been
complicit and not done enough in the horrible conflict. Bit of a change in language there.
A war that has killed innocent children, innocent women, families.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. If he says that the Canadian government and Trudeau are complicit in what he calls a genocide, then by transitive properties of the supply and confidence agreement, so too would he.
Just the sheer horror. We saw the images. It was televised and telecast live. People saw the horror of the violence that was perpetrated against the people of Gaza. It is heartbreaking. Anyone who has a heart, any human can look at that and say it is wrong. And the fact that how wrong it was, how horrible it was allowed to go on for so long with so little opposition is also really demoralizing and heartbreaking as well. And I take no pride in the fact that I tried to do what was right. I stood up and said early on, within a couple of days after, when no one was willing to say this, I said, we need a ceasefire. This has to stop. I called
your
Canada.
Prime Minister started saying ceasefire and then stopped famously mid-sentence. He said seize and then switched to...
That's right.
He did.
So we put pressure on the Prime Minister to change his position. And it took months and months, and finally he changed. We said we need an arms embargo. We said beyond that, we need accountability. We said that there needs to be war crimes and a prosecution against those that are culpable in committing war crimes.
Oh, here it is.
We need...
Justin Trudeau almost urges for a ceasefire is the title of this video.
To see a cease. We need to see a humanitarian pause so we can flow. We need to see ceasing of...
Wait, I forgot how... Wait. Wait.
We need to see...
Forgot it got worse.
We need to see a humanitarian pause so we can flow. We need to see ceasing of the levels of violence that we're seeing. We need to see a cease. We need to see a human...
Oh, I forgot how bad that one was.
We wanted sanctions, severe sanctions, specifically on Netanyahu and every single one of his war cabinet for the war crimes that allegedly I think will be proven, but for the actions that they committed. The arms embargo is a minor thing that Canada could do to say, listen, we're not going to send weapons we're not going to sell weapons to a country that is engaged in activity that is so heinous. And so I've taken these positions, I stand by them, but it really in a lot of ways feels not enough given how horrible what happened, how many lives were lost. We will continue to maintain our position in defense of human rights and unequivocal about that.
I'll come back to your party's position, but Rachel Forseth says, I appreciate you highlighting Canada, Mehdi. Well, thank you for being a subscriber. I'm excited to vote for Jagmeet. I'm sure Jagmeet's delighted to hear that. She asks, why do you think the Liberals have pushed against speaking out on the genocide in Palestine?
You know, I don't know why. I mean, it became so clear, and it took so long for them to even...
I'm not going to open it up, but I'm going to guess because it's what I think is one of my favorite Trudeau videos. Is this the one where he's throwing himself down the stairs? Oh, no, this is... Okay.
I have a little confession to make. I have a slight learning disability. And it's not one that any teacher ever told me about. It was never addressed. It was never responded to. And I only discovered it while I was doing my Bachelor of Education, and we were going through the different possibilities of learning disabilities, and all of a sudden I realized, holy smokes, that's me.
Holy smokes.
And it's not a big one, but it's definitely there. I am dysnumeric. What that means is I have an inability to handle small numbers and little calculations, those easy things that people do so well. I mean, 13 plus 14. 27? Under pressure, it's even worse. So, I mean, if I pick up numbers and try to do it, I have a hard time with it. It means I can't remember telephone numbers. However, once we got through elementary school and into high school, where everyone supposedly knew their times tables, which I still have difficulty with, and you're no longer called to do simple math, I got better. In grade school, in grade 6, I remember we had this teacher who gave me drills, who gave all of us drills, very simple ones. Just stand at the front of the board, say, mental math. I go, 2 plus 3 minus 1 times 2 minus 4 plus 2. How many people followed that? Okay? How many people could have followed that if they tried? I mean, and she'd slow down a bit. I would consistently get 0 out of 0 every single day on all 5 questions she'd ask. I'd get lost.
That's not a great clip to have floating around.
Ceasefire, which would seem to be very obvious. Why would you not want to support an idea of ending violence and ending the deaths and ending the loss of life and the horror happening? So I can't understand it. I can't understand why the Liberals took the position they took. We were able to force a vote in Parliament calling on a number of steps to be taken. And that vote passed in Parliament. And it called on the embargo, called on sanctions against the war cabinet. It called for very specific measures. They voted in favor of it. And that motion was the will of Parliament. And then they failed to act on it. And so I don't understand why. They would vote one way and still not act on it.
And of course, Pierre Poilievre, who is the favorite right now to be the next Prime Minister of Canada, the Conservative, sounds like he's even way more pro-Israel than Justin Trudeau has talked about, even being hawkish on Iran. Reagan Bellin says, Jagmeet, as someone who's been very upset with the Canadian government's complicity in the siege on Palestine, some of the moments where I've been most hopeful have been seeing NDP MPs like Heather McPherson advocate fiercely in Parliament for a ceasefire and an end to occupation. How
Heather
will
McPherson getting a shout out
course on Canada's current foreign policy positions? And Shabina Khatri adds, you've previously advocated for recognizing a Palestinian state. Would you do that as Prime Minister?
Yes, I would do that as Prime Minister, absolutely. I think the only solution for long-term peace is statehood and ensuring that people can govern themselves in peace and security. And also, I believe absolutely that people of Israel should be able to live in peace and security. And the only way to achieve that is to ensure that both people have the right to govern themselves and to live in peace and harmony. So I absolutely support that position. We'll maintain that. And I forgot the first part of the question, actually.
It was about just generally Middle East foreign policy positions and how...
Oh, yes. How we would change our... I mean, we would follow through on the things that we forced Parliament to vote on. And were able to secure the support of Parliament, and then it didn't happen. So we would enforce an arms embargo, frankly, on any country that violates human rights. We said that similarly that Saudi Arabia, given their human rights violations, should not receive, we should end the sale of arms and weapons that were going to Saudi Arabia. Canada has a number of contracts with Saudi Arabia. We would be very principled in our human rights. Canada actually used to have this reputation across the world as being a country that was unequivocal on the side of peace, diplomacy, and promoting that. And for some time has lost that respect on the global stage. So we'd restore that, which I think is very much in our tradition. It's very much in our history, in our past. We were a country that took these really strong stances in the past. I would take those again.
One subscriber asks, what about relations with India? India and Canada have had rocky relationship lately. How would you take that relationship forward as Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, continues to crack down on minorities, Muslims, Sikhs, and even apparently targeting international critics, members of the Sikh community in Canada, of course?
Yeah, I've been really critical about the Modi government. Similarly, when I talk about our neighborhood, our being strong neighbors with Americans, I love that relationship. I think the same thing applies to India. We've got incredible people that come from South Asia to call Canada home, many of them from India, and that's a beautiful thing, and I want to maintain those relationships. But it's clear that the government in India, particularly the Modi government, is a autocratic, is a violent government. It is one that abuses minorities, and I want to continue to call that out. We want to have a relationship with countries based on the foundation of basic respect for human rights. And that means you cannot abuse minority groups because of their religion. You cannot abuse critics that call out the abuse that's going on. You can't target journalists and academics the way the Modi government's doing. I think it has to be a relationship that's built on a foundation of human rights, respect for the dignity of life, and to do otherwise would be an insult to our tradition of defending human rights.
And we're just wrapping up, but I do want to take this question, go back to domestic policy, because a lot of people are asking about housing. So I feel I should ask. Bill Vogia, how would you approach housing in Canada? I live in Toronto, where it's largely unaffordable. Would an NDP government invest in housing, not just give tax breaks to private companies? And David Dole asks, on the relatedly, have you put any thought into advocating for social housing with the kinds of investments seen in a place like Austria, where Vienna consistently ranks as the most livable city? Renters pay a fraction there of what they do in other major cities.
Yeah, housing is when I said the two major things that I hear from Canadians are grocery prices and housing. And when they talk about housing, they talk about a home. And so what we need to do for homes in Canada is really all of the above. So what so far the approach has been is to incentivize builders by giving them a tax break. That is not enough on its own. We need to build more homes with private development, sure, but that's not a solution on its own. We need cooperative housing. We used to build homes where everyone in the building, everyone in the apartment were owners of that building. That is something that we can do again. We need not-for-profit housing, housing that's built and maintained not for the purpose of returning the biggest investment to these shareholders, but the purpose of it is not for profit. The purpose is to keep the building in good repair and keep the rents as low as possible. So building not-for-profit housing. We need to find ways for the government to directly invest in building homes again. And we did that after the post-World War period, where many hundreds of thousands of homes were built by the government at incredibly affordable rates. We need to do that again. And the sheer scale of that will bring down the cost of housing. We need all of these options. And finally, fundamentally, the housing market in Canada works for rich developers and investors. You can make lots of money in the housing market, but it does not work for the working class. We need to shift that. And one of the laws that I would bring in to change that would be to ban big corporate landlords from buying up the affordable homes that exist. They are doing that across the board. It used to be 0% the ownership by corporate landlords. Now 1 in 5 rentals are owned by a large corporate landlord. That has to change.
Last question, and we've had so many questions. I apologize to our subscribers. I haven't been able to answer all of them. Although we have asked, I believe, 24 questions. So Jagmeet Singh is not like a lot of politicians who gives long-winded answers. We managed to zoom through these. We're out of time. I'm going to give the last question. I think it's a fascinating one to Ben Curtis, who says, what has the NDP learned from the outcome of the US election? Which I think is fascinating. He points out that the Democrats didn't shift on Gaza. They tried to shift to the right on immigration issues. When you look across at your neighbors in the US, you look here, what happened to the Democrats, to Kamala Harris. What lessons are you taking from that as you get ready for the election in Canada?
Well, first of all, we're absolutely taking lessons from that. I got to learn wherever I can so that we can be in the best position possible. What I heard, and I think one of the most compelling examples of what's going on in the States, was when I saw a compilation of AOC and Trump voters. It went through and asked people who they voted for, and they said, I voted for AOC. Why? Oh, she's awesome. She's got my back. She's going to fight for me. Who'd you vote for president? Trump. Why? He's going to lower my bills. And it became clear to me that people did not see all of his crimes.
So that would be a bunch of people living in New York?
All the horrible things he said. They fundamentally believe that he would make their life more affordable. And so we can't dismiss the fact that right now workers in Canada similarly cannot afford to get by. That Canadian dream, like the American dream, is no longer there. People do not feel like you can get a good job and find a home that you can afford and pay your bills and buy your groceries. We've got to address that directly. And so that's going to be my focus. Fundamentally, working people in Canada need to know that with a new Democrat government, one good job should help you buy a home, should help you should be able to buy your groceries, you should be able to live a good life, save for the future.
I think
and I'm going to really focus on that.
I think I know exactly which mayoral candidate
I believe in
that
that.
was.
I know how much that is something that is no longer, it doesn't feel attainable. So we're really going to focus on the things that matter most to working people.
Dean Michael says, Jagmeet, thank you for your principal stances. You have my vote. There you go. One vote at a time. You're getting them in there.
One vote at a time, brother.
One vote. I'm sure there's many more than that in the comments. We have a lot of people joining this call. A lot of people are going to watch afterwards. I know you're a very busy man. We appreciate you taking time out for this live town hall, for taking subscriber questions. I know our subscribers are very pleased. To all of our subscribers, thank you for joining us today on a Friday. Tell your friends. Sign up to Zeteo as we expand and build for 2025 independent media. And Jagmeet Singh, thank you again for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Did you like this video?
Alrighty, and with that, thank you all for your time. Who's still alive? Is anyone still alive? Who's there to raid? Will we raid Cosmopolitics? They're still going. What are they watching?
Oh, I feel like I can't stop looking until I found them.
Oh, she's
gonna
wait a
find
minute.
Casey.
I've got an idea.
What?
You've looked everywhere, right?
Everywhere you have.
All right, let's get the raid
Including your
underway.
purse?
Well, of course I looked in my purse.
You sure?
Well, it's probably the first place I did look.
I don't remember seeing you do it.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Hey, McGraw.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me for, I don't even know how long we were going because the thing kept crashing. So it's all, it only says we've been going for 2 hours, but I know it's been longer than that. Probably like almost nearly 6 hours, but I appreciate y'all. Everyone go be nice to Cosmopolitics.
Are you sure you're telling the truth?
Don't embarrass me.
I weren't, but I am.
You didn't put them in my
Have
purse?
a good time at the pool.
Where would I get something like that?
Well, I don't know. You could have found them or something.
Oh my God, Barbas is gonna freak out when she
wrong
sees
one.
him wearing those earrings.
Ah,
What about your father?
there we go.
Oh,
Bye-bye
why would
now.
he get something like this?
Later days.
And if he did, why would he give them to me now or just put them in my purse like this?
And to everyone on YouTube,
I don't know.
Well,
see you
there's gotta be
around.
some explanation.
Bye-bye now.